Pass the gravy, please.
Welcome in 8 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show on this Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and we thank you for being with us. A lot of you out there are, maybe hanging out with us for the first time. Most of you are Rick and Bubba veterans, and we thank you however we can get you today. We are on tons of different platforms. You can go to rickandbubba.com to find out all the information about the show, but we appreciate you however we can get you. Let's bring everybody in and let's discuss the day, and it's a busy one. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Boys.
What's up, boys?
Boys.
What's happening?
Well, a little wintry mix we got coming.
Yeah.
How y'all feel about that?
Little wintry mix.
Some of our Rick and Bubba markets are affected by a system coming through the southeast, and some aren't. And so whatever the case, we hope all of you are doing well today. I know that I have a son and my mom and dad that are in one of those markets, actually a couple in North Alabama. It's not just Huntsville. We have a number of markets from over towards Muscle Shoals to over towards Scottsboro up to Huntsville. Those are all North Alabama cities for those of you around the country, and a lot of you are affected by this winter weather that is coming through, but thank y'all for being here. I think it started last night, Jason said, and he was trying to run around. My mom and dad had already, done their thing. They had the delivery of groceries and done their stuff, and they were hunkered down. And JC, one of his roommates, went by and saw him yesterday. He said, "Dad, I had an epic fail." Epic fail. I'm like, "Well, what's up?" So he gets up, and ultimately the story is a good one, because I'm like, "Well, I'm proud of you, son." See, hey, Dad, we got up going to church, and he has a total of 3 roommates, 4 guys that live in a house, and he said there was confusion. They had some things going on early. They had media days and stuff. So he said we were going to go to church, but little did I know we split up. And they went to one place and we went to the other. Anyway, long story short, he found himself in southeast Huntsville, which he really never is, because he's in northwest where UAH is. And that's where my mom and dad live. And so he surprised them, which they love, because they were down that way. His other roommates went towards Madison to another church. There was confusion. He said, but you know what? Everything works out, because I got to go in and see Nana and Granddaddy and sit down with them. He said, I've got to ask you some questions. I said, what's up? He said, Nana got to talking.
Oh, no.
And I was like, no.
That's never good.
Are you serious? He goes, yeah, tell me about. And then he started listing the events of my childhood and growing up. Mm. So I haven't thanked Mom for that yet. Oh, yeah. But he said they were out grabbing groceries, getting just kind of running the list of things in preparation of this winter weather, because you don't know. You could be hung out and somewhere for 24 to 48 hours, which if you're in college, that's fun.
Sure.
But you still got to be prepared.
Classes canceled.
Yeah, so you got all that, and so here where we're based out of, you just don't know. But we saw that Helmsy, you made it back from your trip, and Greg, y'all had a successful birthday.
Yes, we
party.
did. We had to throw down.
I saw those
bouncy houses, and it's funny to watch all them kids in there. Like
I saw the pictures.
Some of them
that you
Did you
put
get
out.
in at all?
I had to get in one time, but I was too big.
Was it to grab somebody?
I had to help push Pace up.
Okay, gotcha.
Top. And
was Pace receptive to everybody?
Yeah, he did good. He had a little trouble with the ladder at first and didn't like that. Got mad about it, and he'll get mad.
Yeah.
But if he don't do it right the first time, he's mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like his mother. And but no, it was great. It was cold, but it was sunny.
Yeah.
And the kids didn't care.
Yeah.
Everybody was trying to keep jackets on them. I said, y'all realize they're in sock feet. So we're good.
Yeah.
And some of them would tear the jacket right off.
Right.
It affects them different. They didn't care.
Oh, they don't feel it. They don't feel a thing.
That's it.
They had he's got a trampoline they got for Christmas. So at one point I looked, and they were in the trampoline, a group of them, and they had the little plastic wagon, the Red Rider, and they had somebody in the wagon bouncing them on the trampoline while in the wagon.
Isn't that great?
And they got the wagon in there through the net somehow.
I like it.
Well, yeah, I saw some of your pictures you put out, and it looked like a lot of fun.
Yeah,
it looked like a little kid heaven out there.
Oh, it was great. It really was. And for some reason, Pace made it through Happy Birthday without crying.
Okay.
Because, he hates when people sing it, even if it's not to him.
Hey, I wonder who he gets that from.
I don't know where that came from.
I don't either. He gets that on. Good night.
I don't know.
You get mad if we tell you happy birthday.
Yeah, but it was fun. It was. We had a great time. It's fun to watch them all get together. Of course, Ella's still refusing to be 5. He wants to stay at 4.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he's adamant about it.
Well, I mean, think at his age, he thinks he can demand it.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna be 4. Well, no, you don't have a choice. I know in this world we live in today, and they think that anything goes, but you actually can't control your age. It happens whether you want it to or not.
He can just identify as 4.
That's what evidently he does.
Speedy, I thought of you.
Oh,
I know
boy.
this is going to sound strange, but I thought of you most of the weekend.
Okay.
And because we were in Starkville.
Yeah.
And we got there Thursday night and played Friday, played Saturday. I didn't get back home until 2:30 a.m. Sunday morning.
Hello.
2:30. Hello.
It was rough, but it really wasn't that bad. It was the last. I'll tell you when it was bad.
When you passed your exit?
This is local. Well,
When you could have just turned left and
thought
went
about
home.
it. Thought about it at my exit for sure. But
That's good. You get 3 hours from this thing.
yes.
Time you go
You're
there
right.
and back.
You're right.
Uh-huh,
You're
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And so
Could have been home at 11:30.
Sure.
If you think about it.
Yeah. Really need to get that graduate
difference.
assistant to be able to drive.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh,
game changer.
yeah. You talking about pull over and just say, "Let me out"?
But on the way back, the first Moody exit is when I was like, "Wow,
On the way
okay,
back.
I'm on the way back." I'd already dropped them off, but when I really started
Right there at
struggling-
Brompton.
Yes.
You come down the hill.
Yes, that's it. So,
Speedy don't know about all that.
I know about it.
but
Greg.
I say I thought about you all weekend because
Oh, weird.
it was. This is why I didn't want to say this.
about you when I was
I started to take so many pictures. And send to you.
when it first hit me. I'm kidding.
I started to send you so many pictures of just things I was seeing in Starkville that I knew you would enjoy.
Oh.
But I didn't want to be a bip, so I didn't. But I mean, every fiber in me was like, take a picture, send that to Speedy. Take a picture, send that. Then I ran into somebody in the hotel room that was there for, they had their son there. I wish I remembered their last name. I remember his first name, but he was there for a baseball. I don't know if it was a showcase or whatever, but they knew the Stovalls.
Okay.
Of course, we got to talking about that, and then they knew Tyler.
Okay.
And so it was
Who
just
was it?
I don't remember their last name. That's on me. I can tell you where they're from, and I can
Good
tell you the
night.
guy's first name, and you'll probably know them.
Okay.
But anyway, so that and then you ride by Duty Noble every day, and you're
yeah.
like, I wish I need to talk to Speedy about all this.
Yeah,
And
boy,
I
it's nice.
forget. I mean, listen, I know.
Doo-doo noble.
The culture at Mississippi State and Jackson State is very similar because it's, you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But it is so beautiful out there.
It is.
And that campus and those buildings and everything about it is just so nice. So I thought about you a lot. I really did.
It is a beautiful, beautiful area over there.
I know you're a
for sure.
bulldog. And,
Yeah.
Is that the first time you've been back since me and you nearly got in a fight at
No,
Starkville?
Greg, I've been
Was that
back.
when you were wearing
At
your
2010.
Was that when you
Yes.
were wearing your cheerleader shoes? Were you wearing them that
No.
day too? Okay.
I was.
Well, that was Ole Miss when you were off in the bushes using the bathroom with
I
white
didn't have
shoes
my
on.
shoes on.
I think you did.
I don't think I had white shoes.
We were there last year.
You're combining two stories.
I don't.
We played there last year, so I'm getting comfortable with Starkville.
Oh,
but,
look at me.
But yeah, Greg, that was a matter of fact.
We had to fight our way out of the
No,
jump.
I will say this. I will say this. I pointed that out
And we wasn't bothering anybody
where we were
Well,
at.
you-
I was like,
you have a
nearly
look-
got in a fight. We're right over there.
as a grown man.
You
As a
have a
grown
look
man.
about you. You don't think
No,
you're bothering
we
anybody?
were not yucking it up.
No,
Nothing.
we were actually behaving.
We were trying to get back because we had to come work the next day.
Yes.
It was a Thursday night game.
Yep.
And some guy threw a red cup at us, and
And then it was on.
then we had to let him know we didn't like that.
Well, I would think you wouldn't. I agree with that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. You need Tax Network USA. They have brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA just learned of a special limited-time offer, an IRS offer. See if you qualify for this limited-time offer by going to tnusa.com/Bubba or call 1-800-245-6000 or go to rickandbubba.com. Check the sponsors button for the website and number. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2024, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and 32-hour battery life, and Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 20% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit nordvpn.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at nordvpn.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
January is no time for the same old meals. HelloFresh is here to kickstart 2024 with enticing flavors and fresh ingredients paired with easy-to-follow recipes and delivered to your door. They'll keep your taste buds guessing with their most expansive menu yet. Over 45 delicious recipes to choose from each week right now. Get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters. The people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the Kickoff Hour. We are live. Good time, gang. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Since we last left, we're sitting here looking back at the weekend, doing some personal recaps and stuff, and we have a lot to discuss. If you care about college football, we have DeBoer to talk about. We also have a number of other college news, and then the NFL had their wild card weekend. The Buffalo game was postponed because of the snowstorm and the blizzard. I don't know what you call that, but they couldn't even get the snow off the field. It was so bad. The Steelers and the Bills play today, 3:30 p.m. Central on CBS. They're at Highmark Stadium in New York. And then at 7:15 p.m., you have the Eagles and the Bucks. And so those are your two games left on this super wild card weekend. Some surprises and then some not. You had the Texans and the Chiefs win. The Texans hosting the Browns. You didn't know what was going on there, but those were two blowouts. And then the Cowboys, shocked by the Packers, they lose 48-32. And then last night, I turned it off right after halftime. It was a really good game, but I turned it off, the Rams and the Lions, and I see where the Lions won 24-23. So
I bet that was a good one.
Yeah, so that wraps up that. But so
the Cowboys are out. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, the Cowboys are out.
Goodness
Is
gracious.
this? I mean,
Told you that's why I didn't get excited.
It's really kind of crazy.
They'll go to the playoffs and get booted early.
Well, one thing that was surprising to me,
Can't turn it around.
Their defense couldn't stop the Bucks. I mean, the Packers. They couldn't stop them. It's like they were just.
And the Packers look way better than they've looked all year.
I mean, they were just slicing through them, and it was really bizarre. And there's been inklings of that issue the last few games, but I was really surprised by that. But how about DeBoer being with the Alabama Crimson Tide now, and that being announced, and him talking to the team, so that one's official.
Everybody's at the airport, and
so when we came back,
understand they love you right now.
Oh, I know.
I forgot. I was in my mode, and I completely forgot about the rest of the world. Okay, and so I'm coming back late Saturday night, and you guys had texted me and told me you got the job and all that. That's the only reason I would have known, by the way. But I'm so focused into my stuff and all that, and all of a sudden, we stopped and got something to eat on the way back, and the route it took me, we kind of went by that airport that's back there or whatever, and I started seeing signs, like homemade signs. Now it's late and everybody's going to bed and it's over, all this stuff, but there's signs everywhere. Welcome the DeBoer. Is it DeBoer family?
Yeah.
And then it hit me, wow, this is real. And then I started noticing, like, all the restaurant signs and just the marquees, and everywhere you would look, welcome the DeBoer family.
And you're like,
and I thought, God, this guy has no idea what he's just walked into.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something.
I mean, he really does.
Now when he
he can coach, and I like him.
His record.
I love.
Impressive.
He's a no nonsense guy.
Yeah.
Love his press conferences, but and I'm sure he'll do fine. But man, he's in. This is a different place.
But nowadays, you have to battle what in the past coaches who went to these big jobs didn't. How do I keep my team from leaving? Because they can leave.
Yeah, I know.
At any moment.
I think we had
and recruits bailing.
Didn't one of the main receivers or something go to Texas?
I know the guy that caught the pass against Auburn is in the portal. I don't know if he's
yeah. Well, I think you had one leave and go to Texas, and I thought this was kind of weird. Here's how the reporter said it. He said, so-and-so is leaving and going to Texas, talking about an Alabama receiver. He will join Sarkisian, who turned down the Alabama job. They got a 4-year extension out of the deal.
Oh, so a little leverage.
That's how I heard the report, and I'm like, what?
Little leverage.
So anyway, but DeBoer was asked a question, and we'll have it today for the main show, that the students will give you 3 games. Or something to that effect,
yeah.
and then he responded. The way he responded, he did say, "I understand the process." He used a Saban term and some other things, but the guy, his record is pretty impressive. So we'll see how that plays out. He's got it together, but he's got some big shoes, and that's a tough spot to be in.
What's his staff? Who all going to be on his staff? You got to have a good staff.
So did you say Saban's still going to have an office there?
All right. Thank you for bringing this up, because if that is true, I have concerns about that one.
I don't
did you hear that report?
Yes,
is that
absolutely.
what it said?
Oh yeah, he will have office there, and he's if I'm coming in trying to replace this guy anyway, who's a legend, probably the best coach to ever coach, and he's also sitting down the hallway in his office. Then when things start getting, if things aren't like the crowd wants, they start chanting, wanting Coach Saban to walk down the hall and tell me what to do. You know, I'm just saying, I see why they're doing it. I think they're doing it to keep recruits and the players from maybe if they go, well, he's going to be around, you know, so I'm going to stay. But I just
there needs to be one person in charge.
Right now, is this like the Vikings did with Bud Grant, where I mean, he never really came back around, but when he did, he had an office to go to. They kept it. They allowed him to have an office just so when he came, he could come back and visit and all that.
Yeah. They just, I mean, they're all, even DeBoer, he's all fired up about it. But I think back when Nick Saban was offered the Alabama job, if they would have said, let's say there was a legendary coach, what there wasn't because it was Shula. But this situation, I don't see Nick Saban signing up for it.
Let me say this one thing.
Signing up for that.
No, so Will Rogers, who started from Mississippi State,
this is fascinating.
Quarterback. He announced that he was going to enter the transfer portal at the end of the year. He had been plagued by some shoulder injuries and stuff like that, and kind of limped through the season, missed some games and all this kind of stuff, SEC records and everything. Well, he announced, I'm entering the transfer portal. Well, he gets with DeBoer or whatever, and he transfers to Washington. He's like, that's where I'm going to play. And then DeBoer takes the Alabama job, so now he's re-entered the transfer portal.
Oh, boy.
Him along with others. So it's just a crazy time.
It is.
Is there a list of
Probably
coaches?
should have just stayed in state.
Yeah.
Did people turn the job down?
I don't know.
I have no idea. It was weird, though. I heard that report, and they said it like, oh, yeah, matter of fact, about Sarkisian. And I'm like,
he
well,
would have never took it. I mean, to me, that's not an official turn down.
No,
why would he leave what he's got?
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
I think he was using leverage.
Yeah.
I don't blame him.
I applaud him for that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why target you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't, and you're going to have to pay up, plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Like a preferred direct line to the IRS, they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited time offer from the IRS. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Go to rickandbubba.com, check the sponsors button for the website and number. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Hey folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. Skin looks healthier. There's just a feeling of better and overall health that comes with it, and it's easy to take. But I think for me, what's most compelling is that Field of Greens is radically different. Each organic fruit and vegetable was medically chosen to support heart and vital organ health. And with flu season here, I trust Field of Greens to help me stay healthy, and it's working for me. So if you haven't tried it yet, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com using the code Bubba. That's 15% off your first order plus free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com with the code Bubba. Or just go to rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. I just want you to know I didn't know that till last night, so I hadn't been sitting on that information.
I need to apologize to Coach Silkwood.
866 We Be Big is our number as we continue off-air conversations on air. We thank all of you for being with us. The number 866 We Be Big. I
had people on a massive hunt Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, wow.
I feel bad now.
So Tyler,
but you didn't know. You didn't know then.
No, I didn't know, and he didn't either. So Tyler played baseball at Jacksonville State University and graduated. And a lot of the guys that did graduate, some of their plaques came in, I guess, after they had already said "see you, good day," and it was a number of them. And JC, I told this story on air a while back. JC has a good friend that plays at Jacksonville State, and he sent a picture of Tyler's plaque leaning on a wall, like just on the ground, among others.
Yeah.
Said, "Hey, your brother's plaque is here." Well, then JC texts that to the family, and then I'm like, "Oh wow." Well, then I talked to you about it, knowing you're there every day, and said, "Hey, could you run by?" I told Tyler I'd just ask you, saves a trip to go there. And then it disappeared.
All right.
And nobody could find it.
So,
okay.
Got stole.
Yeah. And so now Coach Bullethead was on a mission to
All right,
find.
so let me tell you what's happened.
Mission find plaque.
So I went by one day, okay, and nobody was where you said were told it was in the laundry
and that's
area.
what the player said.
I was able to get in one of the doors, and I just went to that area.
Ooh, I got thumbs.
And I did feel like I was sneaking in. I was kind of walking around, and there was a couple of guys in the team room, and they were probably wondering who's this guy walking around. And I went in the laundry room, and I looked everywhere, and I could not find it. And there were no coaches around; it was just kids, and there was some of them were hitting in the cages indoors, whatever. So I just thought, well, it's not in here, and this is where I was told it would be. Mm-hmm. So my next step was I need to reach out to Coach Beezer anyway because I want to ask him if we can come in the indoor facility and do some things, workouts, and whatever.
Do you call him Bees?
No, I do
Okay.
not.
Killer
I do
bees.
not.
I would. I'd say, hey, bees. I bet you his buddies said
Sure they
on
do.
that.
So I sent
Don't
him.
you think?
Yes.
I didn't want to text him. I sent him an email, and I just said, "Hey,
official.
2 things. One, I'd like to know if there's a plaque that Tyler Wilburn has."
Right out of the gate. Let's get this out of the way.
You said
The subject of my
That's so
email
funny.
said plaque for Tyler Wilburn / indoor facility usage. That's exactly what it
We
said.
know the plaque's being used as a doorstop.
And
We've
so-
seen that.
Right. Could you pick it up?
Yeah.
And so he sends me a message and gives me
Got a
Coach
smartphone.
Silkwood's number and says, text Coach Silkwood. He'll know more on the plaque.
You talking about Coach
And
Silkwood?
I'm not going to be there until this particular date. And here's some information about the facility and the time and all this.
You
and
know
so
his
we worked
buddies
that
call
out.
him Silk.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
Silky.
And so
Silk and bees.
bees and silk hanging out with the guys.
So I had some time Thursday night into Friday, and it for some reason, you know, things will just hit you. So some reason that plaque hit me. I'm like, I still not got this for speed. I think it's the fact that I was in Starkville and I was thinking about you, and I thought I still hadn't got this.
Still
plaque.
don't.
I still don't have this plaque from him.
Dropping the ball.
So I reached out to Coach Silkwood, and I asked him about the plaque, and asked him if he knew where it was, whatever. He said that he went looking, he couldn't find it, so he got the SID, Tony, involved.
Oh, wow.
And so within the last 3 or 4 days,
You're on a
we've
mission.
had 3 people looking for this thing, and it hadn't been there the whole time.
No. Well, I don't know when it was picked up, but
Coach
Tyler
Bees was mad.
Tyler and Mabry stopped by last night, and they were in the area, stopped by for about 45 minutes. We sat around, talked, and caught up with each other, and and Tyler says in passing, "Oh, hey, by the way, I got a text, from Cody, former teammate. It said he has my plaque, and what's my mailing address? He was just going to throw it in the mail and shoot it to me." And I was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Okay," because Helmsy has had a mission to find your plaque.
I wanted it.
So Operation Find the Plaque is been solved, I guess.
Yes.
But and I laughed pretty hard about that. I said, "Hey, I got to tell Helmsy." But it was like 8:30
Oh,
or
no,
something
I get
last
it,
night
yeah.
when I found that out.
Yeah.
And I guess he said that he had talked to Cody that day, so he had just found out too. I didn't want to let you think we were sitting on that and you were running around trying to find it or anything.
It's fine.
That's
It was just
funny.
Because I was feeling. I
Yeah.
felt like I was disappointing him by not finding the plaque.
Right.
Well, at least you tried.
Yeah.
I gave it a good effort.
Well, and we appreciate that. All right, so
futile hunt.
a lot to break down and talk about. So Friday, I'm doing something for the show. It's going to be a tough one, but I got to go hunt down in the Black Belt of Alabama.
Yeah.
Morgan Academy is having their big fundraiser Friday, and I talked to Tommy Lenore about it. Him and David Moore are teachers there at Morgan Academy in Selma, and they're having their big fish fry Friday night. It's supposed to be
It's going to be cold
live
again,
music.
too.
I know it's down to 17.
Yeah.
God.
17 is the low Friday night.
What?
And they were going to have this fish fry outside.
What are we, in
and
Minnesota?
everything.
Yeah.
And so he's like, we're probably going to try to relocate that a little bit, but I'll get up, say a few things, share some hunting stories with of the staff, and we have a funny saying down at the Lenore farm. It's Speedy and Tommy go to the farm because something always happens where we're in a handle. So we'll discuss that. Then wake up, do an early Saturday morning hunt. Then I'm out because UAH has their baseball banquet Saturday night to kind of kick the season off. So I'll make my way up to Huntsville, which is nowhere near Selma, Alabama. But
it's completely the other way.
We'll swing through Birmingham and grab Terry, and then we'll head up to Huntsville and go Chargers, and it's on. And then they start in Daytona. I think the second is that Friday. They actually play in Orlando the first day.
We have a home match that day too.
And so I will be off that day. So anyway, there you go. That's but looking forward to Friday. We started talking about. So what happens is it's a lot like the governor's one-shot turkey hunt thing. Morgan
Killed my
Academy,
one and only turkey at that event.
Yeah. Morgan Academy is in the heart of black belt white-tailed deer hunting. Okay, it is for those of you around the country. It is the primo of primo. It is some big deer walking around there, and what they do is they go to the local landowners, which a lot of them are parents and family of kids that go to Morgan Academy, and they offer up their land to hunt as a fundraiser for the school. And so that's kind of what the deal is. So we'll have a good time. MorganAcademy.com/deer hunt if you want to register and be a part of that. I think they got food Friday and Saturday night and stuff. And so it's going to be a good fun. But looking forward to everybody in that area. Looking forward to seeing y'all Friday night. It'll be frigid, though.
It
17. 17 is the low Friday night. Maybe the deer will move, though, right?
Cold.
Hey, what's too cold for y'all to hunt?
That.
That? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's is it below 20?
Really, I hate to go below 30.
I do too.
Really? Well, you really have become soft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, is the wind blowing?
Probably a little bit.
If the wind's not blowing, I can hang in there a little
Yeah.
lower.
Okay.
The wind's
just
a
not-
factor.
I'm just not that mad at them.
I'm not either. I'll be honest. There was a time I sat out there and froze to death. I'm like you.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
going to wait and go when it warms up a minute.
Actually,
But-
it says the
but-
low Friday night is 15.
But to your point,
Good night.
Speedy. To your point, I don't like doing anything in that tent. I ain't nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't
right.
want to be in front of a heater in that tent.
I've tried to tell Terry this. It's all about the clothes. It's
It
all
is.
about that's what it's about. I mean, you can't. Nobody can go out and just sit in that stuff, but it's all about what you got on. All right, so what are you going to do about the old Dallas Cowboys, Helmsy? I mean,
Well, I tell you what,
every
they're-
time. I mean, here they are just owning it, and then
Hadn't
know.
lost a home game all year right there in their house.
yeah, they were.
They didn't just get beat. They got beat bad.
So there's. I mean, I don't know what to do about that. People is okay. The rumors have already started. You know that Belichick to the Cowboys. It's already
that
started.
wouldn't be a bad
I
deal.
saw where they was it Mayo that they announced their new head coach quick, former linebacker.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, they was fast. They didn't waste no time. On
You know-
that. And did I say Harbaugh is he's interviewing with the Chargers today.
Yeah.
And
you
Kirby
remember-
Smart has been entertaining conversation
Is
with
that
the
true?
Falcons. Is that true?
I don't know if that's
It's probably
true or
all
not.
for leverage for everybody. Just
Yeah,
get-
because they don't make enough.
Yeah, I know.
They need to get that thing on up.
yeah. A lot of openings when it comes to the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of openings.
Something I enjoyed over the weekend, it was the Eli Gold interview.
Yeah.
That was
That was
fantastic.
good,
I
wasn't
listened to it.
The
too.
guys did a phenomenal job with
Yeah.
that. And I did listen, there was a part of me, and I even said this to Amanda, because she listened to it and loved it, and there was a part of me that wished they would have got more into Eli's life, but I know why they didn't. The timing of Nick Saban retiring
I know.
obviously was put that in the forefront, and probably should have been, but it was excellent interview.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I
Yeah.
really did.
It's one of those interviews, and we've had them from time to time where we have a guest on, and you really could do about 3 or 4 different
You really
podcasts
could.
with
Good.
Yeah.
and just focus on different topics and dive into them, and he's one of them. So I hope to have him back on. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll take a break. We'll come right back as we continue here with the kickoff hour. The guys are here. They'll join us right after top of the hour, and then we're off and running on this Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I know a lot of the schools are out today. Most of them are. Federal buildings, banks, and all that are closed, but we're here, and we thank you for joining us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at gawon'twait.com. That's GA-won't-wait.com.
Okay, everyone, gather round. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
She's running around. Her breath doesn't smell. Her digestive system is perfect. It has made such a huge difference.
What did this dog parent do for their dog? She switched to Nature's Blend, a premium freeze-dried raw dog food made by Dr. Marty Goldstein, a veterinarian Forbes magazine called the Miracle Worker. It's the easiest way to support your dog's easy digestion, nourished skin, playful energy, and most importantly, their healthy, full life.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free full-sized bag of Tilly's Treasures dog treats. They're best-selling beef liver dog treats while supplies last. Go to drmartypets.com/free treats or text free treats to 511-511. Go to drmartypets.com/free treats or shop in over 2,000 stores nationwide. Use the store locator to find the store closest to you. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request. Paid for by Dr. Marty Pets.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother.
Thank you all so much for hanging out with us here on the Kickoff Hour. We are sitting back getting ready for the guys to join us for the main show. That'll happen at top of the hour. This portion of the program is sponsored by BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Whatever your plans are this year, chances are you can use some audio equipment on your journey. I mean, if we're trying to do a little bit better, or we're on road trips, or you're just listening to your favorite podcast or to this show, and we thank you for that. How about a pair of wireless earbuds? That would be essential for all of your plans for the year. Premium audio at the perfect price point too. We've got you covered, folks. Buy Raycon.com/Bubba. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for the perfect inner fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and you know what I love the most? Not only is the quality, but the price point. I mean, why are you spending so much money on these in-ear headphones when you could go with buyraycon.com/Bubba? It's about half the cost. You got thousands of 5-star reviews. Plus, you're going to save 15% on your order right now. And you need to stock up. And hey, if it's a gift for someone, maybe you got a birthday for somebody coming up, your colleagues, whatever the case, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Save 15% right now. You'll enjoy them. I know we do. And good luck to that. Go ahead and get you some, order them, and let them come right to your door. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
That's how I listened to RBU this weekend.
That's it.
Eli was writing my Raycons.
Yes, sir.
So we kind of ran by some college news earlier today, but Alabama transfer wide receiver Isaiah Bond has committed to Texas. He called it a business decision. In
other words, he got more money.
Of Nick Saban. We were correct. Sarkisian did agree to an extension through 2030. That's there for you. Also, we were correct. Harbaugh is the first to meet with the Chargers in some type of there's so many open vacancies when it comes to the NFL. The Chargers they're interviewing coaches about the vacancy, and Jim Harbaugh is set to talk to them.
Yeah, I told y'all about how the Chargers got their name, and I learned that from Eli Gold. Remember?
Yes,
did I tell you that?
Yes.
Was that on air?
It was off air. It was interesting.
I did not know this, but evidently the guy that owned the Chargers was also the guy, and I don't know if it's the same guy now, but when it happened, probably not the same guy, him. But when it happened, he was the one that created credit cards and charge cards and all this, and so he called them the Chargers.
Well,
Thought that was an interesting fact.
Yeah, the old Chargers.
Had no idea about that.
Look,
I never knew what it meant.
Hey, I'd take a sip too, bud. That's good. That's a good take a sip after.
I wish it was coffee, which is coming next, but yeah. Sparkle do.
Yeah.
Sparkle hang in there.
It will. It'll hang in there. So this past weekend we were talking about kind of everything going on, what we're doing, and all this kind of stuff. We've had a busy time at the house. There's been, Greg, you could really discuss this because you live in kind of out in rural Alabama. You kind of see a little bit of everything.
Sure.
And coyotes have become a nuisance now.
My goodness. They get out screaming behind the house. They make them some racket.
Yeah. We've had some. And I don't know what it is because my dogs will bark and play, but it's normally when they're barking and playing. They don't just stand at the fence or at our property line and just start barking.
Yeah.
But this past weekend, I guess it was early Saturday morning, I woke up. It was late, or actually early but late, kind of like 2:33. Do the standard, hey, gotta use the restroom.
You talking about the 2 o'clock tinkle?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And Leo was standing there. And you could tell he was like, hey, me too. So I opened the door and let the two of them out, Leo and Jack. Well, I'm using the bathroom, and I hear the god-awfulest ruckus outside. And it is, it's not like I'm playing. It's like, screaming. It is like mean barking, like, hey, what's up? So I run over, picture me in my underwear running to try to turn on the floodlights. And open the door up. It's cold too. It's cold. And I open the door up and I look out, and the hair on the back of their neck is like standing up, and they are running back and forth. Because I have the Pet Stop underground fence. They're running back and forth about 10 feet to the border of the property, and they're going nuts. And I'm wondering, okay, what was it? Because it wasn't like hey, it was a kitty cat or
Yeah.
something. They don't react that way. I mean, it was either a raccoon, which we don't really see them, or it could be a coyote, because in our little our little subdivision has like a little Facebook deal, and they're always reporting, hey,
coyote, they don't care.
Yeah, no, and I'm thinking it's probably what it was.
Yeah. Sure.
Last
But hey,
week
they went nuts.
They was
Like
losing it.
2-something in the morning.
You said, somebody's
trying
in your you thought somebody's in your backyard.
I know Adler's talked about it too. I mean, you know, especially if you have a camera up, you can catch things. And man, and hey, big old healthy coyotes too. Please don't think mangy, poor little coyote. No, I'm talking about
they
like
found
last
a good place
week.
with plenty of food.
Yeah,
sounds
right.
like.
Last week, Amanda come in the house. She goes, "Hey, you need to go outside. Something's going on." And I said, "What?" And I walked out there, and it's horrible. But there was a dog that did not make it, and
What?
it was coyotes.
Are you
I
serious?
didn't see it, but I heard it.
Oh,
I could
man.
tell what was going
That's
on
sad.
because of what you said, and it was somebody lost a pet that
Golly.
night. It was rough.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, mine are big
And it's
enough.
mating season and all that. They're everything, plus they're looking for food. It's it's not a good time for that.
I don't have gigantic dogs. They're probably 45 pounds or so. You know, it's standard. You know,
I think ours
Australian
would be
Shepherd
okay,
size.
but I still don't. We don't allow it.
No.
Past a certain time
and
because of this.
Fifi definitely wouldn't make it.
No, those little ones.
No.
Many stories about
That's
that.
that had to be because I could tell by the Yelp.
Yeah,
that it
many
was not.
stories about that I've heard of people let them out, use the bathroom, little bitty old fluffies.
Yeah,
coyotes.
you never see them again.
No, you don't. And especially the ones. There's been some seen in the daylight, which they're totally fearless. Either that or sick.
Have you
And
ever seen
gotta
them
be ready.
jackets that have like spikes all on them that are supposed to, you put it on your dog to discourage the coyotes from getting it?
Oh,
it's got like these
interesting.
plastic
really? Like a
spikes.
porcupine?
Yes, looks like a porcupine.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, do whatever you can, I guess.
Yeah.
But something was back there, and so now I'm wanting to investigate more. Was it just something traveling through, or what? But I could tell there was. I don't think there was any interaction because I checked them. Hey, have you been bitten? Was there a fight? But I guess what they saw it or they smelled it or something.
Just seen a raccoon go by or something.
Yeah. No. Well, okay. Well, maybe so.
And unfortunately, they try to get your pets to run after them because the others are waiting right there to attack.
So I get them in.
sad part.
Come in here. Get in here. Get in here. So they get in there. So now I'm in my grippies, and now I'm walking out with the floodlights to see what are you barking at. So picture that.
Cold.
Yeah, very cold. Then I just get back into bed and
get on the cover and warm back up.
Yeah. So that just happened. Real cold.
Real cold. My feet are freezing.
Oh, thank you, Adler. There it is. Showing the little
I
vest.
don't know if that works.
Well, whatever it takes, man.
They call it a coyote vest.
Okay, it's straight up. It's called a coyote vest. All right, great.
Yes,
Right
that's the
again,
name,
buddy.
Coyote vest. That's what it is.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Attitude. Of course, now at one point he didn't want the Kurds to have genocide committed against them, but yet we shouldn't interfere in other people's business. So I don't know how you really can't have both. But
I was trying to understand his point, but I did not see the logic in it.
I think what we got from Darnell when it was all said and done, he thought the show was based out of Indiana, I guess, which made us less racist in Darnell's eyes. But when he realized that we're from Birmingham, he immediately began to insinuate that somehow that because we're from Birmingham that we are racist, which I appreciated that, Darnell. That wasn't offensive at all. But anyway.
Doesn't that mean he's a racist if he just looks at us on what region we're from and considers us racist?
Well, now remember, black people aren't allowed to be racist. Just only white people.
Okay.
But anyway, so we just so Darnell's view of us.
And then the language got out of hand.
Yeah. Then he dropped an F-bomb.
Okay, I was actually listening I was wondering what was going on because I didn't pick up the whole thing. And then
he basically said that we blanked over Germany and Japan.
Okay.
But now keep in mind, still wants us to stand and help the Kurds. Now I'm not sure. I mean, if we don't win wars and give the Kurds territory, I mean,
Rick, look at this. I can give out simple grades. Look, you never want to go to war. When you have to, you go to win. It's a terrible cost of life on both sides. But I think the way it all ended up today, we have to give A for the effort in Japan and A in Germany. The Korean War, maybe a C- there. Nothing got done. F in Vietnam. I mean, if you're just going to give grades, how we manage that,
right?
You know, in the Gulf War, we could certainly. I think the grade's still out on that. It's not looking anything higher than a C right now.
Yeah, and I would say,
and that's the politicians, not the people who fought it. The people who fought it got A's.
Well,
and all of them.
And all of them, yeah. I go to Darnell and just say, Darnell, honestly, the President Bush, and then as you go back to World War I and the Europeans, they followed what you wanted everybody to do, and that's why the Kurds have nowhere to go right now and may be eradicated as a people. Because we didn't win the war and say, here's how it goes now, and we're removing our presence from that area, and it's led to chaos. You really can't have it both ways. I mean, you have to do one or the other.
You got to be the policeman, or you got to go home. There's no in between.
There's no in between. Yeah. So and anyway, so so I appreciate your call, and we were trying to deal with it. Then it took a turn. So I apologize, Darnell. You seem bitter and angry, and I certainly don't want to continue to fuel that fire. We love you, man. We wanted to have a conversation, but
let's get to the military.
And I will tell Darnell, if I am a racist, I'm not a very good one.
No.
Let's go to which one? Eddie, is that right? What Greg said? Eddie, who's retired military. Eddie, go ahead. Welcome to the program. Eddie.
Wow, great build-up.
It was. Eddie?
Talk to me?
Yes, sir.
Is your name Eddie?
Andy.
Andy, okay.
Andy from Dothan.
Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a retired Lieutenant Colonel Army, 26 years.
Thank you.
And Darren's kind of, yeah, no problem. Darren's a little mixed up, or Darnell. Yeah. I was in Iraq in 2004 and worked at the Corps level and tried to help and spend some time with the Kurds up north. And you're exactly right. Rick and Bubba are exactly right that we have to maintain a presence, because in 2009 when we didn't and Obama pulled us out, in 2009, 2010, we saw ISIS emerge. We already knew that there was a problem between the Shia and the Sunni when we got in there. The Kurds is a third faction, and we should have stayed there and maintained a presence. We wouldn't have had ISIS. It was a mistake to pull out.
Do you think the president's making a mistake now? I'm sorry.
Yes, I do. I don't agree that the Kurds need to take over more territory. I know they would probably like to expand. They have never been recognized in northern Iraq by the Iraqi people. We have acknowledged them. I spent time in Erbil up north. They're good people. The Peshmerga are awesome fighters. These guys are one of our best allies in the Middle East next to the Israel. And we don't need to go and pull out completely away from them. Do we need to try to rein them in and keep them under control? Yes. The only reason that Turkey didn't really attack them is because we have maintained a presence in northern Iraq. Turkey has always wanted to come in and attack them, even though they're our ally. We need to know, where the lines are. We are trying to, like you said, be the police force in that area and keep everybody happy. Do we need to stay there now and protect the Kurds? To an extent, yes, we need to keep a presence there. When I was there in 2004, it wasn't the Iraqi National Guard. They were originally called the Iraqi Civil Defense Corps, just like the Japanese Civil Defense Corps. Okay, I saw the comparison between World War II and what we were trying to do over there. I saw it get broke down in May of 2004 when the embassy folks showed up.
It's 6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, how are you? Thanks for being with us on a brand new hour, on a brand new day, on a brand new week. This hour starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show ready to go for another week. Come on. Well, we're ready to guide you through another one. We haven't spoken since last Friday, so I hope you had a great weekend. We'll update you on things that are going on around the world, and then we'll do everything from there all the way back to down the street. And sometimes we'll go from down the street all the way back out to the rest of the world. So we're looking forward to chatting with you today at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We haven't chatted in a while. A lot's happened since we were together. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've completed the kickoff hour. That archive now available for you on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, either our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Eddie Van Adler takes over the YouTube channel. He runs that now going forward for the live and the archived option for you today, including a best of hour that you find in your Blaze TV subscription. So we're only missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba. Looking good, Buffy. Thank you.
Let's dance, let's shout, shake your body down to the ground, let's dance.
Oh, I could have heard some more of that.
There's them Jacksons.
Huh?
Yep.
We're going to need to dance and shout with this weather coming through.
Well, we'll see. I know it only impacts some of the audience, but those that are impacted include Southerners, and there's nothing quite like Southerners in winter weather. There's nothing quite like it. I actually started thinking to myself, since the last time we were together, Alabama has named their new football coach. I saw the last name, and I struggled, but I've had people all weekend just say, Rick, don't complicate it. It's DeBoer, right?
DeBoer. That's it.
Is it DeBoer? DeBoer?
DeBoer.
DeBoer. Like if I saw one running at me, I go, watch out for DeBoer.
Yeah, watch that DeBoer right there.
DeBoer right there. Okay.
Like if you were in Rick, if you were in a meeting and you didn't need to be there and it was boring you to death, you could go, well, this is a DeBoer.
All right, boy, what a DeBoer.
Yeah.
So anyway, I thought to myself, since he was raised in South Dakota, spent a lot of time there, then went to Washington State, I can't imagine that he's come to Bama just in time for winter weather to watch our reaction. I can't imagine just people saying it. We could get up to 2 inches. This is the end of time, and so a wintry mix might make some bridges hard to travel, and we just shut the whole world down. And we grab food because we may be in our houses 2 days. We may not be able to come out. So anyway, I just can't imagine what it's like. But the bottom line, and I tried to cover because I got a little bit of that at church Sunday because people, move here from all over. Yeah. And I said, but in all fairness to my Southern brethren, and I am one of them, I said, we don't have it doesn't happen enough for us to be prepared. So anything's easy if you're always prepared for it.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But we're not prepared. We're not prepared for
Right.
it because it's not worth the investment because it doesn't happen enough to get prepared for it.
Right.
So we just have to shut everything down and wait for the temperature to get above freezing, then we go back to our life again.
Really, in our part of the world, there's enough four-wheel drives out there that we should be okay.
Right.
But in the case before where we've had ice storms, we had people with little front-wheel drive cars thinking they could get through it, and they jammed the roads up. And that was the reason we couldn't get around.
Yeah. Well, and then like you and I learned one day, if all four wheels are on ice, though, they all slide.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You have to, if the four-wheel drive people will take ice like they do mud,
right,
and realize you got to have something on solid ground to get out of the mud,
right,
you can navigate a lot of it. But if it is a solid sheet of ice, you're in trouble because you got to have something that gets on unfrozen ground.
That is correct.
So you need to ride half on, half off if you have to.
Yeah, so we'll see how all that goes, and we'll talk about Alabama's new choice. Well, the NFL playoffs started this weekend.
Some crazy stuff this weekend.
And,
wow.
Yeah, some historic stuff. Which
one game didn't even take place. It'll happen tonight.
That's right.
This afternoon.
This afternoon.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll look at that a little bit.
Hey, cold.
Yeah, and we'll
so cold it'll bust a helmet. By the way.
Yeah.
Well.
Yep. I saw that story.
Wow.
How about I have the chance, because when your kids become young adults, a lot of times you have to co-sign with them on things even that they're paying for, because they don't have anything built up yet,
right,
like their first apartment or home or anything like that. And so I get all the emails. So if you remember last year during the Arctic blast of 2022, December 2022, one of my son's apartment was destroyed and everything in it, not because of the pipes on the sink and the toilet burst, because he left all that leaking and running. It's because the fire sprinklers, they burst and rained down on the apartment.
Right.
So they send out, their email, hey, does everybody remember, all this and do this? And of course, I couldn't help it. Since I'm on the email, I said, anybody done anything about the sprinklers? Hey, you can do this all day long, but if water rains on you down from above because of the fire safety system, then there's not much we can do. And then they sent back, oh yes, we've talked to the fire department. They've come in and they've showed us how to turn it off now and all this kind of stuff. So because
well, see,
back
but
to
like
what I
with
said
a
before,
sprinkler, you really don't want to cut it off, because if you need it, you need it.
Well, back to what we said before, though, they said if you live in a place where Arctic temperatures are the normal, well, the fire department puts them in prepared for that, but it costs more.
Right.
If you're in the deep South in Atlanta, well, when you're putting in sprinkler systems for fire, you don't take into account.
Well, you don't want that extra $20,000 to make it winter ready.
So they're not winter ready.
Yeah.
So it's not. But I tell you, when it destroys all the apartments and that whole sector, it's not good.
No.
Yeah, that was an ugly. I hope we don't have that again. So he's working his way back from Colorado today, because he and his buddy that's getting married, that's where they did their all the guys went to hang out for the weekend. So anyway, hopefully he's not coming back to another soak apartment again by the time we get through but he'll be back before the Arctic part hits over there. So that's good. So we'll see.
Yeah.
At least he'll be in the apartment, not home visiting family this time. So.
Still having one in college, trying to talk to a college student and go, hey, y'all leave the kitchen cabinet doors open and maybe something dripping. Trying to get them to care about that is tough.
Yep.
Some of the best time now, I know when we had our big blizzard of 93, I was in college at Jacksonville State University. I remember that. Of course, we're not expecting anything like that, but some of the best college experiences is like, hey, snowed in.
Yep.
So I remember those days. That was not very pleasant, but
yeah,
I told him it can be enjoyable as long as you kind of get prepared for it.
Well,
but if you're not,
where he is though, they should have just gotten snow, which was
so you
nice.
mean have a lot of Pop-Tarts?
Yeah.
Oh, well, where he is, they're getting snow and freezing temperatures for days.
Yeah,
it won't be above freezing.
No,
so
anyway,
be fun.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Hunker down and enjoy it.
Yep. 15 minutes past. We'll be back. Our number 866 We Be Big. As I said, much to cover on the program today, and we'll try to work through all of it. There's much to try to figure out, and just stay with your Rick and Bubba station if you're any of the markets of the winter weather, and they'll update you there on the breaks. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
If you
and their idealism and attitude was completely different, and they wanted to stand up in Iraq and have them look exactly like us, which is not what the people wanted. They wanted to have a parliamentary type government and wanted to run things their way, and that's what we were trying to do until, like I said, May of 2004. So
Eddie, can you touch on? Of course, Turkey is a fellow NATO member who we are obligated to help defend by treaty. What is their beef with the Kurds, and is it justified?
It goes back centuries, just like with the Iraqis. And it got to the point where, you can't dismiss the point where Saddam went and gassed them after, back in the 90s and 80s. I'm not exactly sure what it goes back to. It's way before our time. But the bottom line is the Kurds own a lot of premium real estate, a lot of oil fields and stuff up north there. They increased the airport in Erbil to try to make it an international airport. I mean, they're good people, they're hardworking people, and we don't need to go and abandon them at this time. Yes, like I said, they don't need to expand territory, and we need to kind of rein them in and say, look, we got rid of ISIS. Syria's done. Let's give it back to the Syrians. Pull our lines back, and stay established where we're at. But if we go and abandon them, you're going to run into the same ISIS problem that we had back when Obama was in charge.
Thank you, man. I appreciate your call. Thank you for your service to the country and your insight on this.
It seems, and like we were talking about before, both things have problems. It seems like when we pull back and we leave an area, I think you try to create that stability over generations like we've done in Japan and Germany, and you see how stable they are.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we all know that, we have various friends of the show that are connected to different members of the show. And one of those is Mark Garnett. He's actually come in and actually guest host before when Bubba was off. Mm-hmm. So I knew something was up when I was at a lunch on Friday with my wife and one of our sons, and I get a text from Mark Garnett that asked the question, are you and any of our other friends together right now, thinking we might be having lunch together?
Right.
And I said, no, we're not. And the minute I knew that he was trying to address us as a group, he's trying to say, I'd love to tell this one time.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'm actually with Sherry and Brooks. And he said, well, when you get a free moment today, call me. And I said, okay. So I did. And he said, buddy, are you ready for this? And I said, yeah, sure. He said, okay. So he said, he works for a company where he has to do a lot of presentations and speaking and all this. He said, I went to a local hotel to do a presentation for the company. He said, now don't miss, I'm not traveling, I'm in town, and I'm literally going to go do this and come back and have dinner with my daughter, who's home, and my wife. And I said, okay. And he said, so Life 360, of course, now, we use it at home all the time. Like Sherry will use it for things like she's making dinner, and she'll literally look and go, okay, here's where Rick is or whatever. So here's how traffic's working, and it's very helpful.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so his wife is doing the same thing, and she looks and she sees her husband leave the hotel, and about the time that his car is supposed to be headed back toward the house, it completely goes in the opposite direction, and she's watching it, and at one point where we live, it goes all the way downtown, around behind the big arena downtown to a graveyard back behind it, and starts circling the graveyard. And at one point, even as it appears that he may have even gotten out and is walking around, gets back in the car, comes back out up onto the interstate, goes down to an exit, gets off at a Shell station, and stops. So she immediately thinks somebody has stolen my husband's car or his phone or something. And so she goes to contact a friend that works in law enforcement and says, hey, this is what's going on. So they go to the scene. 21 minutes past the hour, and we'll unpack stories from the weekend. Bubba, I understand that you're excited about the Iowa caucus today. I mean, that you just draw back like a flip,
Rick,
on the Iowa caucus.
That's all we've heard about in the political circles is the Iowa caucus. And and trust me, after it's over and we have another primary, nobody's going to care.
Right.
No offense to the people in Iowa.
No. But we hear every year that this is somehow that this is basically the election. And
Well,
it really doesn't turn out to be
Well,
that way.
first off, it's a caucus,
Right.
And I don't really know what a caucus is. I always thought it was something dead on the side of the road.
Right. Yeah.
You're right. And so they don't say vote. They don't say primary. Don't they just get in gyms and make huddles or something?
Yeah.
Is that how that works?
Gatherings of neighbors.
Yeah. On my way back from to and from church Sunday, I noticed a lot of deer caucuses laying on both sides.
Yeah, I know.
There's a bunch out there.
There's a bunch out there.
And some of them are violent.
Yeah, they are. Some large.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Done some damage.
So Bubba, they go into a basketball gym and they set up
houses and schools and just
I don't.
churches.
How do you get a head count on all that? How do you know what the caucus down the street was versus your?
I don't know. It just says it starts at 7:00 Central tonight, and it will last about an hour.
So what do you
and
say?
caucus goers write down their candidate of choice, and in the past years, depending on the size of the caucus, it could be done through a show of hands or whatever. But votes are then tallied up in front of the caucus attendees and campaign representatives, and then submitted to the state party.
So isn't that like a vote or a primary?
Yeah, and then only registered voters can vote. And I think the GOP turnout had 186,000 in 2016. It set a record.
How do you? I mean, what is the proper tense? I mean, do you say we're going to get together and caucus?
Yeah.
Or we caucus last night? Or how about we want to caucus?
Yeah.
Or what do you?
Do people say caucus? I barely even know her. I mean, what happens here? I don't know where this is.
That's funny.
I don't know where this is going.
It says it'll take place in about.
I mean,
1,000.
how are you? Would you like to caucus? I mean, what do you do? I mean, how does this work?
Caucus goers. It says it'll be happening about 1,657 precinct locations.
Wow, that's
over 99 counties. And the caucuses will determine how the 40 delegates are selected for the party's national convention.
Do you get shoe polish and write on your car, honk if you want to caucus?
Right.
Honk if you're headed to caucus?
Yeah, there you go.
Do you drive to your county and say caucus or bus?
Yeah. Do you get a sticker that says, I caucused?
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
and all I got was this T-shirt.
Yeah.
All right. So the weather, they say they're also sub-zero.
Oh, yeah. Bad.
For the caucus? And they're saying that'll greatly affect turnout.
Right.
You know what? It's going to be cold probably in Iowa every January.
Yeah,
I would guess.
It says the margin. Things to look for: margin of victory for Trump. Trump's been leading the polls by historic margins in Iowa, 34 points on average. The largest win ever in the GOP Iowa caucuses was 12.8. So things to look for if Trump wins, by how much. Then if he wins, what's the order of the finish?
Yeah, it's playing for second, I guess, is important, even though it's a distant second.
Boy, it's a gap.
Look, well, the road conditions will be nice, you know.
Yeah. Well,
is that the caucus?
Yeah. So I was laughing because you remember what's his name? Luntz. That guy does all the polling.
Yeah, that we met.
Was it Fred Luntz or Frank Luntz?
Frank.
Yeah.
Frank.
And just what a bad name. My name is Frank Luntz. I was just
sounds a little dumpy.
It's hard to like somebody.
Yeah, can you be named that and not be dumpy?
I know it.
But anyway, and
you don't want to hang out with Frank Luntz.
And he is dumpy.
Yeah, I love
but he's lost a little weight though. Good for him. But I noticed that he the other day was lamenting, and it was funny that people were saying, how hard is it for Frank Luntz to say this? When they asked him who he thought was going to win based on all the polls he's got, and he goes, "It's very." Oh, this is it. Okay,
good. No,
you have it. Adler's actually got it.
He looks like Luntz.
I'll let Luntz tell you in his own words. So here we go.
$150,000 on who's going to win in November. Who would you bet on?
I never dreamed that I would say this, but I would bet on Trump. I thought he was done. I thought it was over.
I did too.
You don't come back from an impeachment. You don't come back from January 6th. You don't come back from any of this. But he's come back. The guy's a survivor. And his opponent is having so much trouble.
That's the truth.
Mm-hmm. That I would, at this point, give the edge to Trump.
He struggled to say that.
Oh, yeah, he couldn't believe it. If you lined 5 people up and said one of these people is Frank Luntz.
Right.
Pick him out.
Yeah.
You can pick him out with not even blinking.
Greg, and I'm going to tell you this.
Something about that meathead.
He's worked to hip up his lunchness.
Oh, yeah.
But he
yeah.
hasn't.
Right there, yeah.
He's a big pollster.
You should have seen him when he had no beard and was even fatter. He was more lunch then than ever.
Hey, go see which one of them is Frank Luntz. Oh, I see him. Come on.
Yeah. Tell him, come on in.
Hey, do me a favor. Yeah, do you know Frank Luntz? I don't. Well, wait a minute. I see. I bet that's him right there. Yeah.
Gotta be.
But hey, did you hear him try to utter out that he cannot believe?
He always couldn't say
well,
it.
because he's saying what Trump has done is supposed to be politically unsurvivable.
Yeah.
And he's correct.
Well, I think what you're seeing too, and whether you won't admit this deep down inside, and I like Trump, he was very kind to us, is that there is a anti-government feeling out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Trump is the one that is the statue for that right now. He's the moniker. He's the lightning rod everybody's pointing to,
Right.
and he just seems he's so Trump. He's such a bulldozer that everyone has rallied behind him.
No, I think what you see is exactly right, Bubba. I think everybody says, and Greg, there was a classic 80s hair band song about this. It was a different topic, but there was something that was said in the song which was true, is I think people look at what's out there and they say that right there is a dirty job. And he's the man to do it.
Yeah.
And it's not that it means Trump is some wonderful,
It's a dirty deed, and we want it done dirt
right.
cheap.
It's not that everybody thinks Trump is some wonderful human being. They're just looking at the problem, saying, "Well, I don't know that a wonderful human being can solve that."
You're right. And the only one look, if somebody says, "All right, it's my fault about Trump," he's still relevant.
Yeah.
It's the Biden administration
No,
and the
you're right.
Democrats.
You're right.
You've done such a poor job.
Oh, yeah.
And you've run this economy and this country into the ground to
And
the
you've
point
left
where
him in charge.
you had a chance and you've totally destroyed everything. So you're the reason, because now he's relevant again. He's like, I'm still here and I can get this thing going right.
I think even their Trump derangement syndrome has a lot to do with it, because they wouldn't let him go.
No.
He was out.
You're right.
He was a defeated presidential candidate, and all y'all could do was get on TV and talk about him and continue to file charges and kept him in the headlines.
Blame everything
and made
on
him a hero for the anti-government movement.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Greg, if saving America's a dirty job, then I'm the man to do it. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When they get there, they find the car with tires burst. They find some other police already there, EMT and fire truck, and our friend at the wheel with his face bleeding and completely passed out. So,
What?
Do I have everybody's attention now? Is everybody with me?
Rick.
So the wife goes over and smells his breath and comes back and literally says to our police friend, "I cannot believe my husband is drunk and is passed out at the wheel," which infuriates our law enforcement friend who we all go to church with, and he begins to really get kind of upset with him. And how have you done this to your family? How have you done this? Have you done that? And, of course, he is not coherent enough to say anything, but he keeps shrugging his shoulders like, I don't know what's going on. Well, now we have to backpedal a little bit. Now, this goes into a whole thing where he's like being told he needs to call the pastor, he needs to do all this stuff. And he said, I don't know what happened. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I don't know what happened. Well, Mr. Garnett does not have the healthiest eating habits, and he's talked about this. And even though he tries to keep himself in good shape, he has not done well with his health. And so the doctors have gone so far as declared that his sugar has gotten so bad that he had just started taking insulin shots. Okay? Well, he doesn't really know about the diabetic world because he's new to it. And
you can go off the scale either way.
Yes. So you have experienced
too much or not enough.
Your wife can be hypoglycemic,
which is opposite of diabetic.
So his daughter is a nurse, and so the next day, he's being lambasted by his wife, and he's like, "I was not drunk." And of course, they said, "Well, your breath smelled like you were drunk. It smelled like you've been drinking wine and all this kind of stuff." He said, "I'm telling y'all, I was not drunk. That did not happen. Do you think I would do that knowing I was coming home for dinner?" And and all this. So
he has to go through this whole ordeal of having to talk to the church because, he serves in leadership. I don't know what happened. His face is all whatever. So then the daughter, who is a nurse or studying to be a nurse, called the doctors that she knows and started giving the symptoms. And they said, did his eyes look like this? Yes. Did his breath smell like this? Yes. He said he was in a diabetic coma. So he goes completely out because he had not eaten and he was pushing off eating so long. He passes out into a diabetic coma, and he says he has no recollection whatsoever of his car driving around, going down to this graveyard, doing this. Somehow he's coherent enough. He said, I obviously ran into a curb and busted my tires. I rode on the rims for a while. His head hit the steering wheel because it's bleeding. And so they so I have said, what do you have a memory of? He said, the only thing I remember is going to the ER. And, of course, I don't know how they didn't diagnose it. They start treating him like he's somebody who's had too much to drink, and they don't do anything. I mean, somebody could have died in his sleep, with these diabetic comas. And so
I'm confused. If he had not eaten, does that mean did he go the other way? Did the medicine he was taking carry him into not enough sugar in his system? He passed out?
I guess. Because I know that Betty passes out when she does this, but I can't believe the vehicle. But he said it's a miracle from God that I didn't kill myself, hit somebody else, run into something, and he said, so I'm lucky to be alive and lucky that no one else was harmed by me. And so he's going to see the doctor this week, and they're going to have to say, look, buddy, there's certain things that you have to watch because, and I talked to some other people in law enforcement, they said they've dealt with this before, that they'll completely pass out if they don't get their sugar right at the wheel. I didn't realize.
Yeah, too much you pass out, not enough you pass out.
Right, and so
he's got to be in the range.
He went on an adventure riding around in the car to the point
Does he remember getting in his car to begin with? And,
yeah.
And why did he turn and go?
He said he passed out. He said the only thing I remember is getting in the car to go home. And then I woke up in the ER with everybody shouting at me and my wife mad at me that I'd pitched a drunk and a guy from our church telling me I need to call the pastor.
Good gracious.
Please don't miss that part. Don't miss. He spends 24 hours being treated like he's gone on a bender, and he's hollering saying, "I did not do this." He has to call the pastor and go, "I don't know what happened, but I'm telling you, I wasn't drinking." Well, I've already been contacted. I understand you. He said, "Look, I was not drunk. I'm telling you." So
I feel sorry for his lovely and understanding wife, Lynn.
He said it was interesting to watch her. He said she's sitting across from me. Of course, I have bandages on my head now.
Yeah.
And he said, and she's going, "I'm so sorry that I was so mean to you. I thought you had." He goes,
"Is there video of them being mean to Mark?"
Bubba, when he
catch us on the phone
if y'all knew the guy from law enforcement because he's a legend in the church, and he's
It's past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. All right, let's discuss CB Distillery. I always want to call that
CBDBDB.
because that's what young Broderick called DVDs. DVDs. CBDistillery.com. Go there right now. By the way, he loves when I bring it up from his wife, too. He's a married man now. But anyway, if your medicine cabinet is crammed with stuff that doesn't work, you keep thinking, all right, I'm trying to get a good night's sleep. Everybody keeps giving me all this garbage, some of it with addictive properties, and I'm still not sleeping any better. Well, why don't you make the change to CBDistillery.com? Their targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, no fluffs, no fillers, just pure effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In the non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, 80% said it helped them with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said it helped them sleep better. So go to CBDistillery.com if you'd like to find out more and get 20% off. We'll get you a discount right now because you're a Rick and Bubba fan. CBDistillery.com. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. That link will get you 20% off as well. So we mentioned a little bit of the caucus. Now the other big story, at least if you're a college football fan, is Alabama did name their new football coach while we were away, or not long after we left, I guess on Friday, was it? I don't know. So it is Kevin DeBoer, and I think we're saying that right. I'm kind of proud of us so far. He was the coach at Washington. Anybody surprised by that hire?
He's been very successful. He's moved up through the ranks fairly quick. I mean, it wasn't too many years ago he was at Fresno State. But he's produced a winning program everywhere he's gone. So I don't know a lot of the details of the hiring process other than that. Of course, the comedy in some of this is that, past trips to the Great Northwest to get coaches for Alabama or Auburn have not worked out, especially.
They have not. They have not.
And that's no indication of what will happen here.
No.
But I think he, is somebody that they had their eye on and went and got him.
Well, I know that Washington was going to offer him double to stay, which would have got him to 4.2, something like that, I think, to stay. And I don't know what there were rumors about what Alabama paid him, but it seems like it was something along those lines. Right. But obviously, somewhere in that neighborhood, so he could double his salary and stay, or double his salary and go to Alabama. So he decided to go to Alabama, obviously. And you always joke around. I mentioned about the winter weather that he'll laugh that everybody completely shut down. He'll foolishly walk into a grocery store and go, man, these people are. It's worse here than I thought. This is like a third world country, but because there won't be anything on the shelves. But you wonder about the adjustment. It is a different culture. I don't want to overplay that, but it is. Yeah. It is. If you think that people got excited about Husky football,
I guess you saw the crowd when you arrived. I mean, that's a standard thing. You got to get out and support the coach when they first arrive.
Do you think it was bad luck? Not that we believe in any of that, but do you think it was bad luck that nobody ran out and kissed him like they did Saban?
Had a little better security this time, I guess.
Yeah. So in his press conference when he was announced and everything, he was pretty much told the students would give him 3 games. And his reaction. We have the video.
Everybody in the room here knows that it took Coach Saban a couple of seasons to come up to speed before he started, winning championships and such. I've spoken to students, and these are young people, mind you, who say they're going to give you 3 games. Can you talk about that pressure and dealing with it?
I got 3. Okay, I was making sure I had that many. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I'm going to ask our guys to bring their best energy, attitude, and effort. I'm going to ask my staff to bring their best energy, attitude, and effort. I'm going to ask myself, and I hope that's what they ask of me, and that's all they're asking me. We bring the best energy, attitude, and effort. We got to work. We got to be smart. We got to have very skilled people, whether it's players, whether it's staff. We got to have people that are relentless. We got to have people that are driven. Driven is deeper than being motivated. Something that's deep within. I understand that there's a piece and I'm all about winning. I'm never going to shy away from it. One of our main slogans, we call it Maxim, is winners win because that's what winners do. And we're not going to shy away from winning and the importance of that. But we're going to focus on the process. We're going to focus on those things. And when we have the foundation that we have and we have the right people, we understand there's going to be tough times. There was tough times this last year, and we got through it. They got through it because they focused on not winning, but focused on the process. I believe that. I know how Coach Saban is, and I've already heard from the players on, how they regrouped, asked them some questions specifically about that. And so all my experiences, I think, lend to being able to handle. I was in a program and when you're at a small college, it's not seen by as many people and there's not as many voices. But I will tell you this, that your desire to win and the amount of effort you put into trying to win a championship, it's not any different. Because if you're focused on having this experience for the kids and them hosting a trophy, you pour everything into it and it just hurts just as bad if you fall short. And so, we'll pour everything into these guys and we'll focus on the process. We'll have a foundation of understanding how we're going to respond to adversity when it comes, because we understand that that's part of it as well.
So I heard you guys discussing off air today. I had not heard this. Is there some kind of murmur that Saban is going to keep in office?
Yes.
That now I got 2 thumbs up that people are saying that's going to
happen. I heard too.
Roger that.
Well, I heard it from your brother, so I can't.
No, that's a fact.
It's a fact?
Fact.
That's a bad idea.
I agree.
That is a bad idea.
It sends a bad message for sure.
It's kind of goes back to the two cooks in the kitchen.
Oh yeah.
And if you the new coach has got to do things his way. I mean that's part of being a coach. So if somebody that's there, gets told I can't do this, and that's the way we used to do it, do you run down to Coach Saban and tattle, or you know what I mean? It's just sometimes that's a difficult deal. It doesn't matter who the team is.
When a legend, and now
Especially, my goodness.
we're talking about now maybe the best college football coach that there's ever been.
Talking GOAT here.
Yeah, any legend, if they hang around, I've seen it at 2 other colleges that I'm certain about. It does not work. It is problematic for the coach, and usually that program gets back on their feet when they realize that was a bad idea and they stop that.
Right.
Because a coach has to come in, and Saban was this, and the other person is going to need the same thing that Saban demanded, and that is, this is my program. I'm running it. I'm the office in the hall that you don't want to be sent to. Okay, I'm the dictator, and this is my team, and the way we do things, win, lose, or draw, will be my decision ultimately, and they'll take on my personality. And if that doesn't work, you can fire me.
Right.
But I'm not going to be sitting here, and if something starts, say we don't play well the first game, suddenly y'all tell Saban to stick his head in my office and have a word with me. I'm not. Or everybody wants me to go down there and talk to Saban, whether he wants to or not. Everybody keeps bringing it up.
So
and you can bet the fan base.
Saban still remains employed by Alabama Athletic in an advisory role. His office is going to be at Bryant-Denny Stadium, about a mile or so from DeBoer's office in the Malmore Athletic Facility.
So that's what I was going to ask. Do you think this is more of a symbolic thing for fans?
If they're smart,
and players and recruits,
in actuality, I mean, because we know that Coach Saban has a $17 million house in Florida now. So, I mean, how do you make that commute? How does that work?
I got you. I'm more, and this is not a negative because I have tremendous respect for Coach Saban, and I think Coach Saban will want to do the right thing, but there's certain things that all of us who have some sort of skill set, if you have one, and we all do to some degree, but some of us, you can say all day long, I don't want to do this, but it's who you are.
Right.
You can't help it.
That's it.
And you're not even trying to be negative. You're not even trying to be an interferer. That's just who you are.
Yep.
I mean, you can't be that close to something that you're an expert on and not start being part of it.
Yeah.
It's and so I'm not saying, I just think it's a distraction to the new coach. I know it is probably symbolic, and I get all that. I know that they're not trying to make it a problem, but I promise you it will be. That's too big a shadow.
That's a big one.
That has people hung in between the transition of one era to the next. And you got to move on to the next thing. And I will say this, honestly, I was surprised by the hire. I'm not saying it's a bad hire. I was just surprised by it. I mean, he's a good football coach. There's no question about that.
Now, it did get some other coaches a nice extension.
Sure, it always does.
Yeah, so Sark signed a 4-year extension.
Sark says thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take that.
We just didn't hear a lot about the Dabo thing. That was it was really quiet.
Well, I had somebody that said that they thought that there would be some negative Dabo, and so he didn't want to be part of that.
And I love
again. Why would you be negative?
My goodness,
he's been nothing but wildly successful.
Well, it's Bubba. You're talking about people that were negative.
He
about
made a
Saban.
comment that he likes to build a program, not just go put an all-star team together every year, and that didn't go over well. Everybody thinks that's what you got to do now.
DeBoer is saying the right things back to him. He said he spoke for the first time to Saban on Friday, then called him again for their second conversation Saturday morning. He said, I would be a fool not to let him be 100% accessible to the program. I'm going to ask him to show up every day and give me at least one thing. He'll probably have 10, but I'm going to be good with that.
The second
That's
call
the right
was,
thing to say.
The second call was actually to ask where the coffee filters were.
Okay.
So, yeah. It's the right thing to say, but it's not the right thing to do.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That the scene, everybody says he has him and he's dragging him out of the car. That time he ought to be ashamed of himself. He's embarrassed his Lord and Savior and embarrassed his family.
Oh, really?
And he needs to get his act together. And how could he do this to all the people that have been so good to him? and he's trying to shrug his shoulders, saying that's not what happened, but he can't communicate. It's not. Hey, everything's okay, so we can chuckle, and certainly Garnett doesn't care if you laugh. But I asked him, I said, "Can I tell this story?" He said, "If for no other reason, tell it for other people who have diabetics in their family or hypoglycemia or what, but each ends of the spectrum." He said, "I've lived it." Now, how he was maneuvering that car around, he said they looked back on his history. He said at one point I was just circling the graveyard, just driving around.
Now, is this did he have tires at that point?
He got on rims somewhere headed over to the Shell station. And people had called the police because they said there's a man passed out at the wheel here and his face is bleeding. And he said that right here on his forehead is the imprint of the steering wheel.
Good night.
Can you believe that?
My goodness. It's called ketoacidosis.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
So he's going to. I didn't know you could keep functioning at all, though. And he said he doesn't remember any of it.
Well, because like you're saying, go back to when everybody's trying to find the car, and in their mind, like you're talking about, they pull up and they think it's not going to be Mark there because somebody has stolen everything, and it's somebody else.
When he described his wife,
it's him.
When he described his wife screaming to the guy from the church, "I cannot believe my husband is drunk," and he gets in trouble. He goes 24 hours in a lot of trouble. Wow. Until he start trying to get proof that that's not what happened. Top of the hour, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now Bubba's looking back. They were like texting about his new health challenges. Tuesday. Right before this happened.
Yep.
Look, I friendship.
I think I can mark that off my list now.
Well, when you look at friendships, the minute he asked to address us as a group, I thought, something big is coming here. This is a big story. Because he's trying to just tell it one time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I kind of want to know what he's doing for lunch.
Well, now, let me tell you what's funny is his daughter has just gotten engaged. Congratulations to his daughter and her husband-to-be. So they had a little engagement, welcome the new couple, not far from the house. So, of course, you're sitting there. It's funny how it goes back and forth. Certainly you want to go over and tell the couple, congratulations. His daughter's a wonderful woman of God, and so is her husband-to-be, too. Just the kind of couples that you won't see more of. But I want to say that I was going up there totally to support them. But I really got up from the ball game and went over there because I had to see what Mark looked like. Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, I was there for them as well. Yeah. But when here he comes. So when I
want to see the damage.
Oh boy.
Buddy, Mark Garnett, you're live on the air.
All right?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Well, you know what? I don't have a bandage over my head.
No, you don't. You're not. Apparently, you're not in the Revolutionary War with the drum and fife and marching in the corps.
Yeah, I've told the story with your permission, and I was just talking about coming over to celebrate your daughter and her husband-to-be. That celebration, and I went certainly to support them. But I must admit, the intrigue to see what you look like was strong.
Well, sure, absolutely. It's always it's literally it's bottleneck at a car wreck. And so in this case, you just happened to be at an engagement party.
Yeah, and Greg wants to know what it was like to have an entire day of your wife apologizing to you.
Yeah, man, that's awesome.
That was an interesting little tactic. I didn't see that one coming. And so, yeah, it's been a surreal week, and when the smoke clears, I'm thankful to be alive. I can't believe how merciful God is, how gracious he is. It was a stark reminder that life is precious, and we've got to take care of ourselves. And you and I have joked a lot about diet and about or lack of and lack of concern about health and this and that and so forth. It jolted me into the reality that I've got to watch what I eat. I have to watch the medicine I take. I have to be careful. I have to monitor myself at all times. And that's really, it sounds like common sense, but I think a lot of people with what I call silent deadly diseases like diabetes and hypertension, where you don't really feel it, it's easy for it to go unchecked. And so the lesson I learned was don't ever take it for granted and check it constantly.
It's so weird to hear you be responsible, by the way.
Mark, can you tell us a little bit about when you came to and they were shaking you and getting on to you?
Well,
shaming you, wouldn't that be the term now?
Yeah, shaming is the right word. But you know what? To their defense, that's exactly what it looked like. It looked like a guy out of control, and that hey, we're just glad this idiot didn't kill somebody. Lynn stuck her head in, and she was like, oh my goodness,
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Everybody say. So there we go. A lot going on coming up over the next 6 weeks or so. Let's look ahead for some things. Speedy looks like he'll be out and about this week on Friday. If you are part of the Morgan Academy Deer Hunt in the Black Belt, Sacrificial Speedy will be there, willing to hunt for the good of others. But he will speak at the Fish Fry. So enjoy that while you're there on Friday. If you're part of that coming up this weekend. Then looking ahead, I'll be headed up to Long Hollow Church. We're going to talk to Bubba's ham buddy and Pastor Robbie Gallaty this week on Thursday. But next Friday is their men's conference, Long Hollow Church in Hendersonville, Tennessee. David Pollock will be speaking. Scott Dawson will be speaking. I'll be speaking. And there's others. Robbie, of course, will be speaking as well as the pastor of the church. And if you don't have tickets to that, men, you can. And that'll be going on next weekend. And then looking ahead, you got the Man Church conferences coming up. Birmingham, Alabama at the Wright Center, Samford University, February 16th and 17th. There's about 15% of the room still available. Over in Starkville, Mississippi, the land of 96.1. We'll be coming on March 8th and 9th. Just talked to Granger Smith over the weekend. We were texting. Granger Smith will be speaking there on the campus of Mississippi State University there at the theater. Also speaking, Scott Dawson, James Spann, who we're going to hear from next hour. He'll be speaking. Andy Blanks and I'll be speaking. Chuck Hooten doing worship at both Man Church conferences. If you want those tickets before they're all gone, grab those to either the Starkville date, the Birmingham date, or go to both of them. All right, so Bubba, NFL playoffs. It kind of snuck up on me. I haven't seen a lot of NFL. I was having dinner with my wife on Sunday. I looked up where we were eating, and I saw that the Packers were in. Didn't even know they were in. That's how much I've been on top of it.
They showed out too, Rick.
And they put it on the Cowboys. I didn't know what that situation was about, but Helmsley said he had warned Cowboys fans that their 8-0 home schedule was a little bit of a paper tiger, that they only beat bad teams. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It took like probably 6 games before they beat anybody with a winning record.
Okay.
So the Cowboys are struggling, Rick, with postseason. They've got, 3 12-win seasons in a row. Mike McCarthy has done a wonderful job, but they just can't seem to get it done in the playoffs. And, of course, the Dallas faithful are unhappy about this, especially when Bill Belichick is on the table now.
Well, look, Belichick is ready to go. I mean, everybody. I mean, if you hear the word that Belichick's coming, you don't care if he's 81 years old. You'll take him.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's one. The Falco heartwarming story ended.
Yeah, that ended pretty much with 2 pick sixes.
Yeah.
It was a Cinderella story. You know, he was out of football. He was literally carrying his kids to school every day and got a call to come back, set the league on fire. And when you do that with the Browns, you've really done something.
Yeah, got them in the playoffs.
And but wow, it ended brutally.
2 bad throws.
Texans 45-14 over the Browns. C.J. Stroud still having a great season.
He's impressive.
Yeah.
He has done a lot better in the pros so far than I thought he would, at Ohio State.
And how about D'Amico Ryans?
First
year. Wow.
Yeah. Right.
You know, we've had him on the show before. He was real impressive when he played at Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
And, I've always liked him. He's real outgoing, and he's doing a wonderful job. I think he's going to make a wonderful NFL coach down the road.
Detroit Lions
long term.
Have not won the conference since Barry Sanders played there, right?
Well, let me tell you this. Yeah. It was so funny. There was a guy in the front row.
Yeah.
There was a guy in the front row had a sign that said, "I have waited for this my whole life." And he was talking about the Lions hosting a playoff game. It said, "I've waited for this my whole life," and then in big letters under it, literally. And he was like about 30 years old.
And what a game. The Lions beat the Rams 24-23.
Yeah, really, the last game of the weekend was the best. I mean, that game was really good.
Now, from a business standpoint, I'm really intrigued by this Chiefs-Dolphins thing.
Yeah.
It was cold.
Yeah.
It was the 4th coldest NFL game at start time in history. -4 degrees, straight up temperature, wind chill in the -20s. And it was, the ground looked like concrete. And it was so cold, Patrick Mahomes' helmet exploded, which we've never seen.
No
And
doubt.
I
Yeah.
can't help but think the cold weather had something to do with that.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Here it is right here. We're looking at it, and the helmet actually, they say, breaks.
Yeah, have you seen the hole in it, Rick?
No, I haven't seen. No, I see something coming off there. Yeah, I see a piece coming off
now,
the
wait
helmet.
till you see a good still shot of him with it on.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so a piece of it came out and it cracked up through the top.
So let me ask you this. I did not see that part of the game. So did the referee stop and make him go get another helmet? And do they have another helmet?
You're actually
ready
supposed
go?
to call a timeout for an equipment change, but he got a freebie.
Oh, did he?
And so he
kept playing with a hole in his helmet?
No, he went and grabbed the backup helmet and they got it on, and he was trying to get it situated on his head and everything.
His helmet barely fits anyway.
I know.
It's like it sits like up here.
Right. So, Bubba, here's what I want to ask you.
And then do you have that communications gear in there? And all that?
Yeah, it had the green sticker on it. Yeah.
Adler, did you have something you want to say? I was going to ask about the fact that it was on Peacock only, and I want to know if Bubba bought Peacock to watch.
I did.
Yeah, see?
I did. No, I was just going to comment on the cold.
Yeah.
It was cold.
But we can go whatever direction.
Yeah. This is really cool here.
Yeah, this video is going super viral of a person taking a water bottle out of a fridge at the stadium, takes it out of the fridge, and then it instantly freezes in his hands.
What in the world?
But this is a little bit different than it looks. That water was technically already frozen temperature. When you disrupt something that's like super cold like that already, it does this weird freezing thing. So it was already below freezing, and then he disrupted the water a little bit, and that makes the structure of it change, or something happens.
It looks to me like it looks to me like it's warmer in the cooler than it is outside.
Right, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks
did
like.
y'all see too? I don't know if this is right or not. Now, hot water does freeze quicker than cold water, which is kind of funny.
That's crazy.
But have you seen the video of the girl in Canada who's pouring out the hot water? I mean, it's steaming like boiling, and it literally just makes a coil where she's pouring it out. It freezes.
No, I haven't seen it.
No.
Wow.
I did see Andy Reid's
I don't know
frozen
if that's
mustache.
fake or not.
Yes.
Yeah.
It bothered me. I was like, somebody give him something.
So when we come back, I want to unpack this business
that
decision because, there's no doubt that this was the biggest push. In the past, they did some streaming-only games.
Yeah.
But there's a playoff game. It's the only place you can watch it. And I'm interested in what kind of numbers they got.
Well, everybody was pretty mad about it. I know that.
Yeah, until they wrote the check to them and watched it. So we'll see how many people stuck to not watching it because of it.
And we got 2 more games tonight.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So Colony Ridge, this story's really heated up. Now you almost have Glenn Beck and the developer down there kind of going at it. But you saw the docuseries. If you're watching what's going on, I mean, Colony Ridge is a community, and we use that word loosely, that is set up and is almost completely to house illegals coming through the unsecured border. It's like third world conditions in many of the videos that we saw. So what is going on with Colony Ridge? Well, Glenn Beck is all over this, and you can watch it in his docu-series. They're selling 200 lots per week, and of course that's the stuff we're providing for the illegals when they come in. And now they're building this community there. Like I say, the developer, he says 35,000. He said he's doing a good thing. Locals say it's at least double that. So we're talking about 8 million illegals at the border since Biden took office. They think it's going to be 10 million by the time that he finally is hopefully done or gets his second term. So right now, if you'd like to see this, you need to be a Blaze subscriber. But if you're not, then you can be one. Just go to blazeoriginals.com. Blazeoriginals.com. Use the code Colony Ridge. That's going to be $30 off your annual subscription. Now, inside your Blaze TV subscription, you get this and all sorts of other programming, including an hour of the Rick and Bubba Show every day. So go right now to blazeoriginals.com and use the code Colony Ridge for 30% off your annual subscription.
By the time Joe Biden's out of office, there will be about 10 million new people in here. If you have 10 million people coming in, where are they living? Look at the size of this.
The fastest growing development in Texas is just a 30-minute drive from Houston. Any idea of how many are illegal? The majority. The majority. The majority.
I'm like Sears and Roebuck. I have a product, I created it, I sell it.
Does it bother you at all, just culturally, in America, to have 150,000 people that are speaking another language?
Own something of your own home. That's what we're trying to create for people here.
If it's the American dream, why don't you advertise in English?
They are going against humanity, against Americans, non-Americans, a lot of races, a lot of people.
Like, we were dumb for even falling into this. But I mean, what do we do? What do we do?
If you import the third world, you end up becoming more third world.
I've served in Afghanistan. Every war-torn or third world country always has that same distinct smell, and it's the smell of burning trash.
You can see all the undeveloped lots. This could become massive.
Gunfire shooting up there, just pow, 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 coming in front of my house.
My wife's advice was, don't piss off any cartels. I said, I'll try.
Is this the future for America? Because this is the path we're on as an entire country. This is a completely new population.
In the third quarter, Antonio Bush from Fairfield High School in California picks off an interception from the quarterback, and then for some reason it gets turned around and goes 60 yards the wrong way, and one of his own teammates has to run him down. So watch this. So we'll see. Right, all right. So,
about it.
All right. So watch for the pick. Somehow he gets turned around on the pick and goes the other way.
There you go. Yeah.
All right,
yeah. He caught it. He's just advancing it down the field.
Yeah. So here he goes. I mean, he's going. And look, his teammate's after him and has to shoestring him.
But like we pointed out earlier, those two guys in the white on the team, they bought it too. Yeah. Now, they're going to laugh and make fun of the guy, and then you're going to point and go, well, y'all thought he was going to because y'all were chasing him.
Right.
He was thinking about taking that ball to the house and just got the wrong way.
Well, I mean, Helmsy had a good point.
That is better than the Marshall
steal his
run,
train of thought here, but Helms, you think he might be a two-way guy and you just lost
I
it?
need to think he is a receiver as well, maybe even a tight end.
And that old muscle memory
because
just took
when
over.
you see him, he makes a offensive football move. Watch. Turn and go.
Yeah,
so
even stiff armed.
It's not like he gets twisted around and confused.
Right.
He makes a football move once he catches it.
Yeah, there's so many things in this video to look for.
And I love the fact that he's mad right there. He didn't get in the end zone. He's hitting the field.
Yeah, let's not forget the guy that looks like he is an injured player over here.
Yeah, he can't
in
believe
a sweatsuit. And look at the defense. They're all like hands on the helmet. Like, what are you doing? Wait a minute, where's he going?
One guy was pointing for him to go the other way.
But look at these two.
So many
these two on the
things.
opposing team. They're chasing him.
Please look at that guy. He's mad on the sideline. Look, you can't believe
Look,
it.
the guy.
He knows
Look, all right, I found another thing to watch. Watch the player in the white uniform that's the nearest to catching him.
Yeah.
He does not know why that guy tackled him. You see the guy tell him, and then he goes down and starts talking to the guy on the ground. Watch. There we go. 6 minutes past. Thank you, Ken Osborne. Hey, good to have you back for the 30-year celebration. The gang all here, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Put your hands together and welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Glad to be here, Rick, and thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba, where we all caucus together.
Yes, Span is supposed to join us this hour. For those of you that are in the wintry situation, wherever you are, that's a lot of Rick and Bubba markets.
Span will update you on that. I was just trying to get into this before we went to the break, and we have other things to talk about today. Because when you're watching a shift in the industry and in people's viewing habits, we know streaming is here to stay until something better comes along. And this is the way a lot of people get their content. It's getting less and less that people are using cable or satellite dishes. There's so many. I know that the younger generation, they don't even consider that. They just set up their Rokus and set up their streaming services and their smart TVs, and they roll. So anyway, but this is the first time that the NFL took something as prominent as a playoff game. Kansas City Chiefs, prominent team, Dolphins, and said, well, you'll have to come to Peacock only for that, because NBC, I think, paid $110 million for the rights to that. I think that number is pretty accurate for them to have the streaming rights to it on their app. So the NFL said, we'll give you a playoff game. Thank you. And so then you think, and the way our business works, can I now turn that into a profit even on the short term and the long term? The long term more important than the short term. And the numbers are in. Now, I was looking at some other numbers for when they tried this on just a regular season game in December, I think maybe last year, 2022.
Okay. Well, they do the Thursday night game, isn't it, streaming?
Yeah, that's
NFL
Amazon.
Network.
That's a different
Amazon Prime.
That's
Prime.
Yeah, that's Prime. But
that's a different streaming. But I was just talking about
it's not a playoff game,
right? Well, that's
Man, y'all don't jump on Greg so much.
No. My point is that.
Well, I was about to tell you, when they did a Peacock game on regular season, they got about 5.7 million, I think, and they're saying now this playoff game 23 million.
Yeah.
So now it's hard to figure the money on that, because first of all, we know you got the 110, you paid for it, but you also have, I can do a monthly package or I can go subscribe for the year. So it's hard to figure the numbers.
Well, how many new subscribers have they had in the last 7 days? I think that'd give you.
Well, they got you.
Yeah, I know.
So there's one.
Yeah.
So
$5.
If you
cancel anytime.
Right, but well, you ever tried to cancel one of those?
Yeah,
but anyway,
it's actually pretty easy to cancel these streaming services.
And I think
trust me.
And I think they need to
cancel
get
a
that.
bunch of them.
Yeah, and I think they need to make it that way because I think they're you can still make money on the short time people, but if you make it such a hassle for them to cancel, people are going to go.
It's easy.
Yeah. Good.
Well, how much
That's
is
easy.
NBC saying they made on the game?
It doesn't say.
Publicized.
Yeah,
I thought they'd probably be a lot of.
What was
commercials?
What was so interesting about it is the game. I believe both games Saturday were on NBC, and the Browns, and I could have that wrong. I think they were. Let me see here. I see
it wasn't on the Peacock.
No, but what I'm saying is they left it on NBC, the network, right up to kickoff, and they said now we're switching over to Peacock.
Oh yeah,
and really teased everybody, and then just took it away.
No, when I was watching, and I thought it was great. It might have been the Cowboys and the Packers. I can't remember. They were promoting, and because they knew they had you, and they were saying, Kansas City and Dolphins are coming up. If you have not subscribed to Peacock, here's the monthly package. Here's the
that was
annual.
The Browns and Texans.
It was because I turned over there, and so they're promoting that whole game.
Right.
If you want Kansas City, Miami, which is the way you do it.
Yeah.
And it goes back to this. There's no victim if the provider of the content is telling those that desire the content, here's how you get it, and everybody is okay with that, and they want to do that. So if this may be. This may be the future, and to some degree. But if these streaming services or these companies like NBC go, I tell you, the old Peacock, got us 23 million subscribers on one NFL game. We like that. I mean, that's a good number. On streaming. It's a huge number. It's the biggest streamed event ever, right? Yeah,
that's what it says.
Yeah. So but see, that's what you're looking for, because you go, okay, is the product that I'm putting on the app, is it so sought after that we could have a record number of people who are willing to do it? And the answer, by the way, is yes.
Yes.
Because they did it. And I know some of us may not like that, or we're older, we don't like change, and I certainly understand that. I'm as guilty of that as anybody. But you have to understand what you don't want to be is somebody that says, well, this is never going to go. Nobody will go for this. and then all your competition goes into streaming, making lots of money, and you're still over there going, well, I don't want to do streaming. Okay, well, you can go to the house then. So because this is the shift of the industry, and so we see it all around. I mean, it's I looked at the archive numbers that we were getting at the end of the year of people going back and listening to the show in their own time, and that audience isn't as big as the live audience yet, but it's growing. And plus I like the idea that you can catch it live and go pick up any parts you lost, because I want everybody to consume as much of this content as they can. Not everybody can do that in their daily schedule.
Let's just look at some rough numbers with assumptions, okay? Mm-hmm. You said 23 million watched the game.
Yep.
So let's take 23 million and say each one of them spent $6 on the game, okay, just in round figures. That gets you 138 million.
So you're already in profit.
So you made $38 million by doing that
on one game,
right?
And you paid for the whole. You wrote that check for a relationship.
Yeah. So it looks like it, and again, that's not. It's impossible to exactly track with the numbers we have, but it looks like it was, a positive.
But I think that's a good stab at it. I mean, you're probably maybe even being underplaying what they make, because they got some annuals out of that.
So bottom line, let's just say. You tick off a few things for here and there. Let's say they made 25 million. Say they made 125 gross, 25 net. That's a 25% return on the investment. I think they would do that on everything. That's lower than some industry. But for broadcasting, that's probably pretty good.
Well, you also go into this. I didn't see it. I assume they sold commercials too, didn't they?
Yeah, and that was a big complaint from people. It's like, well, it ought to be commercial free if you're asking for my subscription. But again, Peacock taking advantage of it. According to Nielsen's ratings here, it says we reported 23 million viewers on Peacock, NFL Plus, and on NBC affiliates in Kansas City and Miami. They said 27.6 million people were reached for the game.
So then you go back to this residuals. I don't care about Peacock until y'all gave me a playoff game. Now I'm in here looking around. I'm going, hey, you know what? I didn't know y'all had this in here.
Right.
Whoa, look over there. There's Seinfeld. I didn't know all this was in here.
Right.
So now I may just stay. So there's all kinds of marketing that goes into it that produces residual return as well. So. I mean, for Peacock, it was a great idea.
Yeah,
for the NFL, they got to decide if it was a good deal for them.
I wonder on cost on delivering the server space required to take care of that many people versus satellite time, paying your affiliates, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. It'd be a big spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And people forget about things. I know Greg's been complaining about it. They'll subscribe and then forget about it and keep it going.
Oh, yeah.
They had a big 50% off annual subscription, which came down to about $2.50 per month for the first year. Then it bumps back up to like whatever it is, $60 or whatever. But a lot of people took advantage of that, cancel any time. But for $2.50 a month for the first year, they took advantage of it.
Smart. I mean, the whole thing is smart. Now, whether you like it or not, that's different. Did it work?
Yeah.
And I think everybody involved would say, yes, it did.
Yeah, because a lot of people got it and goes, I'll cancel it, and then they never do.
Yeah, or you just got the money on the front end pretty good.
Yeah.
Your phone calls are next, 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba.
He knows.
Look, all right, I found another thing to watch. Watch the player in the white uniform that's the nearest to catching him.
Yeah.
He does not know why that guy tackled him. You see the guy tell him, and then he goes down and starts talking to the guy on the ground. Watch Dreadlocks right here. He's like, what are you doing, man? And then, look, he tells him, look what happened.
He turned around and goes, you're right, Rick.
Uh-huh. That's what I'm saying. There's so many things.
Those guys were chasing him. They thought it too.
Yeah, and he can't believe that his own teammate would tackle him. And you see the guy explain it to him. Then he starts ragging the guy like, you went the wrong way.
How does that
shoestring tackle right there?
How does that rank against the most famous, I think, and that's the Jim Marshall run for the Vikings?
Yeah, they even refer to it. They do refer to it.
Most definitely. I mean, that's the gold standard of all of them.
Hey, poor old Jim Marshall.
That's all he's known for.
I mean, he's a doggone legend.
If he'd have just won the Super Bowl, he could have got that off of him.
But there was no catching Jim Marshall. He was
he took it to the house.
Adler, see if you can find Jim Marshall wrong way run.
Yeah,
it'll come
Please
up
look
when
at
you
that
put
guy.
in
It's
Jim
in the
Marshall
story.
wrong way. It'll come up.
Yeah.
I just want to look at it to compare.
To compare. But you're right. There's so many things. This current video we're watching, every time to watch somebody different and their reaction
I know.
of how they're trying, how they're trying to process it all.
Yeah. Adler, pull up the butt fumble.
Classic.
Adler, pull up.
It still owns me.
Adler, pull up 1716 Auburn, Alabama. So we're just taking famous runs in football history.
Yeah.
Look, I will tell you the
Jim Marshall.
Yeah, here Jim Marshall picks up fumble right here. It comes, Bubba. Are you ready? It was against the 49ers this day in football history. So here we go. We're looking at it, right?
Brody.
Yeah, he's trying to get some yardage. The ball comes out.
So he should go to the left, and here he goes to the right.
And funny, nobody's chasing him.
Nobody's chasing him.
Can't believe it.
And he is taking it to. I mean, he's got a.
So right here, you're the referee. What do you right there? What do you do? What happened?
It's a 2 point.
That's right here.
It's a safety. It's a safety. Yeah. I like how Jim throws it up.
Slung the ball.
Slung the ball up in the air.
Oh, he was short.
Like he said.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 21 minutes past. Phone calls coming in, 866. We Be Big is the number. The real Greg Burgess has got your phone calls for you now. We'll get you lined up, get you ready to go. Span will join us in the next segment to kind of let us know what's going on, the latest, and maybe a little more clear picture on some of the winter weather impacting some Rick and Bubba markets today, and potentially even where we are, but we'll see. So if you want to join us, you can. All 10 lines are available. We've talked about a lot early on in the program today, and you can join us and comment as well. And if you roll right now, lines are available. You will get in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Cowboy says he'd like for us to help him with the debate with his wife. Cowboy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Good, guys. How y'all doing?
We're good.
We're great.
So we have a 3-month-old son. His name is Bronner. It's spelled Brawner, the family name.
Yep.
And with some of the Easter and stuff coming up, she wants to put him in like some smock outfits. And I'm, I ride horses, rodeo, and I like to hunt, fish. I want to dress my son more country and kind of Western. So I need some help here.
Now, are you talking about for a ceremony at church or what?
Are you just talking about Easter Sunday? Is that what you're talking about?
No, sometimes she probably wants to do it just in general. Maybe just out and about, or sometimes to church.
A smock?
But I'm fine with the Easter Sunday outfit. But maybe like just a random Sunday, or if we go out somewhere, try to put them in something like that. And I don't know.
Have you?
I'm not sold on it.
Have you had this discussion with her and say, do you not see what I see? That we think he looks like a little girl in this outfit, and I'd like to dress him something that's a little more boyish. Have you tried that approach?
I have.
And
how'd that go?
And she still says, but he'll look so cute. I'm like, but I want people to know he is a boy.
Right.
I might go with this argument that society has confused the gender so much.
That's good.
That you don't want him to be confused. And, in the old days, that might have been okay, but you probably need to be more clear now.
That's wisdom right there, Cowboy.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Bubba they just dropped wisdom because you can use the confusion of today to make a point we never had access to.
Yeah. Right. So she's going with like a Raggedy Ann and Andy look, kind of?
Well, I've seen this before where like new mamas or whatever will take little baby boys, okay, and they'll bring them to church, and and they put them in these onesie kind of things, and some onesies look like little boys, but some don't, and what it sounds like Cowboy's struggling with some that don't, and but I think Cowboy will call that speech the now more than ever. And you roll, you walk that road. Yeah. And I think
now more than ever, we need to be clear on gender.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I will do that. I think y'all appreciate it.
That's your play.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping
I think that's an argument you can win.
I do too. I really do, because at first, what the things we would deal with would be, hey, here comes husband and daddy overreacting. Mm-hmm. In the times we're living in now, I don't think anybody could ever accuse you of overreacting.
No, you really can't. No.
I think the daddies and the husbands of today are standing on a pretty sturdy platform.
Right.
Yeah. So that's the route. But I've seen this. I mean, it's. Have you had to deal with that, Adler, with Ez?
I got to say, I'm going to tell a quick story from when Ruby was around 2 years old.
Okay.
And Ruby and I, we joke around and stuff, and it's real simple stuff like, hey, Ruby, do you want to eat some trash? That kind of stuff. And she laughs, no, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Y'all play the craziest game.
We're so silly.
Yeah.
Ruby goes, she was 2, something like that. She's like, Daddy, you're a girl. Joking around. She was being sarcastic at that point. Kids know. My point is that kids know. They know that boys are boys and girls are girls, and you're either a boy or you're a girl, and they know. They split them up. Very early on, Ruby would say things like, it's just the girls, when it's just her and mom.
Right.
They know, and it's not the kids that are confused. It's the parents that are confusing these kids.
That's true.
And it's so sad. It's so sad to see, because it's not that complicated. Kids get it real early.
Right. You never thought that this would be something that parents would find mod and desirable to confuse their kid on gender. It seems so odd.
I notice a lot of Hollywood actors have an unbelievably high percentage of trans kids. It's indoctrinating. They're indoctrinating their kids. They're pushing their kids that direction. It's sad to see people using their kids in that way.
Tommy in Alabama. Tommy, go ahead.
Gentlemen, I thought that I heard you guys once say that the mom gets to dress the boy until he's 2, and then the dad takes over.
Different
you
times.
Put him in all that stuff.
Different times, Tommy.
We're
living in different times.
You may be right, but it doesn't hurt to try to, flatten that curve a little further in advance.
If you and I had access to that when we were in this debate, we would have used it. We didn't have it then, bro. I mean, he's got something we didn't have.
Yep.
Yeah, you use it. Josh in Alabama. Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, I see them youngins wear stuff like that, especially male childs. It's kind of weird, but if the old boy's calling to get y'all's advice, his wife's already got his jewels in her purse anyways.
Did he just say, well, anyway.
He did,
yeah,
Rick.
Understood. Yeah,
Sure
and keep in mind, because this happens every time, even on the show, when we're cutting up, some of y'all, I think, miss tongue-in-cheek humor. It's just like you're just a person. You just can't. It doesn't resonate with you. And like sometimes we'll be on here and acting like we're in some situation that we're having fun with, and then I'll tell you one thing, you behind in your man card, and I'm just like, did you not miss it? We were kidding around. I don't think I don't think that you had ever had have an incident that you would stand with any of the men that we work here and not see that we live out our lives as men. And we some of the stuff we're doing on the show, sometimes is us cutting up and having fun. Yeah. And like making fun of a shirt that we have on and things like this, or something. Maybe our wife bought us a shirt or whatever. Hey, get back that in your man guard. And you're just like, you know what? If you've been with this show long enough, I think a lot of us that have opportunities to stand up and be a man, and I can't think of anybody in here that's failed that test. Now your definition of a man might be different than some, but a lot of what we do, kind of like this guy was just doing, is joking around. Okay, I do believe that if Cowboy truly thought this was something that was detrimental to his son, he would say we can't do that. Okay, but it's kind of funny that he would call and ask us that, and it's kind of funny what I need to do. It's really just a comedy bit. It's really all it is, and us just being lighthearted about it. So there's no need. Got him in the Jew, in the drawer, in the man card. It's not really. It's not really that. It's.
You have kind of a pirate look when you do that.
Yeah. It's not really that. It's not really that. All right, we'll be back. James Spann will join us, and when he does, he'll give you the latest updates for those that might be in some sort of wintry situation. Southerners and Arctic blast and ice and snow, not a pretty combination. And we'll let James Spann either bring calm to us or work us into an absolute conniption right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Moultrie's here, and I haven't seen the question today. I'm getting where I don't even worry myself with it now. I just wait till the moment presents itself, and then we see if the audience is able to match Moultrie. If you do, you'll win big today. Got a Moultrie mobile system and the deer feeder, the unlimited. Today, about $400 worth of stuff we're about to give away.
Boy, these cameras are something else.
Boy,
the things
are.
they'll do now. And I sent you, I don't know if I sent you guys or not, because I was trying to get it out last night, the giant hog I got.
Oh, I saw
picture
it.
on that.
I saw big Porky.
Whew, boy, them cameras, there's something.
That's a big old
You just
hog.
don't know what's going on out there when you ain't around. You know it.
If somebody if somebody
ain't
shoots that Big Daddy, we'll take a picture of it and put it out on social media.
And act like we're right.
Act like we're right.
Dan's got me so scared of hogs. I told Chuck back in the office before we got started, I said, I feel like I need a hazmat suit to approach it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Got me scared to death.
I'm terrified.
Yeah. Old church field.
Well, you certainly don't want to be getting good night. Hello.
I may put a saddle on him.
That's a big old.
Oh my
man.
goodness!
You think he'll let you pet him?
All right, straight up, I got to ask a question. All right, so once you see that, I mean, what can you do? Because you can't take them. You can't take enough. My gracious, the way they multiply.
That was last night too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do?
I know.
Well, you got to start getting rid of them because they multiply. You know, with the old joke, multiply like rabbits. Rabbits ain't got a thing on these pigs.
No, and I know people that really take it serious on trying to get rid of them, and they can't take it. They can't take enough.
No, it's just funny. You know, you guys talking about. I talked to somebody that's got them really, really bad. They did the thing where you set up the traps, and you get there, and there's a pile of them in the trap, and you got to take every one of them down, and you got to haul them off, and then. And he said they
have the fence with a one-way gate on it, and they go in, can't get out.
He said then they start knocking the fence down, going nuts. He just said the maintenance on that he finally just quit. He just said it's just too much to deal with.
Yeah.
And I said, well, what are you gonna do? He said, I guess I just live with them and kill them as I can. That's about all you can do.
You know, if we just had a few more Black Panthers, they could control those.
I know. Well,
does the panther have to be black?
Hey,
in this particular conversation, yes.
Well,
based on our guess.
Well, speaking of weird Moultrie pictures, I had one weird thing where some raccoons were eating and some black cat had joined them. Remember that picture I showed you?
Yes, yeah. I know.
Yeah. And probably a little kitten from a panther.
I saw a black cat on the side of the road the other day when I was out riding, and I seriously almost pulled over, took a picture of it to tell y'all I'd found a kitten black panther.
Yeah, sure. Hey, you tell Bubba he's right. I mean, I've seen them.
I know.
I get that.
I know him. I know what I've seen.
Yeah. So anyway, we're going to talk today.
I ain't crazy.
And this is a topic.
I ain't right, but I ain't crazy.
This is a topic we've been asked about a lot, and so today we will be talking to biologist Chuck Sykes. And we're going to talk about CWD today, chronic wasting disease, and parts of the country where sadly it's already taken place. This comes up a lot anytime you start talking about feeders and supplemental feeding or feeding during the season. CWD comes up and people talking about it. So we're going to talk about this and tell you, and you're going to be, educated about it. You're going to be educated on what you need to do and what role that we who hunt and enjoy the great outdoors play in this, and what we need to be looking for and how we can help, and then kind of take some of the fears. And today we're going to do something. I know it's going to be difficult because in the times we're living in, we're going to talk about facts today.
Well, and too, Rick,
it's a new
the hunting rules vary from state to state, and in many times county to county. So you need to check with your local rules. But what we're talking about today, and even some of this effort to limit CWD, has been put together by multiple states.
Yeah.
So
I'm looking at it.
they're working together on that because of the potential harm that this can cause, and we'll talk about it. And I've talked with Chuck about it before, and what is the real threat, what's not, fact, fiction. Matter of fact, I told Chuck we probably need to do a podcast about CWD alone because it is such a big topic that everybody's talking about.
What if we did a podcast? The first half of it was talking to CDB.
Right,
and that's
we had Charlie Daniels band. We call it CDB and CWD.
Or we start a new band called CWD.
What if CDB put on a concert to help raise money for CWD?
Oh, boy.
And with special guest BTO?
That was opening up.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show, America's #1 meal kit. We love this product. You will too. You talk about simple and delicious and saving money. I mean, it's all happening at the same time. If you're a new customer and you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba right now, use the code Bubba. They will give you one free breakfast item for the entire length of your subscription. So, and if you're a lifetime subscriber, breakfast for life. So why don't you go right now and look at the delicious food that their chefs have made available to you. You get all kinds of recipes every week. Try new things. They send you the recipe card. They send you the ingredients. Really cuts down on wasting food, wasting money. So much more economical than having food delivered by some of these delivery services to your door or going through a drive-thru. So why don't you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba right now. Use the code Bubba. Get all these wonderful things. Solve your food bill. Have great meals. Get some variety in the house. And plan these meals out with help from HelloFresh.com and get free breakfast for the life of the subscription. All right, so, Bubba, we got winter weather. That means Mr. Spann joins us. Here we go.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann.
Okay, so James Spann, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you, sir?
I'm blessed. How are you fellas
Good,
doing?
good. So it's, I was laughing, and I know you were, and some of this is not fair on Southerners, but I kept thinking about Alabama's new coach. He just arrived, and he's got to watch Southerners have a conniption over winter weather. I mean, it didn't take long, did it? I mean, he's been in Sioux Falls, he's been in Washington, but what a lot of these people from
he's not ready for the brutality of a Tuscaloosa winter.
No, he's not. But what I'm thinking, James, is you have to kind of give us a break because we don't. It's not that we can't handle it, but it's not worth it for us to invest in all the things you need to roll through this kind of stuff, even from a state standpoint or for individual people. So sometimes with us, because of our climate, it's just simpler to hunker down and then get back after it after it's over. So I think do you think we get a bad rap for losing our minds over 2 inches of snow and 0.001 ice? Do you think that we get a bad rap on that?
It's like in Los Angeles when it rains, they go crazy, right? Absolutely nuts when it rains a half inch. Every part of the country, they've got unusual weather that doesn't happen that often, and they totally freak out. So it's not just us; it happens everywhere.
There you go.
It's just different types of weather in different places. So it is what it is. But
and it can be dangerous because we're not good at maneuvering it. Very good either. And like you say, you can say what you want to. When it comes to this ice stuff, you can have all the four-wheel drives in the world, but if all four wheels are on ice, you're still sliding.
James, a couple of years ago, you were live on the air. I think it was a Saturday morning, and you had a live shot out on the interstate, and there was somebody in a truck out there trying to move. Do you remember that? And you were doing play-by-play, and I was at home just laughing. It was great.
No, that's some of the greatest live television ever. You just put a live camera overlooking an interstate when it's ice. Yeah. And as long as nobody's hurt, it's just fascinating to watch. People try and manipulate the laws of physics to do something that just ain't going to happen. Yeah.
So why don't you tell
James
us?
Is so funny, Rick. Here he comes. He's going to try. Oh, he's going to try it.
You can't get across the bridge. Give me your man card.
He's coming. He broke loose. He broke loose.
All right, so Spann, tell us, I know that some of it is already underway. Others are waiting. What's going to happen later? The Arctic blast makes this a much different situation because what normally is resolved pretty quick, it's not going to get resolved as quick. So talk to us about it.
Yeah, so understand, when you talk about a winter storm, that doesn't necessarily mean snow. Right. For a lot of people listening to us, it will be more in the form of freezing rain, but we've got winter storm warnings in effect this morning in a band all the way from northeastern Texas to Virginia. And this includes parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and points north and east. And in the winter storm warning area, we've got some really good snows that have come down. Nashville, beautiful snow. Florence, Alabama, beautiful snow. Some of the videos coming in are just absolutely gorgeous, and some spots have already received in excess of 3 to 4 inches of snow in that winter storm warning area. The cold air is very deep. They'll stay below freezing all day. Roads are bad. They will not improve today, tonight, or really tomorrow. It's going to be most likely Wednesday afternoon before temperatures go above the freezing mark. But again, that's your main snow band. Now, to the south of that, below the winter storm warning, we have winter weather advisories, and this would include places like Jackson, Mississippi, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Birmingham, Alabama. And for these cities, it's not going to be snow. It's going to be freezing rain or freezing drizzle later today and tonight. And that's liquid. You walk outside, you get wet. We've learned a lot of people don't understand what we mean when we say freezing rain. Some people think it means ice or raindrops freeze and you get ice pellets. Nope, that's sleet. Freezing rain, it's liquid, but temperatures are below 32, and everything gets glazed with ice, exposed objects. And this can include bridges and, in some cases, blacktop roads. So for the winter weather advisories, which go all the way down to Mobile and Baton Rouge, just understand that later today and tonight, you'll have some freezing rain or freezing drizzle, and that could mean icy bridges and maybe even some blacktop roads with ice. So that's the winter storm situation. And the other thing, fellas, we're going to be in the deep freeze here. This is similar to December of 2022. You guys remember that?
It's what it feels like.
Outbreak,
it's what it feels like.
Yeah. And so we had a lot of people with burst pipes and all kind of problems. And we're going to see single-digit lows by early Wednesday morning down into North Mississippi, North Alabama, North Georgia. And that's not wind chill indices. These are actual air temperatures, and the wind chill will be below zero in many spots. So just understand the three things we're advising people to do in terms of the cold air. Number one, understand where that shutoff valve is. If you've got a burst pipe, you don't want to wait until your house is flooded. You need to know how to shut that thing off quick. So know where the shutoff valve is. Number two, if you know anybody that doesn't have an adequate source of heat, check on them. Tell them what's going to happen. Be sure they've got a shelter or someplace to stay warm. Elderly people, maybe low income, but be sure that you watch out for people that don't have adequate heating. Of course, bring in the, dogs and cats and wives, please. Bring in your husbands. It's going to be brutal.
Don't leave them outside.
And understand, we're going to have another shot of Arctic air at the end of the week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So we'll warm up a little bit on Thursday, and then we go right back in the deep freeze Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's going to be an Arctic kind of week. But again, today, the emphasis is from Northeast Texas through Arkansas, North Mississippi, North and West Alabama, all of Tennessee, parts of Kentucky, West Virginia, the western part of Virginia, the areas in pink on these maps I'm showing here. And again, the snows have been pretty impressive. It started last night, and we've seen just all kind of, video of folks, the college kids getting on the sleds and getting on whatever they can slide down a hill, and they're just having a blast. And I've seen some of the college kids, they were out there grilling out last night, cooking out. They're not doing milk and bread. These guys are cooking out steaks and hamburgers and hot dogs. So,
way to go.
Yeah, that's the deal. But the scenes have just been beautiful up there. And thankfully, this is, of course, a federal holiday. It's MLK Day, so schools are out. And we don't have the issue with, school closings to worry about. Of course, that's going to kick in tomorrow. I think we will have a lot of school systems shut down in these winter storm zones. So the bottom line is an Arctic chill this week and snow for a lot of folks and some freezing rain for others.
Well, there you go. Is there any chance you think that some of these that are in the freezing rain that the rain may not come, that that the precipitation may not happen, or do you think it's going to happen?
Oh yeah, look, these maps that we showed, they're pretty,
yeah,
and they're based on county lines. Rain doesn't stop or start at a county line.
Right.
We all know that.
Right.
And for some people, you're going to get nothing. For others, you might get just a cold rain.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just a guideline. But so far, this thing has worked out pretty well. But the one thing we've learned is that a lot of people don't listen to us. They listen to their TikTok dancer guy or the guy at the haircut place or the Piggly Wiggly checkout line.
Right.
Hey, man. Hey, I heard it's going to snow 5 inches. And of course, when it doesn't snow 5 inches, they come back and hate on us.
Right. Yeah.
Because they heard it from the guy in the Piggly Wiggly checkout line.
Yeah.
So just the advice is to try and stick with a somewhat credible source. And yes, we can get it wrong, certainly. But the odds of it being right with a professional, it's a little better than your favorite TikTok dancer, the guy wearing a thong, dancing to whatever.
Speedy. Well, I hope you heard that.
Yeah.
I know that stung a little bit. Span, thank you so much for the update. James Span.
You guys have a great day. Stay warm.
Yeah, you too. Get some sleep. James Span updating us on what's going on.
James is going to have a fun few days, isn't it?
And that lays it out pretty well for you right there. We'll look back stories from the weekend coming up 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Stay with your Rick and Bubba affiliate. If you're in any of these areas in the breaks, they'll keep you updated as well. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we'll come back. We'll jump into this. Chuck's. As promised, it's time for Match Moultrie.
No,
I can sleep at night calling it Match Moultrie.
No,
Dan, you're not here when we have to debate everybody after you're gone, and you've headed off into the sunset, and then we're left with the endless pages of people and information they have sent us. It's debating everything we say every day.
Yeah, and I know what he's doing too.
Oh, yeah.
He used to come as soon as he got here. He goes, Speedy, let's get together on this trivia.
I know.
And he would give me all the information. Now he waits to the last second, so we really can't do anything. You know what I mean? It's like, okay,
This is Greg and I discussed it outside, and Greg goes, "I bet you got a good one this week." And I said, "How you know?" He goes, "Because you went light last time."
That's right.
Oh yeah, it's on
Look out!
now. It is
Look
on.
out this week. Well, we have that coming up now. When you say the three letters CWD,
oh boy,
when those three letters are uttered or mentioned, Chuck Sykes is here with us again too, and Chuck, of course, is director with Alabama Wildlife and Freshwater Fisheries Division, biologist, and Chuck, we're here today to talk about those three letters CWD.
Yeah, I hate we've got to discuss it, but it's a fact of life.
It is, and it is real. I know a number of states are teaming up. Now, first of all, tell everybody, so there's people right now that are watching and listening that go, y'all may know what CWD is. I have no idea what you're talking about.
CWD is chronic wasting disease. It's a prion-based disease that's much like mad cow disease or BSE in cattle, scrapie in the sheep family, and CJD that affects humans. So it's in that same family. And CWD only impacts cervids, which are moose, elk, whitetails, mule deer, basically anything that can cast an antler.
So where did it come from, and how does it pass and all that?
And can it transfer to humans?
Okay, that's a good question.
That's a big one there, Bubba.
Bubba, that's the big one.
Yep,
That's
the big
what we
one.
call the big one.
Yeah.
All right, let me go ahead and answer that one first. As of me sitting here this morning looking y'all in the eye, it cannot transfer. There looks to be a pretty strong species barrier that's preventing it from jumping from deer to humans. However, the CDC has issued their statement that says if you harvest a deer in a known CWD zone, they recommend that you have it tested before you consume it. That's just out of an abundance of caution.
Yeah,
but right
there's nothing
now,
wrong with that. Yeah.
You know, right now there's been a bunch of studies done, and it has not been shown to jump species.
Okay. So and it came from where and what?
The first place it was located, I tried to take a little pressure off of Ashley and Speedy, and made y'all some handouts.
Look at our handout.
Yes.
They're so nice.
The first place
even got a sticker.
Look at that.
was in a captive mule deer facility in Fort Collins, near Fort Collins, Colorado, in 1967. If you look on that first map, you'll see that one little dot.
And that was a previous sheep farm.
That's what the speculation
the key,
is that the scrapie manifested itself into CWD. That's just
we put a bunch of mule deer in an enclosure where we once had sheep.
That's what the theories are right now.
Okay.
But regardless, that's where the first case of CWD was. And if you look on that next map, in almost 30 years, it only took up 15 counties. It didn't travel real fast.
Not much.
Bubba just showed me this morning his first hog. CWD travels about like hogs. Natural progression is extremely slow, but you put it 70 miles an hour in the back of a truck. Then you look over to that next map, and it jumped up to Saskatchewan. I can promise you a deer didn't walk from Colorado to Saskatoon.
Right.
Somebody unintentionally carried it there, and then you can just watch it exponentially expand across the state. That's why we have carcass bans where you can't go somewhere and shoot a deer, just throw the deer in the back of your truck and bring it back. That's also why we have live deer prohibitions where you can't bring them back into the state. That's how it's moved. Natural progression is extremely slow. Man-made progression can be fast.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. If you missed Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, be sure you grab it. Eli Gold, our guest, got a lot of great feedback on that conversation. Hope you enjoy it. Grab it wherever you get podcasts as we talk about Nick Saban's retirement with the play-by-play man the entire time that Nick Saban was there. and was there before Nick got there, so he can speak to that too. The contrast of those different eras.
Yeah, it was a really good interview.
It really was. This past weekend, one of Greg's grandkids, Ellis, turning 5. Even though, as Greg said in the kickoff hour and has been telling us, Greg's grandson Ellis has decided he will remain 4.
Yes.
He did tell me that at the party. I think this has to do with switching schools.
I think it does. But he's just he said he'd like to stay at 4.
I went right over to Greg.
This is kind of a play off Taylor.
It is. There's a lot of similarities. So Taylor, speaking of Taylor, his father, Greg's son, and his wife Kelsey invited family to come for this 5-year extravaganza.
Yes, sir.
I use this as an opportunity for something I'll start with. My son and his wife gave me a gift at Christmas, and it's something to wear. So anytime there's something to wear, you have to sort of you look at it and you think, how will it fare at work? And what that really means, how will it fare with Greg?
Yeah.
And so I thought, I'll wear it to this birthday party, get his reaction.
Test it ahead of
Yeah,
time.
and that way I'm not live on the air and all this kind of stuff. And so here it is. I got a picture. I got a picture
It's
made
hard
with
to get a true read, though, Rick. I was in granddad mode.
Right, yeah.
My grandkids were around me. They make me happy.
Plus, you were on the other side of the wall.
Now, later in the day, after this picture was taken, I told him that we need to get some pigs in a blanket out of the oven. I need that pot holder he's wearing.
See, that's what I want to get all that out of his.
It's kind of a quilted material.
Yeah, I want to get all that out of his.
Pot holder.
I tell you one thing, Arctic Blast sure does like it.
Oh, it looked warm. I'll give you that.
I was warm.
But yeah, see that smile?
Yeah.
See, I'll let you go there.
Look
But
how
then
happy he is.
I did hit you in the kitchen about it. I say, Rick, we got to get some of them pigs in a blanket out. I need a pot holder.
But how weird is this? I'm getting ready, and she goes, "Oh, good, you're gonna wear that shirt, or whatever that is, a pullover." And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'm wearing it to get Greg's initial reaction." She goes, "What?" And I said, I got to see how Greg reacts to it at the birthday party if I was to ever wear it to work.
But I gave you about an hour. I gave you about an hour break.
Yeah, you did, and it was good. So seeing Greg as Papa.
Oh yeah,
it's just a different Greg. I mean, I wish we had some kind of reality series called Papa, and all it was Greg with his grandkids, because he is just a different person there. I mean, you almost start thinking he's going to go to heaven. You know, I mean, it's.
I was gonna get a picture of his grandkids and just keep it in a frame, like face down. And anytime he starts getting a little rough on me, just pop it
that's
up.
it. It's almost like kryptonite for Superman. And so it was great. I mean, his grandkids, they are just absolutely beautiful children.
And they're big on Uncle Rick.
Yeah. Well,
I got these pictures, and they're all. Every one of them he's holding their smile. There's Marion.
Look, see, that's me behind Pace. See my arm?
Yeah.
You see my quilted arm. You see my pot holder arm. And what I've told Pace right there is that I'm here if you need me. See, I'm standing back behind him because he wants to approach because he's afraid somebody's going to sing Happy Birthday.
Yeah, he made it through it.
He did.
He didn't cry.
No, he didn't, which is the first time that he had. Now, understand it not just when it's sung to him. He don't want it sung to anybody.
Right. And
so I guess maybe he's warming up to it. And we got the slides out there.
There's the birthday boy.
There's
and of course,
Mario.
And of course the slide, and
Mario.
And
Mario. I know he gets on to me every time.
And Greg's son and daughter-in-law, their friends were coming over, which are about people around the same age, all with little kids.
Oh,
and the jumpy thing, and they look like they're getting pretty, being veterans. There's me with Greg's
Mary Hollis.
Mary Hollis.
She's got her Cindy Lou Who hair.
Yeah, she's got her Cindy Lou Who hair going on. And precious.
Look at that.
Is when you do jumpy, injuries are just part of it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's no way to
Right out
do
of the gate,
jumpy.
we had
And people getting foot stepped on, tripping. I tell you the one that I felt so bad for Riley, because that's Greg's other son-in-law. That's Pace Jones's father.
Yeah.
Is that, handling Pace, you want everything to go well.
Yeah.
And so he just you look at him right there. See, it's going well. That's when it's going well.
Yeah.
And he's adorable. But he was walking to the next one, and you know how you want everything to go well. And doggone if he doesn't trip over the thing, y'all got hammered in the ground. And I'll say, Riley's like, I didn't even have that on the list.
Pace got mad.
the tie down.
Listen, he got mad because he couldn't climb up the ladder.
Right.
And he just forgot. It just taken. He's like his mother.
Yeah.
If she don't get it right the very first time, she's done with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then so Ellis starts pushing him up.
Yeah.
And then they figure it out. Everything goes well. And then they all slide good, but Marin, my granddaughter, is a maniac on it.
That's the
Upside
one-
down,
Yeah.
backwards.
She'll
she
do it.
just crashes into
fearless,
everybody.
completely fearless.
Just having a ball. At one point, there's a trampoline there that they got for Christmas, and, with the net around it. And some of the little girls, there were a lot of little girls there, and they were wide open. And they had Pace in there in the wagon on the trampoline, bouncing the trampoline.
Now
bouncing the
I've
wagon
never seen
up and
anything
down
like
in the
that. Yeah.
trampoline
Cool.
while he was in it.
I think you mentioned in the kickoff hour. Did you say you just had to go in once to the jumpy?
Just once.
Yeah.
And that was
pull
when-
somebody out.
Yeah, I just he was down.
I had to go.
He
in-
was down.
I had to
Drag
go
him
in
out.
once too, and was quickly told the particular one I went on. Even though I've come down on weight, I'm not down far enough. and it started.
Rick went in.
Then people were like, he said, "That 200 too much. That's high as it'll go."
Rick, just like his dad gets excited when he gets presents.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
You talk about jacked.
Jazzed up.
And I tried to do. He
That's
likes Mario, but I understand there's a new Lego thing that he's
Oh, he
on
likes
Kickstarter.
Legos
So
too,
so we got Super Mario Legos.
Oh,
the
there you
best
go.
of both worlds.
Oh,
showing out.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you gotta come in there wide open. You gotta do your background work.
But what was funny is all the parents panicking. Hey, put their jacket on. They're in sock feet on wet ground.
Oh, yeah.
The jacket ain't going to help them.
Right. No. So
and Marin refused the jacket too. She ripped it.
Marin does
ripped
not
it
like
right
a jacket.
off.
Does not. Yeah, I love that. Oh, look, they have their jacket on, just no shoes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So
I can't remember when I was a child, when I was a kid, if I just didn't feel like I was cold or I just played through it because
Right.
it looks like kids don't get cold.
One little girl
You
that
know,
I didn't
we're over there
know
freezing.
walked up to me and took her socks off and handed them to me.
Right.
And then she was barefoot.
They were like
and
little
just
kids
took
everywhere.
off.
Well, see, they got good circulation.
Right.
So
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yes.
But Greg, one thing that
And
I'd
they're
like-
not on blood pressure medicine or blood thinners.
Right. True. I'd like to address something too. Your daughter-in-law kept coming to me to be like the town crier.
Oh, yeah, I
now
noticed
it's
that.
now it's
Round
time for
everybody
food.
up.
We will now do the cake. And I said, shouldn't this be Papa's deal? And she goes, well, Greg, he won't get in front of everybody and holler about it. And she goes, I know you'll holler, you won't care.
Yeah, I was wondering why you were doing all the announcements.
She came to me and she said,
all right, we're opening presents.
we are now serving food. And
I thought, what is he doing?
she said, you're the microphone, you're the loudest, you do it. And I said, this should be Papa. And she's like, he ain't gonna do this.
I'd have
can't
done it.
Huh?
I'd have done it, but I'm glad you did. And I didn't have to.
You know how Greg, picture Greg standing up. We will now begin. You can't see it.
I couldn't
Yeah.
pitch it now.
It was pretty funny because I thought, well, Rick's either hungry and he's decided it's time
I was
to eat.
asked to bring people to the food. I know what it is. Bubba and I've talked about it before. Everybody's like, look at fat guy. He's ready for a steak.
Oh, yeah.
You know, but
Follow the big guy.
I was asked to get everybody. And,
Okay.
and did I look over there and see pigs in a blanket? I did. And it fired me up.
That's right.
By the way, her positioning of the birthday cake was very dangerous. She put the birthday cake, because it's cookie cake, on the table with the food, and then people almost started eating it before we sang happy birthday.
yeah.
And I said, I think that's a birthday cake right there.
Yeah, I was
You were
one of
clearly
them.
in charge.
But then I had
was
to
one
do,
of them that almost
we
said
will
it.
now sing happy birthday.
Yeah.
You know,
Where's Papa?
I'm almost like the coach in Rudolph.
There it is. From this point forward,
Ellis will now open presents. And I'm like, suddenly everybody's like, aren't you the great uncle? I mean, yeah, I'm loud. That's the only reason I can do that.
we hired him out as the MC.
Yeah, I'm emceeing my great nephew's birthday party for no other reason than I'm loud.
Yeah.
That's it.
Greg, I didn't know you could smile though, buddy. That's
Yeah,
really
that is
cool.
nice.
Isn't that something? Look at
Oh,
Papa
I-
smiling.
listen, I had all four of them
happy
around.
as a lark.
Oh, yeah.
We will now love on Papa. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yep, and now we got it, man.
And what needs to be dispelled is what I call tailgate talk.
Oh yeah.
Greg knows about tailgate talk.
Oh, yeah.
And
Greg
but-
participates
but-
in tailgate.
but-
I'm the king of tailgate.
But the tailgate talk needs to stop. Let me tell you, we said it before on here, Rick. The mad cow disease didn't stop the beef industry. They've got it back in line. Scrapies didn't stop the sheep. CWD's not going to be the end of honey. If when we find it in the state, Chuck and them's got a plan. It'll go into place. And then once it's over with, things will go back to normal and we'll press on down the road. But it's just a phase that we'll go through. just
So
like the other
Dan,
industry.
talk in plain terms. I know there's certain words you don't want to say, but you're talking about tailgate talk and the way that people get misinformation out there. What exactly are you talking about?
I'm talking about them saying, "Man, it's going into everything."
Y'all hear about
hey,
this
you
wasting
eat
today?
deer meat with that, it'll kill you on the spot.
Yep, that
You
state's
feed it-
going to come in and kill all our deer.
Yeah, you feed it to your dogs,
I
it'll
actually
kill all
told
your
that one,
dogs.
Hey, and the
That's
tailgate
tailgate.
talk that I hear
Jump in there, Greg, for a little tailgate talk.
You want me to get in there?
Yeah.
That this will be a way for the all-powerful state to end
That's
our
how they
feeder
get you.
program.
Yeah.
Now that's what people are saying.
That's
too.
how they get you.
And
That's
it,
Chuck. That's not
Yeah.
correct, right?
No.
Hey, Dan was working on this 15 years ago when he was the chairman. He was planning to stop feeding. It's been that big conspiracy.
Right.
Come on, y'all have some common sense. No.
I
We
just
don't
want you to
want it.
say it because people on
No,
their tailgate
no.
do talk about these
Look,
things.
I mean,
and
hey-
this is the only way you can clear that up is to talk
Chuck is
directly and plain.
Chuck is the
about
only director in the United States that would tell you and say that on the air. Chuck is the only director that said, if you see a Black Panther in the state, shoot it and bring it to my office. You're not going to have anybody better than Chuck.
Let's not mix our Black Panther and our CWD.
Dad, you can't throw that. That's a bad mixture.
That was Dan that brought that
Yeah,
up.
well,
Not me. Not
Is there a
Bubba.
rumor that CWD actually started with the Black Panther? Yes, but we're not going to get into that.
Look,
That's
Bubba,
tailgate talk, Rick.
Yep. To go back to your question, the buzz phrase you see and hear is it's all about the money.
Right.
Everything.
You know, in Mississippi, all the Facebook forums when Mississippi found it, they said, the state brought it here where they could buy land cheaper. I mean, good grief. I put in y'all's handout that y'all can show just a study, a survey that the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agency sent out to all the directors of the states. We don't make money off of CWD.
Right.
It average cost in each state about $500,000 a year just in testing. That money's got to come from somewhere.
Yeah.
That means I'm going to have to take it from another fund to put it to that. So we don't make money. This is not a money-making proposition for us.
Well, also, when you think about tourism to the state, you want a robust hunting and fishing environment, not one that's got CWD in it.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's not what you'd want. I mean, how can anybody ever say you'd want it? I mean, that's bizarre.
How they get you, Rick?
Fake news.
Fake news? Fake hunting news.
Hey, I'm telling you, I was talking to them over at the little beach place. And let me tell you what they said about it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Talking about CWD, and we're trying to stamp out rumors, and we are trying to give you facts today. And I already see one call that's on hold that we're going to get to before we're done concerning the new abating laws in Alabama. That one to me is pretty much a common sense thing, but we'll do that last. First of all, I'm in a state that's known to have CWD. And
Or borderline.
Borderline.
Alabama doesn't.
Alabama does
You're
not.
putting yourself in a position. You're saying that.
Yeah, we've seen it in Mississippi.
Yes.
That'd be a good one.
Yes.
I'm in Mississippi, and I kill a good deer.
Yep.
Okay, what am I supposed to do?
If you travel from Alabama and go to Mississippi and you kill a deer,
Mm-hmm.
you need to debone it, just bring back the meat, cape it out, cut the skull plate off,
Clean
clean it out. Make sure we don't bring any brain, spinal column, or long bones back into the state. You can still have your taxidermist mount it. You can still have your processor process it and package it for you. We just want to leave those components of the body that have the highest concentration of the prions. We want to leave them where it came from. So you can still go hunt, kill your deer, just take a few minutes to debone it and cape it out before you bring it back.
And a lot of the processing places now, Rick, most of them in the states, because most of the states have this policy.
Yep.
You carry it there, and they'll go, you want it caped, deboned, and what? They've already got it done for you. You pick it up and you bring it back.
What about I killed a deer in Alabama, in our home state, and I do want to have it tested. How long does this take?
It's going to take several weeks, but a couple of years ago, we actually bought a ELISA machine. We bought the testing equipment. We partnered with the Department of Agriculture and Industries. The machine is at their lab at Auburn. They've got a technician to run it, so where it was taking us 3 months to get results back, we can get it back in 2 to 3 weeks now. We're going to have freezers in every county. Some counties, our high-risk counties up in northwest Alabama, are going to have 2 freezers, drop-off points, or you can bring it by our district offices. We'll take the sample for you, and we'll test it. We're relying on hunters to help us get all of these samples. This isn't something that my staff is doing. We're working with taxidermists, processors, hunting clubs to help us get samples.
So,
Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. We come to you on a various amount of platforms, live and archive. Find them all at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. So whether you're here with us live or on an archive, we're glad that you're here. Whether you're watching us on YouTube, listening to us on America's boldest radio stations, or our TuneIn app, or our podcast archives, however you're here, we're glad you're here. And there's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. We hope all of you are warm and doing well.
So you were telling me we've recapped the NFL playoffs. We've recapped Alabama's new hire. We've recapped just the winter storm updates, all that. We took a phone call segment. We talked about Greg's grandson's birthday party this past Saturday.
We've talked about the Caucus.
The Caucus. We put that in there. So if you missed all that, you can find that in archives. But do we all remember the Chicago Bulls documentary, the Michael Jordan,
The Last Dance.
The Last Dance, all that.
It was huge. It was huge. Everybody watched that.
Great.
It was great insight. I mean, even those of us that were alive and watched the Bulls during those years, a lot of that was great behind the scenes stuff. We didn't know. And a name that we learned that none of us knew was Barry. You got me saying Barry now.
I'm sorry.
Jerry Krause.
Correct.
Who was the GM. Now, if you watch the series, he got demonized by Michael Jordan as the guy who broke up the Bulls.
Right.
And who didn't want to deal with Michael Jordan anymore and thought they could go another way. And, while somewhat responsible for getting the team together, was also the one that was responsible for breaking them up.
Right.
And this is a Ring of Honor ceremony at halftime of the Bulls game. Now, Jerry has since died, but his wife is there, Thelma, representing him.
Thelma.
And I don't know if he's being put into the Ring of Honor or he's just a representative there for the Ring of Honor.
He's being put in the Ring of Honor.
Oh, wow.
I understand.
Watch how the crowd responds to him, all because of the Michael Jordan.
And I got to show two clips because this clip actually cuts away from her. She was on the Jumbotron in the room longer than what this shows, but this audio is better. So here it is.
6-time NBA champion, 2-time NBA Executive of the Year, represented by his wife Thelma, Basketball Hall of Famer and former Bulls general manager Jerry Krause.
Y'all, she's crying.
Oh, she's getting upset.
So they cut away there, show his little banner thing, whatever that's called. What is that called?
Yeah.
That'd be a banner.
That's a banner.
Okay,
Okay.
that's well done.
All right, y'all.
But he was the GM of a team that won 6 NBA titles.
That's big.
Y'all are gonna watch a widow.
I
cry.
can't.
You're gonna
I
watch a
can't.
widow cry. Right
Are we
now.
gonna watch a widow cry?
Now, is she crying because she's emotional about seeing her husband up there on the big screen in this honor, or is she crying because everybody's booing her husband?
I don't know, but she's
the way
crying.
she stuck her hands
up. She was like, "Y'all, I'm sorry. Like it was not good. It seemed like they were crying. She's crying because she's getting
doing
booed.
this, maybe.
Y'all, she's crying. She's getting booed and crying right
Come
now.
on, Thelma.
It's
Greg,
Thelma.
That's
First
not,
of all,
that's not helping.
Y'all.
Do you think
she's old?
We can't blame her for Jerry.
We
If you're
don't-
mad at Jerry, of course you'd have to be 6 titles mad.
Well,
but-
she probably talked him into a lot of those decisions. Rick.
So that doesn't make y'all
know
feel weird? Y'all like to watch that?
Speedy,
I
watch
actually
it.
No,
I'm
I
telling you to
don't.
watch
I
it.
don't
Speedy.
like to watch it, but I think
I'm
that it
willing
is
to.
newsworthy.
I can't help but watch it.
But let's be honest, none of us would know who that guy even was if it wasn't for The Last Dance. I didn't know who he was till
I
that
thought he was a
documentary.
linebacker on the goal line stand for Alabama.
That's Barry
Cross.
Cross.
Barry Cross.
Oh,
different guy.
See, I was confused.
Yeah, they wouldn't boo.
I thought, why was Chicago Bulls mad at him?
Right.
It was
Right.
that ain't what they were playing.
Bubba was saying at the break, you would think that the Bulls fans, no matter how they feel about Jerry Krause, that they would say, let's not boo his widow.
Right.
But
most would.
But it's Chicago, so it's different. You know, it's not quite New York, but it's close.
It's not Philadelphia.
Or Philadelphia, where they throw snowballs at Santa.
Well, that's right. If Jerry Krause had done this to the Philadelphia 76ers, she'd been pummeled or something. They're terrible. I mean, they went after Santa Claus.
They did, Rick.
There's just some real oddities in sports. That story is one of them, I think, for
It
sure.
is.
The Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones, the way that he had coaches that were winning Super Bowls.
That's a picture of him. It's just Jerry Krause.
And they were strong figures, and he didn't like that. He wanted to be the only king on the hill, so he got rid of them and started kind of getting coaches that were yes men and how they've never been any good since then.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of those kind of strange
What if the
stories.
Bulls announcer would have said, "Have you thought a little topaz would help?" We
got a call.
Stop your crying. What about topaz?
Thelma, have you thought about topaz?
He does look like somebody you wouldn't like.
Do you remember
every time I've ever seen anything about
He's
him?
dead, Greg.
Yeah,
Oh, that's true.
he's never cast in a good light.
No.
Well, he's got that look.
Those of us that have worked in radio, surely he has a history in radio.
Yeah.
Because
what was it Michael Jordan said to? He used to see him in the locker room sometimes, and he'd
call him a nickname.
He'd make fun of him or something about how short he was, or if he could shoot the ball at all, or anything.
Even though he was a very powerful, well, I can't say this. Never mind.
Yeah,
Sometimes
forgot where you were.
I forget how we grew up, and I forget things that people said, and then I remember what that really means, so I can't say it. Because for us, it was so commonplace, and I'm not saying that's a good thing because it's not. But, but you probably don't want to say it. But
It's factual.
Right.
Move on.
But anyway, what I want to tell Speedy, I want you to understand something because it's interesting. I was talking with. I've had friends talk to me about this. My wife has talked to me about this, even to some degree, my older children. And they think that I enjoy having difficult conversations when you have to have them. And I said, no, that's a misunderstanding. Same thing with secondhand embarrassment. I don't think anybody enjoys difficult conversations, I hope. I certainly don't go looking for them. I'm just willing to have them. And I said, but that doesn't mean that I take joy in it. And just like this, I understand the discomfort that you experience on this kind of stuff, and you can't look at it. I'm just willing to.
Yeah,
you know,
I got to see it through.
Because I got.
Oh, y'all lean in like, hey, what's going to happen next? And I'm like,
I know.
Right,
I actually enjoy it.
Well, I will tell you, my study
entertained
of you, if I could somehow, because sometimes, and I don't mean this, because you still got problems. Don't misunderstand me.
Right. Thank you.
But once, once
once
I encountered, because everybody has different degrees of it. Somebody said, "How was your COVID experience?" You say, "Mine wasn't too bad." Somebody had a severe case.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you, Andy Blanks has a severe case of secondhand embarrassment.
Right.
You have a case, and it's more than mild, but it's not severe.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen anything like. He'll leave group text.
Yeah,
He'll
catch it over.
He'll go. I'm out. If somebody's telling an uncomfortable story, you'll just get an "I'm out" from him. He can't do it. I watched him leave church one time because the guy couldn't come in right on his song. He didn't know when to come in. He couldn't quite get it right. Oh, look, Andy's walking out of the church.
Stop it.
That literally happened. And he said that for him,
ugly face cry.
No way he can watch this. He said to him, Bubba, I think I told you this. He said that national anthems are a level 4 for a secondhand embarrassment guy. And I said, well, what's level 5? He said impromptu singing. He said people that all of a sudden, like at a family event, think they can sing and they'll start singing. He said that they'll sing. He goes, that's a level 5.
Yeah.
And I said, you agree with that? That's worse than a bad national anthem? Because he said the bad national anthem thing, I understand it went south, but usually it's somebody with some sort of background. He goes, there's something about the intimacy of a family gathering where somebody decides they're going to sing "Sweet Little Jesus Boy."
Rick, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Right. And he said that's level 5 for me. I said, well, where do you go? He said I usually vanish back to a bathroom, not the bathroom in the hall.
Oh, one
I got to go all the way to the back.
Like a dog
that's attached
running
to
away from firecrackers.
He said master bedroom, bathroom. That's what I had.
All the way back. Well, that's out there. Out of sight, out of mind.
I said, why not the yard? He said, because I'm afraid somebody will follow things that's wrong with him. and ask follow-up questions. Level 5.
I wish I didn't have it. I mean,
I know. Yeah. So you want to know what we're doing? We're not. I think Greg's enjoying it. Bubba's somewhere in between. I'm just willing to look at it.
I mean, I don't want women to feel bad.
I think it's newsworthy. So
Yeah,
you got to see it.
absolutely.
That's where I'm at.
The issue crime, we got to know, right? Your phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. We talk to America right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What does a sample mean? So you're going to take a sample, then I'm going to carry the deer to process like I normally would?
Yeah, you can.
And then I might just leave that bag in the freezer in a particular corner until I get the all clear?
If you want to use one of our drop-off points, everything is laid out at outdooralabama.com, where the locations are and how to do it. But if it's an antlerless deer, just cut the head off, put it in a garbage bag. We got a little form you fill out, drop it in the freezer. That's it. If it's a buck and you're not going to get it mounted, just cut the antlers off, put it in the bag, because we're taking the lymph nodes out of the back of the throat. And that's it. It's pretty simple. It doesn't take a lot of time for a hunter to drop a deer off, or we're actually working with some processors and taxidermists where you take your deer to the processor, tell them you want to get samples.
Well, that's
they'll do it.
That's what I wanted to ask. Because I'm listening. I'm hearing the hunters right now, better known as myself, and I'm thinking, do I want to have to now take 2 stops? I got to take my deer, then I got to go take it somewhere else. Can I, if my taxidermist has gotten into the program, or where I process, I would say, hey, test this for CWD.
Absolutely.
And to Bubba's point, go ahead and process it, but I'm not going to consume it, even though we don't have any proof that a human being can catch
Just
it.
being extra safe.
Well, plus it's helping the state to know if we have it.
Sure.
Yeah.
We've tested about 8,000 deer, wild deer already. We haven't found it, so all those people that say it's here, if it is,
where?
Tell me where, because we need to find it, because we've looked in every county.
How many samples will the state do this year, Chuck?
We'll probably do between 1,500 and 2,000 samples a year, and we're getting them from taxidermists, processors, roadkills. Roadkills is one of the best places to find it. If you think about it, the disease
deer
eats away the
wander out.
brain,
Yeah.
so they'll walk out in front of a car.
Right.
A lot of my friends in other states that have had it for a while, that's where they get a majority of their samples is through roadkill.
Chuck, what does it cost to get a deer tested?
It's going to cost us probably about $20, $25.
You ain't me the hunter.
No, it's not going to cost you anything.
So the state's doing all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the state, the department.
Yeah, the department. We are doing that.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you this, 2 things. Number one, is there any way for me to look for any signs I should let the state know about if I see deer acting a certain way?
Yeah, again, we've got a sick deer report online, or you can call our 800 number. If you see a deer that's acting suspicious, please let us know. But there's no way, Rick, that you can go to the farm or Gary can call you and say, I saw a deer with CWD today.
But what am I looking for? What just any weird
you're
behavior?
Looking when it eats away the brain.
Right.
So
zombie deer, Rick.
Yeah, don't say that. Good Lord, that's all we hear. This is not the zombie apocalypse.
But one of the things I saw that you guys
Chuck,
did
tailgate
list,
talk.
that you did list was
I'm here to talk about tailgate talk.
They lose their fear of humans.
They do.
Yeah.
They're wandering around. Their droopy posture, and at the later stages, they start losing weight, which is why it's called chronic wasting. They basically waste away.
Yeah. All right. So now let's get to the new laws.
Rick, Greg's got a question.
No, Greg's mic's off, I think.
A little tailgate talk report. Is it true that hunting deer with dogs causes?
Okay. Look at Chuck.
That's good.
Chuck, you
Greg,
know who your friends are here,
Greg,
right?
I heard that too. Though.
Dan, I mean, maybe you told me. I don't remember.
No,
but
I
it was
heard
a little
it.
tailgate talk.
I don't know where you and I heard it, but I heard it.
We're giving examples of tailgate.
That's okay.
No comment.
All right. You know, Bubba and I invented Rick and Bubba University, where we give out degrees in common sense. All right. So now let's get to the things about deer congregating.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you being a biologist, you know that just like people congregating, like you said in the kitchen, it's if you're sick and I'm around you all the time, I have a better chance of catching it if I'm not. However, we have been doing supplemental feeding in our state for quite a while, and even we've also had 100 yards from where you're hunting out of the natural line of sight. So really, this new law in Alabama, this is the part I don't understand. All we're doing is taking the same feeders that have been out there and moving them to a different location. Nothing's changed on the behavior of the deer.
That shouldn't affect.
It shouldn't affect anything.
Look, again, y'all mentioned it. I'm a biologist, and we are taught in school an unhealthy congregation of animals is bad.
Right.
Because it may not create a disease, but it helps spread it. Again, common sense.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm sick and we're all sitting in this studio, the chances of y'all getting sick are better than if we're all standing outside in the parking lot.
And especially if we've eaten your sausage balls.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Which are fantastic.
They really are.
I'm telling you.
Very good.
baiting
20 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming at 866 We Be Big and updates on the story we just gave you. All right, so celebrating 30 years of Rick and Bubba. Thank you all so much from the bottom of our hearts. All right, so we do have an update. We'll get to some of your phone calls, even if it has to drag into the next segment, because we can't miss this update we just got, because we just did a story, and now we have the Bulls announcer. He is absolutely, and Bubba's got headlines to go with it, He absolutely is. He is saying, no. They were booing the widow, and what they did was classless.
Here are the headlines. Let me give you a few headlines, then we'll hear his clip. From the USA Today, Bull fans boo late GM Jerry Krause, reflection of our cruel society. The Chicago Sun-Times, Bull fans getting criticized for treatment of Jerry Krause. Chicago Tribune, Chicago Bulls, Thelma Krause's viral moment, a lesson for local sports fans. Yahoo Sports, Bulls Ring of Honor ceremony gets ugly as fans boo loudly.
And how about this? Here is the widow speaking on her behalf.
Hi, I'm Betty Lynn.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Betty Lynn.
That's
the
not
Tell
very
me
well.
better is Thelma Lou from the Andy Griffith Show.
Okay, it's a different. It said Thelma Lou. I thought it was a clip that we had.
One. Here's the Bulls announcer expressing his disgust.
Chicago is a sports town. And what we witnessed today when Jerry Krause's name was called and the people that booed Jerry Krause and his widow who was accepting this honor for him, it was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. I hurt for that lady, brought her to tears, and whoever booed her in this arena should be ashamed of themselves. That's not Chicago, that's New York, Philly. Chicago's not like that. We don't have a reputation of being that way. And whether you like Jerry Krause or not, that man brought 6 championships here. He didn't shoot a basket, nor did he get a rebound, but he put 6 titles up in this ring. There's a lot of teams don't even have 1. And that was really classless. And I was disappointed in the people that booed. It was a sad thing.
ESPN, Bull fans booing, embarrassing. Now, he had asked about being booed because he got booed himself several times when he would be seen at a game. And he said it really didn't bother him except when his wife was with him because it bothered her.
It bothered her, always the thing. By the way,
this was the ultimate violation of that.
Oh, I just saw on X. Here it looks like it's. What do you call an X? You don't call it a tweet, whatever it is.
Post.
Roger Goodell, Cry Me a River. What is this? He's putting out there? Yeah, but
embrace it, Roger.
Embrace it. But yeah, but again, we're even. I think to a degree, I know that our families, but all of us are this way. You can say whatever you want to do about us. We're out here. We put ourselves out there.
Sure.
But, when you start trying to go after wives and kids and things like that, that's kind of a line that usually bothers anybody. Because you go, look, I'm in this business. This is part of it. I'm fine. And to some degree, your family knows that too. But they didn't really have a choice in the matter.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, we had a choice in the matter and all that. We continue. Let's go to Big Russ out of Alabama. Big Russ, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
We're doing good. Hope you're all right, Big Russ.
Man, I'm doing good. Hey, listen, just wanted to call and tell y'all guys how hospitable y'all were Friday, the Golden Seat tickets, and really enjoyed coming in. And, man, guys of your stature usually, treat people like second-class citizens, but you guys, man, y'all were nice and hospitable, and I just want to thank you. Me and my wife had an awesome time coming up there.
Well, the feeling's mutual because the audience, has treated us so well and afforded us this life and just the number of years where they've gone above and beyond with prayers and bringing us, like y'all, so many of y'all did, delicious food and gifts and, just check. I mean, we've got right now, Greg and I, these sympathy cards from all over the world. And
unreal.
I mean, so the mutual respect should be there. We try our best. I know we're not always perfect. I hope you don't ever catch us in a bad moment, but there's nothing that we do intentional because when we think about why we're here, we do understand why we're here. And I think, Bubba, we said it in the beginning, and I think we both still feel this way today. I still am probably as equally surprised that anyone likes this show today as I did the first day. Somebody said they did. And so it's very encouraging to us. So thank you for that. That's kind of you to say that. I'm glad you had a good experience. That's our goal. We continue. Let's go to Brett in Alabama. Brett, go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins. Have y'all heard the legend about the persimmon seed and how it can predict the weather?
I've heard about every kind of weather predicting nature thing
hornet's nest
there's ever been.
Apricot seed.
I don't think persimmon. Have y'all?
No, give us that.
Let me tell you about this. You can look it up, and it'll tell you the legend of the persimmon seed. And I've got a persimmon tree out back, and here about 2 months ago, a little over 2 months ago, I had about 7 seeds, and brought them in the little shop of mine, and I cut them open, and 5 of the persimmon seeds showed a spoon, and that was a prediction that we were going to be shoveling snow. Now, this was over 2.5 months ago, and they've got a knife and a fork on them, you know, and that you can look it up, and it'll tell you what each one represents. But all of them had spoons in them.
Yeah, we're looking at that right now. I want. So, what are you saying? I want to be sure I got this right. That let's say that I still live in Alabama. That looks like where you're from, but I don't get any snow this time or this year. Would my persimmons have the knife, not the spoon?
I don't know.
That's a good question, isn't it?
Well,
I mean, how specific is it?
And I'm sure persimmons are very educational, but Rick, me personally, I still trust, high resolution satellites in geosynchronous orbit hooked to supercomputers. I'm really in line.
Right.
With
I
those.
saw James Spann toting a bucket full of persimmons.
Right, he did
before he made it.
Johnny,
it's interesting to talk about.
Listen, I used to get when I worked in Cleveland County.
Oh, baby.
Oh, the old timers. They tell me, the corn stalks or something. I can't even remember.
The husk is thick.
The husk. The hornets are building close to the ground.
Sure, possums are walking backwards.
Yes, all that good stuff.
I've never heard the persimmon thing before, but if it looks like a spoon, evidently you're supposed to be scooping snow. If it looks like a knife, you're going to be extremely cold winter. Maybe, I don't know. And then a fork, and that to me looks more like a flower. It's forecasting a mild winter.
Remember, do you ever trick your buddies?
They all just kind of look like a bean to me.
Yes.
We had a persimmon tree where we grew up.
Yes, we did.
And you would fake somebody into biting a green one.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
What draw your mouth up.
Oh my goodness. They'd nearly knock you down.
We used to get a stick and stick them on the end of it and sling them, and boy, you could get some RPM
when they were green and they were real big. Then they'd get to the old mushy, orangey look laying on the ground. You could really throw them at everybody.
My dad, we had this plant in our yard that had put out these tiny little apples, but they tasted terrible. They tasted like gasoline. I mean, they were terrible. They're so sour too. But my dad did this trick on all 4 of his boy sons, and we all watched it happen. He would walk up and he would take a bite out of it. And he'd be like, this is good. And he'd hand it to you. So he would take the fall, but then he would watch you bite it, and it was fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that
Can't beat that.
Yeah, that's fun with kids with things that they shouldn't be eating is always a blast. Be sure it's not dangerous. Johnny in Tennessee. Johnny, go ahead.
Buttermilk.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
How y'all like this global warming we're experiencing right now?
Well, let me tell you why they're going to play it, though, Johnny, because the global warming thing, they were having issues with it before. What you're going to hear now is they'll try to never say global warming again. What they're going to say is, well, see, this is climate disruption. These Arctic blasts are now becoming, more normal in the South, and that's because of climate change, which includes really cold and really warm.
And climate disruption.
And also it includes when it's a mild hurricane season or when it's a severe hurricane season. What they're trying to do is any weather you can possibly ever point to, they'll say all of this is man-made and you know it. So they're already having problems with global warming because that one's a little too specific. We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A hunting issue. It's not a disease issue. It's a personal preference. It's how you want to hunt. And as a biologist, I catch a lot of flack for that because I'm supposed to say baiting is bad, baiting is bad. Well, if the legislature tells us feeding is legal, corn sitting where I am and corn sitting where Greg is the same corn.
Right.
So that's not an argument that I can win as a biologist when it's legal to do it.
Right.
So baiting is a personal preference issue.
That's correct.
If we have a disease, common sense says we don't want to feed them. We don't want to bring them all together where we've got a chance on nose-to-nose contact and more deer getting sick. But then again, you've got oak trees that are dropping that they're around. You got them going to the same mud hole.
Yep.
We're never going to be able to stop that. We just need to use common sense and try to lessen the impact.
Don't forget, you put a green field.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody makes a little secret little quarter-acre plot in a high deer density. How many deer you think are in there nose to nose in that little plot?
No,
you can't stop it.
Hunting. Everybody's trying to come up with a way to get deer to congregate.
Yeah, you can't stop it.
Right, and what I'm this
but
is
they
what I'm taking
congregate
out.
naturally, even if
Right.
we wasn't there
even if
hunting.
there was nothing out there, they're going to congregate wherever the food is.
Right. Well, I just
Natural.
wanted to dispel because for some reason, and this is the part that drives me crazy, it's only now that they think this is going to increase the chances of CWD. And I'm like, guys, we're moving the deer's furniture.
That's a political.
I mean,
that's a
political
political
football.
agenda.
Political
That's
football.
That's
Yeah.
trying to prove their point. and
Right.
It's not.
Because we've been supplemental feeding, and then we've been able to have a feeder 100 yards away out of the natural line of sight. All we've done is taken those same feeders and moved them to a different location.
Rick, we've moved the refrigerator across the floor. That's all we've done. It has nothing to do with who's going to the refrigerator or how they're congregating.
If you don't mind, I know we're up against the break.
Really
Chuck,
up against it.
I know. This has to be the laws and regulatory actions that I have on my computer, Adler. This has to be the most disturbing about zip codes. What
It's
does
pretty
that mean?
scary. Wisconsin, I think, found CWD in 2002, and there's 4 counties that's on that map that's some of the best big buck producing counties in that state. So what the USGS did is they looked at zip codes 1 year of hunters that hunted in one of those 4 counties. Right now, the prevalency rate in one of those 4 counties on a mature deer is up to 60%. So I can assure you, somebody from Alabama didn't go to Wisconsin to shoot a yearling doe. They went up there to shoot a mature buck.
Right.
So you basically had a flip of a coin whether that deer had CWD or not. This is why we put the carcass regulation in. You can still go up there and hunt. Just bring the antlers, the hide, and the meat back. Leave all those high content body parts up there.
Bring it back in non-CWD condition.
Yes,
that's the way.
But that map is scary.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we're kind of excited for Bubba today. Bubba's got. He's got it like he likes it today. He's got a little trip coming up.
Well, Rick, it doesn't get much better when you have in our state the opening day of bow season. You get to talk with Chuck and Dan about outdoor things, and then I get to go and tour Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville. So, that's a pretty good day if you're a tech guy like me,
Oh, yeah. And for some people, it's the 15th, so it's payday.
That's right. By the way, y'all remind me before I get out of here. And,
hey, Bubba, look at me. Bubba, look at me. We will.
Hey, Bubba, got to have you.
Hey, big guy, got to have you.
Hey, Bubba, I know you're ready to get up to the Rockets, but please hand out those paychecks first.
Yeah. Let's do that when we take pictures.
I'm going to do that in the break.
Yeah, that's right. By the way, you forgot about it until I said it, didn't you?
No, I have forgotten it 2 or 3 times this morning already. So.
Yeah, well, that was I'd forgotten about it till you said the 15th, and I was like 15th. Okay, got it. Yeah.
So anyway, we're looking forward to that today, and
I saw it happen. I didn't know what to do.
I'll be in hog heaven, so to speak.
Oh
so,
yeah.
Speaking of hog.
So what are you doing? Tell me what's going on today.
Yeah, break it
we're
down.
We're just getting a tour. I really don't know what all we're going to get to see. There's a lot goes on at Marshall and Redstone up there.
Look, I'm drinking out of the cup.
We'll see. I don't even know what all is on the tour. I'm just glad to be doing it.
So how did this come together?
Well, I have a friend who
I have a friend.
Former schoolmate, and
let me ask you, ever heard of Marshall Airplane?
Used to be my neighbor, and she works up there, and has asked me to come up for years, and we just never have got it together. So we finally said, "Hey, we got to get this done." So we're going to go up today and get to tour and see what all she's doing there, and a lot of interesting work going on. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, we get to have fun in here, but there's people in orbit depending on them. So
oh yeah.
It's kind of a big deal.
Will you be talking flat Earth or anything today?
Well, nobody there will be talking.
35 minutes now past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. All right, look, there's a lot of things that the new year brings, okay? We start thinking about the New Year's here. All of us love that feeling of a new beginning, and I can get started again. I can start over. Well, let me tell you this. This is from our friends at Tax Nation USA. If you owe back taxes this Happy New Year, there's one party that isn't over, and that's the IRS saying, we still need money from you. And they're mailing millions of pay-up letters. So when you came into this new year, you might have changed a lot of things, but what you owe the government did not change. It's now there's 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. And you know why they don't target the millionaires? Well, because the millionaires have tax lawyers, and they know you're going to have to pay up because you ain't got one. And then you're going to have to pay with interest, and you're going to have to pay penalties. So here's what you need. You need Tax Network USA. TNUSA.com/Bubba. Go there now. They've got a proven war room strategy and to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Here's one thing they have. You didn't know this, did you? A preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with, and they know which ones to avoid. It's not all bad news from us today in the new year. Tax Network USA has learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. In short, they're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. So why don't you schedule your free confidential consultation and see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer and make 2024 a positive year where you can put away any tax issues. Get those behind you, a true new beginning. Call them right now, 1-800-245-6000. Let me give you the number again, 1-800-245-6000. Or you can use our URL, TN for Tax Network, TNUSA.com/Bubba. Also, real simple, go to rickandbubba.com and just find it there under the sponsors. Just click that link. Put them to work for you, and let's have a true new beginning. All right, so we got a couple of things from the campaign trail. Have you heard about this guy coming up to DeSantis while he's on the campaign trail, and he's actually handing him a participation trophy, and he explains why. So here's DeSantis. Here we go.
Nothing's gonna stop us. Real quick, before we get started, thank you, everyone. Governor DeSantis, I want to present to you this participation trophy. Now, probably not gonna win the election, right? But we're proud of you for trying. There you go. Trophy. Sorry, sorry, buddy. Sorry. He's special. He's unique, and he's our little snowflake. Thank you. Here you go.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Our little snowflake.
Wow. Well, wow.
Speedy, okay?
Yeah.
It's been a bad day for
you. I'm in hives right now.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to play it again. This is for you, Speedy.
All right, so we know that the left is trying every way they can to not let Trump run because they think it's possible that he might win, okay? And we even had Frank Luntz earlier begrudgingly admitting that if Trump gets in the race, that if he had to bet, he'd bet he would be the winner. So the thing they're trying to get him on is this kind of weird deal involving his real estate. And
Rick, this is one of the most bizarre prosecutions I've ever seen. One, in any other court in the world,
right?
If the prosecutor was elected and ran on a campaign of "I'm going to go get somebody,"
right,
without any evidence to begin with,
right,
any judge would throw that out.
Right.
They wouldn't even allow that to happen. Two, there is no complaint. There's no complainant in this. No one has been hurt. No one lost money. No bank has been outed. No investors have been shorted. It's like they went digging through his paperwork just trying to find something they could bring up. There is no victim to the so-called crime.
Well, Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank, went on CNN and takes the narrative that Bubba just laid out for you, but lets everybody know this case against Trump is outrageous, and every single real estate developer everywhere on earth does exactly what Trump has done. So here we go.
You've been doing real estate for decades. Does this case strike you as odd?
Well, let's leave out Trump for a minute, and let's leave out politics and just talk about what happens in real estate development anywhere. So if you're a developer and you've got a building on a block anywhere in America and it's worth, let's say, $500 million, and you want to build a building right beside it, you go to the bank and say, this building is worth $500 million. I'd like to borrow a construction finance loan against this asset, and I want you to tell me it's worth $500 million too. And the bank negotiates with you and says, well, no, we think it's worth $400 million, and you fight it out. You're always trying to show your assets in the brightest light with the sunshine you can possibly determine for them. You want them to be worth the very most because you're only going to get a 40 or 50% loan to value, as it's called. Then you borrow that money. In the case of a $500 million asset, maybe you get $250 million, and you build a new building with a construction finance loan. And so that's what this case is all about. And by the way, forget about Trump. Every single real estate developer everywhere on earth does this. They always talk about their asset being worth a lot, and the bank says no. And that's just the way it is. So in this case, when I'm trying to figure out, and I'm not pro or con, or I don't care about the politics, who lost money? Nobody. The bank got paid back the construction finance loan, and a new building was built. And if you're going to sue this case and win, you got to sue every real estate developer everywhere. This is all they do. This is what they do all day long, every day. So I don't think this thing will ever survive appeal, regardless of what the fine is. This doesn't even make sense. Now, look, I know Trump's got a lot of problems in other indictments and everything else, but this, if you're a real estate developer, you're watching this, you're saying, what is this? This is ridiculous.
Wow. Yeah. Well, there it is. And he laid it out, and that's how it works. I mean, I've never been involved in anything. It didn't work that way. You say this is what you think something's worth, and the bank puts their people on it to see if they agree. Then you put your people on it and say, well, here's what we valued it at. And then everybody's trying to get the best deal on it and build something new.
Again, no one was hurt. No one was defaulted. Nobody missed out on any money. But I don't like Trump politically, so I'm going to run for office. I will get him.
Right.
I use my power of subpoenas. I go through all his paperwork, and I find where he's valued this, and I don't think it's worth what he thinks it's worth, so I'm going to prosecute him. This is ludicrous. Whether you like Trump or not, this should not be happening. Look, he's got plenty, like Kevin said, he's got plenty of other issues to deal with. Mm-hmm. This one is as fraudulent as it gets. Really, the prosecutor needs to be disbarred, and really the judge needs to be looked at harshly, too.
Now we go
for even allowing it to happen.
Now we go to Fannie Willis, 3B.
Mm-hmm.
There was allegations that she was paying a lover to prosecute Trump. Her excuse is not what I expected.
No.
I did not expect
Haven't heard this defense
I've never
before.
heard this defense ever. So here we go. Fannie Willis, after the allegations of her paying her lover to prosecute Trump.
All the glory I receive, it's his grace.
Oh, we're at church.
Not a perfect me. We are at a time in history, people. Hear me on this. We are at a time in history when you can no longer sit back and just let other folks do it. You cannot expect black women to be perfect and save the world. The Lord is completing us. We are not perfect. We need your prayers. We need to be allowed to stumble. We need grace. With that kind of support, we will move mountains and do Jesus' will, stumbling all the way.
Well, you're right. None of us have any hope without God's mercy or grace. Totally agree with that. I wonder, I didn't hear in there, though, what Jesus calls all of us to in order to be forgiven and shown his mercy and grace, repentance.
All right, miss that word.
And that's when you say what I did was wrong, and I did do it, and I own up to it, and it was wrong, and I shouldn't have done it, and I beg for the Lord to forgive me, and I beg for my church to restore me to a proper place in the church and to God. I never heard that. Basically, I heard that if black women are going to solve the problems of the world, you got to understand that we're going we just have to do it any way we can, and we're not going to be perfect.
Yeah, I don't really get that.
I mean, what she said's right, but I don't.
Yeah,
hear,
what she says is right.
I don't hear that.
She never mentioned the part about being honest, ethical, and above board in the way you execute your job.
You're talking about turning away and then saying what I did was wrong, and now I'm under.
Not justifying it because we're at a point in history that we have to do it.
And this guy that she hired doesn't even have that much prosecution experience. It's a bad hire. It's very sketchy.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, because we have things in orbit, which means it's not flat. But
right,
they're taking care of those people.
Right. Well, I mean, it's a thought. So you'll be
we'll do the golden ticket seats. We got to do those pictures early because if anybody's standing to that door when this show's over today,
boy, let me tell you.
Yeah, we're on kind of a tight schedule today. It's we're trying to fit it all in. It's going to be tough.
Yeah. Well, be sure and seatbelt Woody in.
You keep saying we. Is that who's going with you?
Well, there's some other guys going with me.
Oh, some of your hand buddies.
Lunch bunch. Lunch bunch. Is that way?
No, it's not that. Not exactly that.
Y'all go look at pictures of raccoons on the welfare?
No, that's a negative.
Are you the alpha?
Yeah. Are you
no,
running
listen,
things?
it's just a group of guys.
Is that a guy you left in the hall that day?
That appreciates the work that they're doing at Marshall, and we're looking forward to seeing all that's going on up there.
Right.
They're getting ready for the the space, the next big launch system we're gonna have.
Oh yeah,
seriously,
space launch system SLS.
That was that thing with Bubba's face shifts too. I'm talking about something real serious right now.
I need y'all to shut up.
Well, I know
Right.
y'all are trying to drag me down. I'm fine.
I'm excited.
I want to know who's going.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
I'm
Lunch
excited.
bunch road trip.
Hamfest twice. Go buy a gig of parts. Go over Marshall.
Hey, Rick,
hit them all.
crazy.
Hit them all.
Hit it all.
Get a few things I need on the way.
We got a bunch of crazy.
Let me tell you, the hams get rowdy.
Yeah,
I know it. Y'all crank it up now. It's just
right.
Tuesday.
I know.
Right.
You'll be dragging tomorrow.
Yeah. So is it a long day for you today, or you?
Oh, it'll be. It's manageable. Manageable. Yeah.
So,
At least you have some good weather to drive in. Sounds like.
Well, I think it's actually better the further north we go.
Okay.
So.
I hope so, because I'm gonna tell you what.
Now coming home will be a disaster.
Let me tell you where we listen, where we hunt and everything. It's like the rain. The very little bit that we're getting, it's like drawing a line. It's almost to the farm, and then it stops.
It stays away.
So I'm hoping today it's further south. We need. Hey,
supposed to be.
Hey, look, we went ahead and planted yesterday. We got to have some rain now. So, by the way, that sounded exactly like Gary just then. That was a conversation yesterday. Look, I want to say thanks too. Look what I got. Look what I got in the mail.
Look at old Bucky.
I saw that, Rick.
Look what I got in the mail. And so this is some. And I saw an email that said it was on the way. And now I can't remember who it was from, but it was these Bucky.
But thanks anyway.
What is this Bucky? What is
Bucky.
truck
Bucky,
stop?
Rick. Bucky.
Bucky's, Rick.
Bucky's trucky stop.
It's not a truck stop. They don't allow 18-wheelers.
That's right. It's
Okay.
just for,
Whatever this Bucky thing
it's
is.
a big old roadside gas station.
Bucky,
with
Rick.
everything.
It's Bucky.
Look, see, Bubba, doesn't that kind of fire you up when you're doing Bucky? Looking at that, it kind of gives you inspiration.
I kind of want you to leave it over here in front of me somewhere.
Don't you? I love it. See that. This is
Look at there.
Yeah.
There's supposed to be one close to us.
Ooh, I know.
Yeah, I
Do y'all,
pass it.
if y'all get a new coffee mug, do y'all wash it out or just go ahead and go with some coffee right
You should wash it
You
out.
should wash it out.
At least rinse
There
it.
you go, Rick.
Rick.
I don't put soap in it.
Yeah, not full blown wash out. A lot of effort.
should.
Just rinse it out.
You don't
Rick.
get spoons out of the pack.
Yeah, you
Eat
can
with
get
them,
right.
do you?
Oh yeah.
Don't you think? I actually do. Don't you think?
Plastic?
No, the other stuff.
Oh,
The
you're
actual
right.
silverware?
Yeah.
We don't buy them enough.
Yeah. But my wife now
can't
don't
remember.
look. My wife thinks they have to go through the washing machine on a full blown whatever.
Sterilize it.
Right.
Have you looked
Well, a
at
lot
our
of this
coffee
stuff
maker,
comes,
Rick?
A lot of this comes from
Okay.
overseas. It's been on a boat, no telling how long.
That's probably cleaner than anything you're putting in the
I was
cup.
about to say the coffee maker's dirtier than this.
Right. I mean, that's been packaged.
So, but I love it. I've already drank out of it today.
I dare you not to wash it and drink it out.
Already have.
Good.
Do y'all wash shirts when you get them from the store?
That's what I'm saying. You
I
should.
hear you should,
You
but I
should.
don't.
No.
You'll
Do
see
not.
a story of some kid that put on something and got some outbreak.
No, I mean, I understand it.
Outbreak.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
What
they
about
get-
your new underwear? You wash it?
You should.
Your drawers.
You should.
if I can get away with wearing it without washing it, I will. But if it's too like creased up or wrinkled or whatever, I won't. Yeah. Now, will I bring underwear out of a pack and put them on 100%?
As far as the fear of things in life, that doesn't fall in the category.
Did you realize that we now have a Duluth trading company in Birmingham?
Do we
Oh,
really?
yes, I do.
So we can
It's
go in there and
it's a
actually
big one.
shop.
Yeah. Greatest underwear I've ever
Where's
had.
it at?
It's over there.
By Bucky's?
No, it's
I call it the Hoover Med exit.
over back behind the gallery.
Got it. I
over
know
that
where
way.
it is.
Yeah.
I know where it is.
Over that way.
Over that way. Rick.
150 and all that.
Yep, I know where it is.
I hadn't
By
found it
Buffalo
yet.
Wild
I just saw it when I was riding by, and
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, I got one now."
For those of you that come to the SEC baseball tournament, it's that exit that you get off on.
Okay.
No, you're for people around the. You never know.
That's it.
Ooh,
It all goes to baseball, don't it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying I'm just It's a trying good to think reference of point. a big event. Yeah.
You're right.
Mm-hmm. Hey, all of
Or
us,
Ross Bridge.
I'm just saying.
look, baseball's not the Miss Universe for all of us. Look at Bubba. He's going to Marshall Flight Center today.
Right, and I need to.
10 minutes now to the top of the hour. So as we work our way back, a dilemma before the Team Rick and Bubba today on how we count this on the scoreboard. This involves the ever-changing, always hard-to-grasp attempts at spring pro football. We've pretty much covered them all, and so there was a concern here when the USFL returned under new everything, and we've enjoyed being part of that. It's been a lot of fun. And then all of a sudden, The Rock decided he would bring back the XFL, which we have a history with, XFL. And we begin to say there's no way these two leagues, spring pro football is the margins are so tiny and nobody can really make a profit off of it that we've ever seen. Why make it harder by there being two of you competing against each other for audience and ticket sales and merch and whatever?
The seasons were slightly staggered. They went
slightly staggered. But anyway, but you can't have can two spring leagues survive? And apparently the word's no. And we said that they've now merged into the, what is it called?
United Football League.
United UFL.
Yeah,
correct.
UFL.
They picked 4 teams from each league now to make one 8-team league. So now only we care about this kind of stuff, but we do. We don't know how to score this. So is this spring pro football once again not making it because both leagues had to combine to stay alive? Does that indicate that neither one of them could make it to that going forward on their own? Apparently it does. Or they would have just kept on going, right?
You know, they just think it was a better business to do. I don't know.
We're told so many things, and who knows?
Right.
But, you know, the proof is kind of in the pudding.
It is.
This. I mean, we had been told all along the USFL was doing great. They were in good standing, good footing. Everything was working. So, and we also had been told the XFL was struggling. It looked like they were going to. So they merge, but why? Why would you take on a boat taking on water if that was the case? And
Well,
I'm not saying it was. I'm just saying that's what we were
total
told.
speculation on my part, but it seems kind of a logical. It looks like to me, as with every spring league, okay, and Bubba's made this point many times, and it's 100% right, you die like you do on merchandise. It's not the products you sell that put you under. It's the products that you went ahead and paid for and then couldn't sell. Your inventory control is crucial. And with them, their inventory are teams. And some of their teams are big sellers, and some of them are better sellers than the others. Then some are just duds. And so it looks like to me that they took the markets that were duds, took them out of both the leagues,
And merged the better
took the 4 best markets, most successful of one league, and the 4 most successful in another league, and now put them in one league.
Which is not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea,
No, it's
and
not.
probably and evidently had to happen. But I'm not convinced this makes it.
No.
So
I agree.
they'll have a hub model. All teams will practice in Arlington, Texas, and then travel to play games in their home markets. And you said the 2 conferences, which is correct. You've got the 4 USFL markets and then the 4 XFL markets.
Yeah, because I watched the documentary on the XFL. I never watched a game. And, of course, I watched the Stallions in the USFL because, home team and all that, and they were doing well, which was fun. So well, they won the 2 seasons, both of them.
Yeah.
But I noticed that when I hear the 4 teams that Speedy named from the XFL, those were the ones that had the biggest crowds and the biggest success.
Arlington, D.C., San Antonio, and St. Louis come from the XFL, and USFL's Birmingham, Houston, Memphis, and Michigan.
Yeah. The Michigan surprises me, but maybe there was more success there than I knew. But
and this kind of goes a little bit against the theory that you want to go to cities that don't have an NFL team, because several of those do. They have NFL outlets and other pro sports outlets. So maybe it's just a crowd that's used to going to sporting events.
yeah,
better. I don't
the
know.
biggest home run for XFL, and these are hard to find, disgruntled St. Louis fans that they lost the Rams,
right?
And they lost the Cardinals, and so they lost 2 franchises. And when they gave them this, they really responded to it.
Yeah.
Of course, team needed to be better, but they were pretty good, but they didn't.
A.J. McCarron, he had a pretty good year.
Yes, he did. And their team was good, but I'm talking about when it got down to what they needed to do to get in the playoff, they couldn't quite pull the trigger on
And the Rock's XFL allows steroids. Is that right?
Yes, that is true. And you can smell it.
Okay.
But all right, guys, how do we score this? Do we score this that's another attempt at professional spring football was successful?
Or
No, I
or
don't.
was it not successful?
No, they completely changed their management. I mean,
It's a
it
new
went
product.
away.
It's a new product now.
They rolled into something else. So I don't think you count. I mean, they got 2 seasons. That's it.
Well, let me ask you this: if Verizon and AT&T merged today, is that a success or is that a failure?
Yeah, that's a great point because there are still USFL markets and teams that are playing.
Right.
So,
but they couldn't make it.
But it's a
without doing
different
this.
management. It's a whole different organization. I mean, it's not a negative to say they didn't make it.
No.
Not all mergers are negative by either side, but it's not the USFL.
Right.
They did not make it under their old model.
And it's not the XFL again.
Right. So I don't think either one of them made it.
So is it they didn't
I'm
make
going
it, or
back
they
and forth.
improved the product to
See,
where
that's the key.
Why did they have to improve the product?
Or did they have to? Did they see an opportunity?
Well, that's what Daryl Johnston
that's what they're going to
said.
say.
Oh,
They
of
should say
course.
that. I mean,
of course.
But Daryl Johnson sit in here and told, Daryl Johnston Moose sit in here and told us that they were fine. That they were doing great.
And
they apparently wasn't.
Well, the rumors were the XFL was hurting more than USFL, and they merged to be stronger. But I don't know. But you do have success stories like Brandon Aubrey for the Cowboys kicker. He played for the Stallions.
Of course.
And so it is giving these guys an opportunity.
No,
so.
now over there.
Yeah, that's different.
But I think they've all been pretty successful there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where they can't seem to stay alive is to be financially viable.
Yeah.
Right. But maybe to your point,
fan
they cut the fat. And they said, hey, these dying markets, they weren't that involved. Let's take the 4 best markets and let's go get it.
And to me, that's a good plan.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
But that doesn't mean the
from
league.
each league.
But you consider it a failure.
Yes.
You do. So when they do that.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not a failure. It's just not the same league. You can't say
that
made
league
it.
ended, and this is another spring league.
I think this is maybe a better word I should use here. Apparently, it wasn't sustainable.
There you go.
Yep.
But of course, that means the same thing.
Or this gave them a better option.
If a business is not sustainable, what do? They close the door.
I guess I was just trying to be kinder, which is odd for me. It felt weird. But you know,
they probably could have had another season, but they looked business-wise to grow in the future. It makes more sense to do this,
Right?
Yeah.
You know,
Makes the product stronger.
Yeah, we could have probably done the Rick and Bubba restaurant another 6 months, but everybody said, "What's the use?"
I think UFL sounds better than USFL. That's
not me because when I was a teenager, the USFL was out there. Yeah.
Anybody interested?
And Birmingham Stallions were they actually?
I'm not, but I've never been interested in these.
Well,
things.
it's hard to get invested emotionally because you think, well, in 2 years it'll be yanked out from under you again.
I never really watched the XFL, but because we were connected to the USFL and we did so much with them and with the Stallions, I think I'll be interested to see how it goes.
You're trying to get the stadium job, and I get it.
No. But you know, how many times
I'll take an advertising buy from them.
How many times?
Sure we will.
We'll get one. How many times did we say,
good.
"Oh man, it'd be cool if the USFL could play the XFL team"?
Yeah.
Remember, towards the end of the
Super Bowl. Yeah.
Now we got it because I think
true.
they opened the season up with both winners of each league playing.
That's a good idea.
Of course, then you have to think about what's the roster look like. Because if it was successful, people take all your good players.
Yeah, true. But then you got young ones coming up.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I saw Alex Magoo on the sidelines for the Packers. He wasn't dressed out. He must have been hurt.
Or a practice squad guy.
Yeah, or something. But
That's still a good gig, though.
Yeah, it is.
So there you go.
Probably didn't get hit as much.
So now the UFL.
Rick and Bubba.
More about your day. It's like you leave here. Is everybody coming here to meet you?
Yeah,
where y'all meeting?
Golden Corral.
Meeting in Huntsville.
Oh, you're driving by yourself?
No, I got one guy going with me, and then I'm meeting a couple.
Is he coming here?
Not to the studio.
Where y'all meeting?
Well, that's need to know information.
I want
to know your day.
What are you going to do about eating? Because I know you got to work around that.
Well, we're going to eat right before the tour.
Oh,
they're picking us up at
Cracker Barrel.
There you go.
Yeah. So will y'all eat then be picked up, or are they going to eat with you?
They might eat with us. I don't know yet.
Oh, I said okay.
Y'all gonna get tri-space suits on?
No.
What will you order?
I don't know.
What type of place you eating at?
I don't know.
How long do you think you'll stay there?
Do what?
How long do you think you'll stay there? Is it
well,
like
it depends
a 30
when I
minute?
get there.
You know, it could be 15 minutes or less.
Oh, really? Because there's a certain time y'all got to be over there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you don't keep NASA waiting.
Yeah, I just
You got gas or have to stop?
Oh, ready to go.
Oh, of course. Speedy's one.
Speedy,
What a dumb question.
Woody filled that up this morning.
Speedy always has to stop.
But don't you always. It happened one time, like 12
It does
years
happen
ago.
a lot with you.
It does.
Oh,
you don't get your gasoline ready.
It's not about me. It's about Bubba's day.
Speaking of filling up, I have to tell you about that this morning.
All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba, you said something about fueling today?
Well, as Speedy mentioned, I have to, be prepared for my trip.
Well,
and
the 5 Ps,
and
buddy.
I stopped and was filling up I'm in my old truck today. And
can you make the trip?
Well, I hope so. I was filling up, and I usually get out and I put it on automatic. And I don't know what you guys do while you're filling up, but I usually go around and get all the crap out of my vehicle
I love
that
to
has
do
got
that.
piled up.
I love to do that.
I used to do that
Get in
till
the
they put them little TVs on it.
Now you just stand and watch
Gas
it.
station TV.
Yeah, I like hearing those. So I'm gonna walk around and do my thing, and I've got to put the roll top back and get everything ready to go. And there's such good lights there, under the so you can see good. And as I'm trying to step over the gas line going to the truck, I get my foot hung.
Oh no, your toe.
And you'll kind of do that, that hop, to you hopefully can get it unstuck. And when I did the little hop, it didn't unstick, and I was going down.
What?
Going down.
Please, security
and I
cameras.
grabbed. Well, there's probably a security camera footage of it. So I reached out to try to grab the truck on my way down, and what it did, it just spun me over, kind of on my back. But I fall and I roll, and
So you go down.
and my feet.
There's a security camera somewhere that has this.
Rick, my feet go way up in the air.
Do you have a
like I
grease-
almost roll completely over.
Bubba.
And then I tried to
On that clean ground with the gas.
I tried
yeah.
to, and at the diesel pumps even
Oh,
better.
good.
See if you had grease. Do you have a greasy spot on?
Probably. So I tried to hop back up. You know how when you fall, you try to hop
You
up
have
quick?
to.
Well, guess what? I can't hop up quick. I just can't. And so then I got to try to maneuver it. Thank goodness the truck is there to grab a hold of and pull up. So as I
Can we contact this place?
It
Please.
probably,
Security
Rick,
camera.
it probably
Please.
looked like the awfulest train
Please.
wreck you'd ever seen.
Please.
Now, don't think the lot is empty. It's full of people.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
And
then you have a logo
there,
shirt on.
there happened to be several police officers that were there also. And
There's another drunk.
Yeah.
Hey, we just
Logo shirt.
We just loaded up that Garnett guy the other night. What's up with this Rick and Bubba bucket?
Party.
So they're starting to come my way to help me get up.
Rick.
Of course, I said I'm fine. They go, you okay? I'm fine.
Big man down.
And of course, I get up, and I've still got to get up in the bed of the truck. I'm like, well, don't fall out of that. That'll be bad. So I get everything ready to go. But I thought, boy, I bet that looked precious.
If you are a police officer and you saw this,
Oh, please call.
we need to hear from you, and we need the security camera footage from this location.
Or if a policeman has it on his body cam.
Because I would have turned.
Rick, I bet it was precious.
All right, be honest. Are
It's
they
on
talking
that
about
video.
it? Are the
no
officers
doubt.
talking about
no
it?
doubt.
Well, I circle back around.
Look at Powell, look at Powell.
I circle back around on the way out, and I said, "Hey, did I look as graceful as I felt like I did?" And they were laughing pretty hard.
Yeah. Oh, this is.
Look what happened.
Imagine that, but much faster.
Look at that.
You just got to roll out of it.
Greg, picture of you and I been standing there.
Oh,
Hey, did y'all catch Chubalicious over there?
He went down. He's down. He's down.
Hey, and went down hard too. I mean hard.
So you tripped over the gas line?
Yeah. And I
He tried to hop over.
I thought I could save it, but I couldn't.
No.
And
See, in the
went
old
down
days you
hard.
could have.
It went down hard.
See, that's one of those signs.
It's like it grabbed me and wouldn't let go. It wasn't like I was hooked. It like grabbed me.
But isn't it shocking to you, honestly? Because
I'm glad it didn't come out and squirt diesel fuel all over me.
Right.
Rick, they said one of the cops said, "Look, Wilford Brimley just fell. His blood sugar must have got low."
Hey, Wilford Brimley's down.
They didn't check his blood sugar.
The other thing could have been better if it was real cold today and he had the Wilford Brimley vest on.
Oh yeah.
And his meat clothes couldn't get up.
Somebody find his cowboy hat. It's somewhere around.
But what I'm talking about in your mind now, because I've noticed this too, and I noticed this too. Like seriously, like the whenever I'm
at a ball game for any amount of time, which is not a lot if I can control it. But like I'll get up if it's on these bleachers and whatever. And there was a day I didn't have any balance problems. But I'll get up now and I'm like, oh gosh, I nearly fell. I mean, it's like we don't have the bleachers.
Well, we're all at the age now. We're moving into the hip arena.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you think, hey, went down. There's a hip.
No, I've
Come on with that. Thomas Petty, 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show coming to you from the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler make up Team Rick and Bubba. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We hope you're staying warm.
Staying warm. If you are
unless you're listening in the southern hemisphere, and I know it's plenty warm down
If
there.
you're in the middle of the Arctic blast, we wish you nothing but warm feelings. Bubba, we got a Biden update, and you know he's cold because old people they get cold. They get cold. He cold.
Anybody know?
Here we go.
Basement Joe.
Everybody. Basement Joe. All right, so believe it or not, it's looking more and more. We got a few court cases to figure out that the Democrats will run Joe Biden, and he will go against Donald Trump, barring some success with the attempts to put Donald Trump in jail. But when sometimes you're trying to assess someone, their cognitive skills, or just whatever it may be. You remember when they sit you down after on concussion protocol, and like the time y'all
wouldn't pass.
You tell me I tell this story all the time, but it was one of my favorites. I don't know why. I saw others, but for some reason, the friend of mine that I play with, that when they asked him what his name was, something about his answer has on me to this day, and when he just simply said, "Oh, it don't matter," and that was
What's the big deal?
That was the moment that everybody started taking his equipment away from him and all that.
All right, let me see your helmet.
Well, I think the president has given us many of those, and no one's responding. But this is definitely another one. If you are trying to watch him to say, now look, at some point we may have to bring him in. Listen to what he says, and all of you out there, if you've, of course, a lot of you in the southern states that catch the show, I know y'all been to the grocery store and bought everything they've got because you may be in your house for 48 hours. But so here is the president, and when you hear this statement, see if this is one of those moments where you say, "Hand us your equipment." All right, here we go.
Who's that
You've
guy?
got the best economy of any economy in the world right now. And that literally is true. But people turn on the television, and what do you hear? Everything's negative. Even the good stuff ends up negative. And a lot of it is negative. You turn on the television and you hear about hurricanes that nobody there to help. You hear about nations at war. You'll see what's going on in Ukraine, and you see what's going on in the Middle East. But I really do believe in the heart and the guts of the American people. They've never given up. And what's allowed them to manifest what they want to get done is they have these guardrails. There's institutions that say they can do these things. No one can stop them from doing these things.
Well, what was that?
Well, he cleared it all up.
Did he just tell us that there's a big brother out there taking care of everything?
He
In
did.
a funny kind of way?
He really did. And it was good to see him appearing on the show called Trans Today.
I was going to say, who was that dude?
I was waiting on. I thought he was about to ask a question. Going, let me ask it, Greg, but that's fine.
I've never seen a woman with
I gotta stop hanging
sideburns.
out with him. You go to one birthday party. All right, so his
He
influence.
just said everything's reported negative, and then he listed
And some
all
things are
the
negative.
real things that are negative.
Yeah, I know.
This is where he hands
really
me.
didn't follow
This is where I take his helmet away from him.
Yeah.
When he says, right now, the Americans are experiencing the best economy in the world.
Yes.
And he says that's literally true. Now, I don't know why. That's when some people use the word literally.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he's comparing it to.
I think it's figuratively true. I don't think it's literally true.
I don't know how the rest of the world is doing. I'm not there trying to buy groceries,
right,
so
yeah.
I can't really comment. I can say ours is not near what it used to be.
Well, yeah, this is one of those things where you can say, I guess our team's really bad, but we're not as bad as some other teams.
Okay.
But you can't say our team's good because our economy is.
Well, now, Rick, if you look at the Congo,
Right.
You know,
Right. Yeah. It's like, what is he saying? We're currently winning a really bad division.
Yeah, I think he just
Look,
said
we're bad, but there's people worse.
I think he just said we're 6-5.
Right. Yeah.
I think we're the Bucks.
Yeah. And how about hearing a Democrat complaining about the media being negative?
Yeah, you don't hear that.
That's
much.
weird. All right, so now we have him walking and shaking hands. And guys, look, God love him. This is not funny to me. It's sad. I mean, because this is supposed to be. So look, look at the eyes.
Oh my goodness.
Look, guys,
He's having to hold him back.
Oh, man, it looked like me coming out of bar in '87.
That's terrible. Terrible.
Buddy trying to take care of him.
Service and sales.
Well, no
where's
one-
he looking? Oh my
Let me tell you what he was for
That
just
is
He was locked into the blind.
Now let me tell you this:
It's
have you ever
disturbing.
seen anybody get an old hound dog off the truck and he gets a scent and he starts trying to pull him? Then hold him back.
Why are they in a bike shop?
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully to get him one of those helmets.
Well, he needs more than that. He needs he needs a bubble suit.
He does.
Sorry.
You thought that was bad, y'all. This gets
It
weirder.
gets worse. Is this the girl?
Yes.
Okay, y'all. What's going on here? Let everybody be a little quiet.
No, he's also
my
got
God.
he got a ring in his hand.
Y'all listen to this.
This girl, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to
feel so
do.
bad for her.
This girl is honestly scared.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to ask about Secretary Austin. There was that whole hospitalization thing.
Yeah.
Biden was out of the loop. Biden's going to answer those questions in that weird whisper voice while staring at this little girl.
Please look.
Confidence in Secretary Austin?
I do.
I'm sorry.
Was it a lapse in judgment for him not to tell you earlier?
Doing.
Yes.
Would you like a
What is happening? What's happening?
Hey, between the two answers, what does he whisper? Listen.
He's like something about sorry.
Yeah, he goes, I'm sorry.
What is he doing?
I do.
I'm sorry.
That little girl didn't sleep a wink.
What's he saying?
Look at the distance.
sip of my smoothie?
Look at
What is happening?
Look at the distance that she's putting between them.
Julius.
Listen, she's not closing the distance between her and the president of the United States. She's extending the distance.
Yes.
She's scared.
Very good point.
Listen
Rick.
one more time.
What's happening?
I don't know what
y'all?
he's doing right
Y'all
now.
be quiet. and listen.
Confidence in Secretary Austin?
I do.
I'm sorry.
Was it a lapse in judgment for him not to tell you earlier?
Yes.
Yo, did y'all see him rise up like they were blowing up one of those things at a grand opening? I think it's what it is. Look, here's the leader of the free world.
Yes, like when it gets air in it. That's what he was doing. Like Speedy's neighbor's yard.
Yes. I think he whispered, I see dead people.
What are you doing? She'll never sleep. She'll never sleep.
Concerning.
I'm sorry.
Concerning. Concerned. I'm concerned.
I'm going to be in your dreams.
What is he doing? Why is he bent over with his face in a bookcase?
Is he looking at the books? I can't tell.
No, I don't think.
I'm with y'all.
While holding an orange Julius.
I think he said, do you have a lozenge?
Secretary Austin?
I do.
I'm sorry.
Was it a lapse in judgment for him not to tell you earlier?
You know, maybe he is looking at the books like a weirdo.
Is he saying, I'm sorry, I'm over in your space?
Right. I'm sorry, but I can't see this book. What is that?
I'm sorry. I don't know who I am anymore.
I see dead people.
Is that Larry the Leaf right there?
Who is Secretary Austin?
Yeah, not sure who that is.
Can you tell me why I'm here? Please tell me why.
What do you think about Secretary Austin? Who is Secretary Austin? Little girl. Who is Secretary Austin?
What is
Steve Austin?
What does he do?
Is he $6 million man?
$1 if you tell me what he does.
Does he work at the library?
Help me, where am I?
Right.
Yo, this is not good.
I'm concerned.
I don't know what he was doing.
No, I didn't realize. Adler,
While holding a slush.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
forget that.
I underestimated how odd it was that he would not look at the reporters and was over in some bookcase behind a little girl and began to answer the questions while looking away. I underestimated how weird that was going to be
And
for
then,
me.
and then stood up in slow motion.
Yeah.
You know? It's like he was like, watch how strong my abs are.
Well, it's like he came. It's like he came up out of a casket or something. I mean, that'll terrify that woman. I mean, that little girl. She won't sleep a wink. She won't sleep a wink.
No.
You know, like when you're
She
playing with a
pulled away
kid, you're like, it's like he was good.
Greg, understand your daughter got to meet the president at her school today. Yeah, hasn't slept since.
Yes, she did. Can't quit talking about it.
She keeps saying that she.
There he is. There he is.
That's
good night.
Golly, y'all. This is not. Why are we doing this? I don't think.
Hey, you want a little sip of this icy?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
January. Yeah, I've got some sort of soreness I can't even document. Like, again, I really don't think it's anything like we say it all the time. I honestly, truthfully think, not trying to be funny, it has nothing to do with anything other than sleep. I got in some kind of position sleeping, and I've got some kind of soreness that I can't even draw a line to where it came from. I have no idea why it's this way. I mean, if you said, so what's wrong? I have no idea. I don't know what it's related to. Laura in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Laura, how you doing?
I'm all right. How are you guys this morning?
Good.
I just want to tell Bubba I don't feel quite so bad now. I did that on September 25th, cleaning out my car, tried to step over the gas hose, didn't make it, crashed through the concrete and fractured my elbow, bruised my ribs, and banged up my knee.
Oh, good night.
Bubba, that could have been you.
Bubba, you got out scot-free.
I fell pretty hard.
He got out easy.
Did you really?
But so really, you saved yourself better than Laura did.
Yeah, you know what? Really, I think helped because I broke both wrists before falling. And,
oh gosh,
you know, I was a kid, but
sure.
I think when I grabbed the truck on the way down and it spun me over on my back, that's what saved me.
You probably would have shattered your hip.
I couldn't get anything pinned up under me because if I had, it'd have been a bad fall.
I can just see it.
James,
Greg, I hit hard.
James in Birmingham.
Like when you hit and you went, wow, that was harder than I thought.
I hate that. Hey, I went down pretty good right there. It's one of those
and
guys.
you try to hop up to, tell yourself you're okay.
Oh, yeah.
And you can.
I'm good.
James in Birmingham, go ahead.
Hey, tell me Bubba had his Apple Watch on when he fell and it called y'all.
I did. And I thought about that.
It should have.
But when you, I think you have to fall and lay still, and then it'll call.
Okay.
I think when I started moving again, it said, "Okay, you're all right."
Did you have to get up with the move now, where you have to rock up?
Seesaw rock.
Just roll.
Well, let's see.
You don't just go up.
Feet went up high.
Right.
I tried to get right back up, and that wasn't going to happen. So then I had to roll over so I could get my hand on the bumper to start coming up.
You flipped over on your stomach?
Back.
Greg,
but
right,
I
but
rolled over to get my hand back on the truck.
Let me see your right elbow.
At one time, he was as helpless as a turtle.
He was on the shell.
Yeah. I mean, I almost flipped over. My feet went so far up. I was like, wow.
Wow.
And there's footage of that out there.
Oh, yeah, security cameras all over.
100%. Look, y'all, Garnett's story and
Hot
Bubba's
Med's
story.
watching it right now laughing.
Somebody has footage of both of those. Somebody has footage of both.
Yeah.
Greg, gosh, if I could have them pulling Garnett out of that car and get up in his face, getting on to him. And
See, that would be the best.
And then what if we sat here and we go, all right, Garnett, that was funny. What's next? Bubba's fault. Here we go. And we had both of them. Gosh, what a wonderful day that would be.
So Bubba falls on his back and his feet nearly come over his head. That big of a fall.
Yeah.
Golly.
Because I was moving forward, so I was walking around, and then when I hopped to try to save it, it made it worse.
Tell me,
boy, I'd love to see that.
Officers, I know y'all got a lot going on. Some of y'all saw this. Look, here's Bubba trying to get up.
It felt about like that for a second.
All right, we'll be back.
Then after that, I had to jump up in bed of the truck. So I was like,
struggling?
Oh, man, yeah. Trying to act like it wasn't hurting.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I think I found it. Why were you wearing a toboggan?
Rick.
Huh?
That's it.
That's what happened.
It looked a lot like that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't know this.
How's old Bubba?
Yeah. How's old Bubba doing?
Bubba's good.
Greg, please tell Greg what the student said to Lisa about at
Said
school.
that she was married to Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
You heard she's famous. She's married to Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, that'd be weird.
Yeah. Sherry's got that before too, but I didn't know that Lisa had got that as well.
Yeah, I don't know what
Betty
that
gets
means.
it
Does
too.
that mean that if they don't know who it is, they just refer to it as Rick and Bubba?
Yeah, I'll tell you who they're married to is Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
Sherry's like, no, I think I was just married to one.
Yeah. You're married. Lisa's married to neither one of you.
That's right. That's true.
I don't think.
It's another profit star for the Rick and Bubba show. Really not that impressive because all we spoke about was just logic. Logic is not an enemy here at the Rick and Bubba show for all.
Well, Rick, we all have to live with it.
I know.
It's, the truth is the truth.
Well, the Target employees are upset, Bub.
Well, Rick, as we talked about with this big push to raise the minimum wage, this was going to be the big deal. It was going to give me a living wage, Greg. Not minimum, but living wage.
Living wage.
Even though it was all set up to be an introductory wave, and there's probably some debate that the government shouldn't even be in this. But some Target employees say they've seen their hours cut.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us.
Working on the blubber.
So, a couple of other things we haven't talked about. Did you ever get confirmation on what you said to me in the break?
No.
Okay. Stay away from it. Okay. Who would have thought misinformation would be out there?
No.
So, have you seen this story we have today from Daily Mail about the wealthiest people in the world? And if you combine the fortunes of the world's 5 richest men, that it has doubled to $869 billion just since 2020. What do they say about the rich? Just keep getting richer.
Keep getting richer.
Yep.
So that's that would be Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Warren Buffett. They don't tell you. I guess in the story they tell you who the other two are. But anyway, so that's wow. If you were to take that 5, including those 3, it has doubled since 2020.
Well, it just shows you they know how to invest and where to go in those type of challenging times.
No, you're right. You're 100% right, and that's how it is. Now we do have something going on. They're referring to something calling the electric vehicle winter, meaning that the hype is kind of dwindling, and it has turned in 2024, starting to look a lot different. It says that Elon Musk electric cars are off to the worst start of any year they've had. The company's lost more than $94 billion in market valuation in just the first 2 weeks of 2024. It says one of the reasons that they're dealing with that is they've been hit with a lot of negative news. There's been an about face on EVs from the car rental giant Hertz Global. Another price cut for its cars had to be made in China. Labor costs are rising, and they're saying that and this happens with anything. The shine is kind of coming off the electric vehicles. I mean, a perfect example on the rental car thing. When I saw this, I had an opportunity, and I'm not against the technology. I love the technology. It seems great. But when I had a chance to drive, in another country, one of the things that they tried to sell Sherry on was electric vehicle. And at first, Sherry was like, I think this will be fun. We'll drive a Tesla, da-da-da-da-da. Until we got the map out and started looking at charging stations, started seeing what the hotel had about charging. And I finally said, we're already going to be driving in another country.
Yeah, add that.
And I don't think I want to add all this to our experience. I just want to be able to get from point A to point B with zero hassle.
Right.
And I see a lot of petroleum stations. I don't see a lot of charging stations.
No, you're right.
And
that's definitely.
And so I called
problem.
back and canceled it.
Yeah. Well, Hertz sold 20,000 EVs and trying to dump a lot of them because they said they're opting out for gas-powered vehicles because the higher expenses related to collision damage and upkeep and a lot of that is just too much. They're crazier than they are fine.
Well, it's
can't make no money off of it.
Well, it's what
That's a good point.
Well, it's what we were trying to tell everybody when these delusional, childlike view of the world left us. There's nothing wrong with us developing the electric car. Great in electrical vehicles, but when they started all this is the greatest thing that's ever hit planet Earth, and everybody's going to flock to it, and it's got zero problems and only upside. That's just delusional. That's not true. So what we have is, and I think the electric cars are going to be fine, but what we have is what? Now reality has set in, and people are saying, I like this about it, I don't like that about it. We need to probably do a better job on that. Oh, by the way, I didn't think about that. And of course, and then of course the thing Bubba's been saying over and over, you can't make them without petroleum.
Yep.
But the
Don't have to have that.
Yeah,
charge them.
Yeah. So what we're now is they've gone out into the market just like a pharmaceutical drug. I hate to bring that up, but you do all the testing you can do, but you don't really know the truth about anything like that until it's gone out to the mass public, and then all the different things that can happen. Then you pull that information back in and you make adjustments.
Yep.
And I think the electric vehicles are in the let's pull it back in and make adjustments mode. What are the things people don't like about it? So let's see if we can address that. Doesn't mean they're over, but it also doesn't mean that they don't have any problems.
People to drive them.
Why can't we just live in the real world? They're good, but just like anything else, they have some problems.
Well, the people who got them because they liked the options. They liked the way they performed.
Yeah.
They liked the way they looked. I mean, you can't force things on people. And, just for strategic planning, I've said all along, and Elon Musk even said this, we're not ready to go if everybody and their brother had a battery car right now. We couldn't handle it.
Correct.
But, I think there was some mid steps we should have looked at: hydrogen, natural gas, some of that stuff that would more fit the current system we have for pumping out stuff into vehicles. So I don't know. We'll see how it all plays out. But they're going to have to make them even. I think the charging station thing, and I know there's a lot of government grants where they're building those now. But again, I don't know. If you just build them and stick them out there somewhere with a charge card on it, people are going to tear them up and abuse them. I mean, till the private sector gets in charge of that.
Can I tell you another thing in this?
I think the restaurants ought to be investing in them.
Absolutely, and some are.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go back to this. Can I tell you another thing that angers me about this? Is I know what's happening here. Now, some of this that people are talking about, they are true. But if Elon Musk would have remained a good behaving liberal, the news media would not be reporting on the negative sides of his. Notice they always feature, even though he's prominent, I understand that. That's what they'll tell me. But they always feature his company and their problems, as if they're the only EV makers in the world. And don't think that because he hasn't behaved himself and won't believe and say the things they want him to say, now they'll actually do negative news on him. But see, it shouldn't be like that. If electric vehicles, they should be non-political, and we should talk about electric vehicles and update how the consumer is enjoying them, what they don't like about them, what are some adjustments have to be made, are people embracing it? It's a very interesting story to go, okay. The biggest car rental company that we got thought that everybody would want to rent EVs. Turns out they don't.
Right.
Okay.
Not quite there.
So that was something you tried, and people said, when I'm in a rental car situation, this is not me on a fun ride. This is me trying to function and be efficient. And I don't really want to try new things while I'm renting a car.
Yeah. Right.
And
the cost to maintain them for the rental company is up there.
Absolutely. Yeah. And they had stepped out back to Hertz, and they said they wanted to convert 25% of their fleet to electric by the end of 2024. That was original.
Yeah.
And now they are trying to sell off the 20,000.
We're wanting to change that number.
Well, it's just like when you see these politicians claiming that the government's going to go all electric.
I read an article. I don't know if it's true or not. I think the charging times is also an issue right now.
Yeah.
And there's some technology to speed that up. But I was reading, I forgot what story it was, about Japan's versions. They are doing it a little bit different. They actually have almost like our wild game cameras now. They had a rechargeable battery that you came in and they popped a new one in for you, almost like an oil change.
Yeah.
But they said they could do it in like 2 minutes.
See, now things like that's a step forward.
Yeah.
Of course, it costs a lot.
I bet that's cheap.
Phone calls.
You trade one in and get.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. You can talk about anything on your mind. This will be a phone troll. Haven't done one of those yet today or this week, since this is the first day of the week. We'll take those calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Coach Helmsley goes and takes those right now. Your chance to talk when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
A wage increase.
Well, imagine that.
2 years ago, Target announced it was raising its minimum wage to $15 an hour, but some store workers say the wage increase are not helping because their schedules have now been cut in hours.
So I'm getting more per hour, but then they just wouldn't cut my hours.
And not only that, Rick, now that they have cut their hours, some of them do not qualify for health insurance and other benefits.
Well.
So they went from making a certain amount with health insurance to now they're bringing home exactly the same amount, working less hours, but with no health insurance.
Wait a minute.
Hang on.
Wait just a minute. How'd this happen? Bubba, you telling me that if they pay me more an hour, they still want to try to keep their overhead the same? So they'll just cut my hours? Where's my insurance? Hey, I got more an hour, Greg, but I'm part-time. How'd this happen? How'd this happen?
So you're getting the exact same check you were getting.
Right. Well, in some cases, less. One employee in Florida says that she was very excited to hear that her hourly wage was going to be raised to $15 an hour. She said until she got her first paycheck, and now she's getting $200 less per paycheck.
Well, that didn't work out.
Hey, Bubba, next thing you'll tell me, if they leave it like it is, the cost of the products will go up. Is that what's going to happen?
I'm afraid so.
Swapping is my favorite part.
You know your eyes going to get stuck that way.
By the way, guys, don't we know this? What y'all live in some fantasy world?
Yeah, they thought they were going more than
and
double.
Dismayed that their rate went up, but now they're having trouble paying rent, buying food, as they find themselves with hundreds of dollars less in their paycheck.
Good night.
Mm-hmm. And then, because didn't they first try this in Oregon or somewhere? You remember we did the story that also in one situation the employee was making more money, which cost them some benefits they were getting, and they wanted them to cut their hours so they could keep their money.
Oh, yeah, this is back. Now their government program, which they should be wanting to get off of.
Yeah.
They're saying, well, no, I want to get back to where I get a paycheck and the government program. That was better.
They wanted to work less.
That was better. That was better for me than to making more money and not having a government program.
Yeah, so it all comes out in the wash.
How's this happen?
You meant swap one more time.
You know, it's...
I don't understand this.
I need more of that. You want me to do
slow
it?
Motion. I like the slow motion one a little bit.
I'll start
very deliberate.
Mix it in.
I'll start working that one in.
Oh,
you want a little bit of the...
You end on the slow motion.
Okay, that's how it's
when
over?
You're driving your point.
Okay, that'll be the new end?
Yeah.
Y'all, this is what I still don't understand.
I mean, how stupid are we?
When you enter into the workforce and you have an entry-level job, it's not going to be a living wage because they can't pay everybody a living wage. It just doesn't work that way. But what you do is you get experience, put a little money in your pocket. Hopefully you can still, live at home or have some other way to defer some of your cost. With roommates or whatever. And then as you get better at your craft, whatever it may be, you hopefully will be promoted that company. And you will go from just an hourly part-time person to maybe full-time to some kind of manager, some kind of team manager, and then the upper management. And as you go along that, then you start making more money. Then you make a wage that you can afford to live, that you can hopefully buy a place one day. That's how it works. It's not, you can't show up and have no skills and expect to be taken care of. That's not how it works.
Well, Bub, also the people who are investing in these places, as you just pointed out perfectly, they have part of their strategy that says we have this many entry-level jobs.
Right.
And it's called an entry-level job.
And there's nothing wrong with entry-level jobs
yeah,
because if a company doesn't have entry-level jobs, guess what? You can't get a job there.
I'm talking to my kids about this right now. You start out going, look, the first thing you want to do is you want to enter into this field. Or you need to get a job that just puts money away for you to have at college for spending money. These are entry-level jobs. You may be entering into the field that you want. I got news for you. Did you know that when Bubba and I entered into radio, we weren't paid as much as we are now? Did you know that? Because they weren't going to pay weekend guys what they paid the guys who worked during the week.
Right.
Okay? We weren't paid the same. We entered into that line of work, and we worked our way up. When people say either I don't want to be a manager or run a location of Target one day, okay, well, then you're just there getting money that you need. Maybe you got another job. Maybe you're supplementing with this. But
Maybe you don't want the headache that goes with
but
it.
if you desire to make more money in this company, you're going to have to leave the entry level,
Right.
and go to the next level, or leave this place and go somewhere else where you can make more money. When you take these entry-level jobs and run up the hourly rate, this is exactly what happens because there's no other way but this to happen.
And here we go. All 10 lines are available. It's phone throw time, baby. Staying cocky on the phones. Helmsy, ready to go. All 10 lines, your time to make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Watch out for our friend the buzzer. Boundaries are blessings. Keeping everybody in line. So easy to get in because we offer 10 lines, not just a few lines, 10 lines for a bigger sample. But then sometimes you think, well, if I'm number 8 in line, but see, oh, buzzer, he's got you ready to go. No meaningless shout out, no shameless plugs. None of those are allowed. They'll get an instant buzzer. So we'll keep that line moving. It will be a great experience for the audience because anything that we feel like is kind of bogging us down, we just move through it. We just go. Don't you love to see a line move smoothly?
Oh, yeah.
Thought about that Sunday afternoon. So right now, go to 866 We Be Big and come on in. Now, Field of Greens, got to talk about one of my favorite products that have ever come through this show as far as personal impact. Fieldofgreens.com. Love the product because I don't normally get in the recommended servings of fruits and vegetables in my diet. Normally, it's hard to do. It's hard to do. Well, then if I get down to it, what if I'm picking the wrong ones? Yep. You know, every vegetable's not great for you. Every fruit's not great. I want those that my vital organs, my heart, my lungs, my kidneys, my immune system, I want what they crave. And so with Field of Greens, you get that. They do it for you. So go get yours now, and this product has really had a positive impact at our house. I think it will at yours. Fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. Save 15% off right now. Fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. You can also go to rickandbubba.com, and you can find Field of Greens right there under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Let's get started with John in Cahaba Heights outside of Birmingham on 104.7 WZZK. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. John, 30 seconds and go.
Hey, Bubba, for 2024, I wanted to be the first to say, Bubba, you are intelligent.
Not bad.
That's not
That
bad.
wasn't bad.
It's not
Not
Shatner.
bad.
But
He's on the
same. It's you got the same meter.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
That's pretty
That was
close.
pretty close. Good job.
Art, you got the
Getting
line.
there.
I was real nervous.
Lines available. David in Leeds. David, 104.7 WZZK as well. Go ahead.
Please.
Hey, guys, how are y'all this morning?
We're good. We're great.
Good. Hey, Rick, I was going to tell you, y'all was talking about the Jelly Roll 5K thing.
Mm-hmm.
I sent you a video on Instagram of him training in the woods.
We played it.
Yeah, we played that. I got to look at
you
it.
did? Oh, crap,
Yeah.
I missed it. I'm sorry, guys.
I looked at it, and I thought to myself, I've never seen anybody so safe in the woods because any bears would say, nah, I'm not that hungry.
Yeah, I ain't messing with that.
So, nah, anybody hungry? I'm not that hungry.
Nah.
So see someone smaller comes through. Also, my doctor said I got to cut back.
Yeah.
Craig in Gardendale. Craig, go ahead, 30 seconds. How are you?
I'm doing good, Rick. It seems like you're doing well. You come out of the gate pretty hard this morning, using big words this morning. You've
Wide
asked
open.
good questions. You make good points, and
Yeah.
then you even threw some kindness in there, guy. Hold up now.
I know. He's covering the
What
whole
kind of day is
thing.
this? I'll never make it to
It's
Friday.
Monday, Rick.
Yeah, and you know what? This is the thing that's really going to
Winter storm.
Here's the thing that's really going to concern you. I don't even feel that great.
Yeah.
I mean,
So you've even surprised yourself.
right? I mean, if I got a little something's bothering me, I'm not sure what it is. But
Ain't
anyway,
above your head, Rick.
I know. So I can't imagine if I dialing in. Well, I've really been trying to work on my rest. I think
that's key. That's
too.
important.
Yeah. So
Gotta have it.
Yep. Greg, but you're right. I'm out of the gate a little strong for our first day of the week.
Yeah.
Greg in Oak Grove. Greg, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I have first-hand experience. As of last Saturday, I was in a Ford dealership, and I was looking at trucks, and I just asked the salesman about the electric vehicles. They said they couldn't hardly give them away. Said they can't move them, nobody wants them, nobody trusts them. Yeah. And when the things explode, the batteries explode, there's nothing firemen can do about it. They just have
I don't know about the fire thing. I haven't heard that. But,
Well, what it is, some of the lithium batteries burn at a much hotter and higher temperature than regular batteries would.
Right.
And I know even on some things that you get those lithium batteries in now, they are double compartment.
Yeah.
So they can kind of try to contain the heat if they do have a problem with them. And that is one of the drawbacks, but they also supply a lot of power for their size.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There it is again.
There it is.
That one was straightforward.
Christy in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Christy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning. Please elaborate when you're at home, like for my husband this morning, this course is at home, but your wife is doing something and got her mind everywhere and startled.
You startle your wife like you did with Sherry?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're talking about how I keep startling my wife because I've come into her world and you're in the middle of everything you're doing.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, what I started doing, and I don't know if your husband is listening, I'm starting announcing my arrival way on the other side of the house.
Coming in. And a play-by-play.
I'm now moving toward the area where you are now washing clothing. Can you hear me over the washer and dryer? That seems to be an issue.
Yes. Are you blow drying your hair?
Right. That's so good. Yeah. Now approaching from quadrant A of the house, coming toward yours. Yeah, and that's
walking down hall.
Hey! I mean, I can't tell you. I don't mean to. I'm not even trying to.
Same thing happens.
You ever do a thing where it's
I'm here. I can't not be here.
Yeah.
You know.
And it can be something like a starting thing, like even endearing, like, "Hey, babe."
I know. Yeah, all the time.
I didn't know you were here. Who else lives here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they look up and see you in the mirror.
Oh, yeah. Now moving from downstairs to upstairs. Yeah. So it doesn't seem to work. Though.
I'm gonna start texting her when I walk in the door.
Yeah,
I'm in the house.
Yeah. The key is to, and then have you ever? I hate to bring this up, but sometimes your wife. I've noticed that if we do things bad, if they do things, can't point to it.
It's fine.
When it's exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I'm talking about and I understand it. What she has a valid point. I just thought it would work for both of us. Is that she says, when you talk to me from another room and there's a wall between us, whatever, I can't hear what you're saying. Come in the room where I am and speak to me there. Okay, I understand I do that and I need to do better. But then I'll hear, "Hey, babe," and I'll hear her talking in another room. I'm like, "Well, you're doing it." Well, why can't you hear me? What? Same reason you couldn't hear me.
Yeah. Come into my room.
Right.
True.
Why are you not walking in the room where I am to tell me something? Come to where I am.
I think
So I'm always moving to where she is.
I think that's it.
Okay.
In both situations, you come to her room.
Right. So if they're doing something, we must come to there.
Yes.
Right. If we're doing something, we still have to leave it to come to where they are.
Yes.
Correct. Shouldn't it be the person who's doing something?
Right.
No.
Rick. What's confusing about this?
And that's what you got wrong.
Okay. I got you. All right. I got it.
This isn't really the same, but my wife and I, in restaurants, when you're carrying something behind someone, we're starting to do the behind you. It's like a code word. It's not really a code. It's just when you say it. My wife and I have to do that now because we were turning around so often, like with a bottle in our hands or something. Yeah. Behind you.
Oh, I actually like that. They do that in restaurants.
Restaurant style, yes.
Yeah, that's actually really, really smart.
So yesterday afternoon, we'll both go to the grocery store, but sometimes we're together. And I'm buggy guy. And I'll just follow along, and sometimes she'll throw things over her shoulder. I catch. I put
you ever
in.
crash into her heel accident?
Well, and that's where this is going.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She's a multiple stopper. Okay. We can't seem to get a rhythm.
Are you saying the brake lights right?
And if I glance away just briefly, I'm either bumping into her, or she'll get hung in a stare in the middle of the aisle. And like she's looking for something, but now I'm behind her. Now I'm holding.
You're looking
people
at your
up.
phone.
Oh yeah, and yesterday because where we live with this winter stuff, everybody's so grocery store was packed. People were getting stuff.
Nobody knows why.
If I'm so finally, I just said I'm going to be at the end of the aisle. I can't follow you up and down because I get in people's way because you're a multiple stopper and you're doing what you do when you get groceries. But if you're like. and you stop.
No,
and
I
I thought
agree.
we were going down to the spaghetti sauce.
No,
You're
I
stopping
agree.
here at cookies. What are
No,
you doing?
no, you're right.
You
You're
know,
right.
and they'll see something and they'll stop.
Yeah.
So I've just started staying at the end of the aisle, going, "Hey, I'm down here.
That's
if you
smart.
need me."
Point what I
The
need.
buggy can't get down there. It's
Yes.
just there's 10 buggies on this aisle where it's a mess.
It must be women in the grocery store thing like universal. I had like a woman at the grocery store really give me a hard time and got on me like almost pointed out to hurt my feelings a little bit if I was someone who had feelings. and because I had moved over to where I need to get something out of the it's an area where you would get like milk or you know in that little cooler over there.
Yeah.
So I'd moved over up against the cooler because there was a display in the middle of the aisle.
Yeah.
And so I thought, well, the big aisle's what I need to leave open. I need to get over to the display, and I was looking down at the phone on what I needed to get from the other side of the display up against the cooler, you know, allowing plenty of room to go on either side of me. And I was looking down just momentarily to look at my list to see if I was getting the right things. And all of a sudden, I hear behind me, well, you can't just stop right here, can you? And I turned around, and I was like,
wow.
I'm up against the...
Yeah, what do you want me to do?
We can't quite get there with you sitting there. Bad place to stop. That was your quote. Bad place to stop.
Wow.
I thought it was the
Told
right
you.
place to stop. I thought it was the right place to stop. I said, I'm
Tell you
sorry.
what.
And you know what I said to her on behalf of men everywhere? I'm in here without my sponsor.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm in here
I don't
without
know
my
the rules.
sponsor.
What am I supposed to do?
I don't have my sponsor. I thought that getting out of the main road and off on the curb, like the shoulder, was where I needed to be.
Yeah.
Now you're blocking the cooler. Bad place to stop. But I'm like, you could just come around me and got on the other side.
I just announced,
trying
I
to
know
see
I'm in
my
the
list.
way. I'm trying to get out of the way. Trying to get out of the way.
Trying to see my list. We'll be right back. By the way, I think I have a pretty good food hack for everybody when I come back.
Oh,
we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And, you know, because it's one or two things. Either this is going to happen. They're either paid less an hour and get more hours in insurance, or they're paid more an hour and they work less hours with no insurance, or they pay them more an hour, give them the insurance, and then the products cost more. There's no way that this doesn't impact the situation. That it can't.
If you go into some of the newer, and I'm going to use McDonald's as an example.
Right, buddy?
They have like 2 registers max, and then they have the kiosk.
Right.
So they're cut also.
Oh, yeah.
You're trying to automate and do away with it.
There'll be 1, maybe 2 registers.
Well, if you
and the
want,
rest is
But
the
now,
kiosk.
here's the good side of
those
that,
entry
too.
level jobs can go away because they're going to become too expensive.
Right.
And somebody's going to say, just let people swap it out themselves.
Well, everything.
How much I pay you to stand there and make sure nobody's stealing?
Everything in nature has an equilibrium where it's going to level itself out eventually. It's just like water runs downhill, you know, the tides follow the moon, all that kind of good stuff. So when you put in these artificial barriers, it just messes everything up. You need to just let it balance out on its own. It would work
Free
out.
market.
And
Let it rock.
understand what that balance is and where your place is in it and try to improve. To me, that is the American dream, is working your way up the ladder. It is not showing up and having it handed to you on a silver platter. That's not the American dream, and it doesn't last.
No.
It doesn't work. And again, eventually, as the world equals itself out, guess what's going to happen? It's going to equal you out again, and you're still not going to be any better off.
Yeah, let's say that I started out. This is the way the free market is supposed to work. Even on entry level jobs, I am Rick's Burgers, and then I compete with Bubba's Burgers. Right. Okay. And then we all have an entry level deal. Then all of a sudden, I notice that Bubba's Burgers is getting better people than I'm getting.
Yeah.
You know, and
So what do? You jack your wages
Yeah, and I
up.
go over and I say, why y'all working for Bubba's and not Rick's? They said, well, he pays better than you do.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, man, I know y'all do a better job than these idiots I got. And so then what I do is I say, I'll tell you what, I'll offer you this to come work at Rick's Burgers. And I've looked, I think you guys do such a good job, I can make that work. I might go less people and pay y'all more.
Right.
You know, I still got to make it work.
So
it's called the free market.
Then at that point, I have to decide, am I going to pay more to keep these people?
Right.
I have to balance and measure what it's going to cost to bring in new people and train them and the cost of that, getting that up and going, versus giving the people I have more money to keep them from going to Rick's Burgers. And then if I do that, I also have to measure that against my bottom line and go, okay, I can take a little off the bottom line, but if Rick does that again, I might not be able to. I may have to go up on the price of my burger. And then I advertise, hey, my burgers are better. We had to go up on the price because we got better people.
But what you can't do is manufacture things that don't work.
But that's how it all works out. That's the system. That's the way it's supposed to work. That's not a bad scenario. What is a bad scenario is when you set these artificial boundaries that can't be met, and then they're going to equalize themselves through some other way, like less hours.
And don't forget, too, you're also demanding a wage that's not merit-based.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to scold people that love this idea. I'm just saying that ain't real. That ain't how it works. So learn how it really works and then work that system.
Right. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Here we go. Hey, dig my... What are you doing, Greg? Come and dig my earth. All right, so things you need to know. Look at themanchurch.com right now. You'll see the conferences coming up, but I want to remind you of something going on this week. That's First Baptist Church, Moody, Alabama. There's a Man Church kickoff there, and if you want to be there to plug into their curriculum, you can. One of the 4 curriculum we have at themanchurch.com for men, a 5th one coming out summer of 2024, but you can be there for the one they're plugging in on the 14th, which is tomorrow night. So make plans to be with them. I'm sorry, that was last night, wasn't it? I'm sorry, why am I talking about it? I hope that went well. And for some reason, I thought that was the 16th.
That's all right.
Sorry about that. 14th. Let me know how that went. All right, so... Rick, you idiot! I told you. I'll just get a little bit of sniffle. All right, so let me talk to you about a food hack that happened by accident. You know, you remember the great commercials? Do you remember the great commercials of Reese's peanut butter cups? And they acted like it happened by accident.
They ran into each other.
That somebody had chocolate, somebody had peanut butter, and then they ran into each other.
You're talking about my favorite ads.
Two great tastes that taste great together.
Yes, that was it.
Also there together.
Yeah, and so they acted like it was accidental, but it was great.
That commercial made me want to take a chocolate bar and dip it in.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to have to ask everybody here on this team to hear me out.
Oh.
Okay, I don't want anybody just don't turn it off.
Just talking to you, Greg. He's talking to you.
I'm talking to you. And Helms, I'll go the other end of the spectrum. You don't get too overly hopeful. Okay, so we'll see what happens. Half full.
Ain't that good?
Half full. I got my half full, my half empty over there. Okay, so that's funny. There's those old commercials, man. I love those commercials.
Yeah.
That was a good campaign.
You know, the only one I thought was even close to that was Sometimes You Feel Like a Nut, Sometimes You Don't.
That's a great
Almond
one.
Joy has nuts, Mounds don't.
That's a fantastic.
That's
I love the jingle.
I didn't like their candy, but I like the
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's got nuts. Mounds don't. But then you know what Bubba said? Bubba's so at the screen though. But they both got coconut, so I'm out.
That's right.
You don't like coconut, do you, big fella?
Not on that. I don't.
Do you like coconut at all?
The words around.
The only time I've never liked it on anything except when you like fried on shrimp.
That's
coconut shrimp.
That's it.
I like it on that for some reason.
Well, I think that's because it had the word fried in it.
Yeah, that's right.
And shrimp.
Yeah. You fry coconut, it turns out pretty good too. You know, I mean,
You fry about anything, it's edible.
sometimes you feel like it. All right, so
Fry me.
Oh, Speedy.
we all love this time of year. You know, we love to go deer hunting. We love to stock the cooler and stock the freezer with delicious deer meat. And so
Venison.
So one of the things that we do, y'all know this, we do deer meat chili. We do all this. We do the spaghetti. We do all kinds of stuff. We did a roast, and hey, there's some tenderloin. Well, one of the things that we really, really love is when you take the deer meat and make a deer sausage out of it. And I'm not talking about the summer sausage like we're eating today.
Like breakfast sausage.
The breakfast sausage, okay. And it really is so.
You mean that winter sausage we're having today?
So that's funny. It is. Why do they call it that, by the way? But anyway,
We usually eat it in the winter.
So anyway, so I was speaking last Thursday night. So Sherry was like, "Hey, I'm just gonna fix dinner for myself tonight. All the kids are grown and gone, all that." And so she said, "Can you leave out some deer meat for me to make some chili?" And I said, "Sure, I'll let it defrost over a day or so." And so when I got it from the processor, a lot of them were marked, sausage check or beef or ground check, but there were a couple of small ones that didn't have a mark, and like they weren't all the way full. The little things they put them in, the little sleeves they put them in.
Oh.
And I thought, well, if it's not marked, it's probably just ground meat.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not sausage because it wasn't marked sausage. Okay, so I left them out and she got it and whatever. And so I got back home that night and she goes, "Hey, that wasn't ground meat. It was actually sausage." I said, "What?" And she said, "Yeah, it wasn't marked." She goes, so I'm sitting there frying it up in the pan. I start smelling sausage.
Ooh.
And she goes, "I realize when I'm browning it, this is actually ground sausage meat with deer at the base. It's not just ground meat,
Yeah.
like hamburger meat." And so she says, "I realize I'm too far in, so I just make the chili anyway." Hey,
sausage chili.
And she said, "Let me tell you
a little
something."
spicy.
She said that actually tastes better than the regular chili.
There are some people who put sausage in their chili.
I didn't
some
know that.
combo it. Combo
I didn't know
both.
that. Let me tell you something. So
Like
there
I
was some in the fridge. She says tomorrow you need to heat that up and see if I'm telling you the truth. She goes, "It was fantastic." So the next day I come in, of course, I've had that on my mind all day.
Oh, sure.
And I said, "Well, let me get a spoon out and make me a bowl of that." Hey, gentlemen,
Number one.
if you think putting ground meat, hamburger meat, venison, and chili is good, put ground sausage. Let me tell you, because now that the spices that make it sausage are now working with however you mix your chili
Got a little
and all
party.
those chili spices. And now there's a party going on.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you something. It was better. Now I realize I don't have enough sausage because I usually am really high end on hamburger meat, low end on the sausage. I've got to rethink the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got to think half and half now because I think to myself now, well, I'd also like it on the spaghetti better.
Ooh, I didn't think about that.
I mean, there's a lot to think about here. There's a lot to think about. So I will tell you, if you're somebody out there that's been you got some kind of recipe with ground hamburger meat that's deer, and you happen to have also some sausage in your freezer, get the sausage out, thaw it out, and just fix it just like you fix the hamburger meat and drop it in there.
I wish I had something.
Let me tell you something.
Real hungry.
Let me tell you something,
Nuggety.
friends. And one of the things that I thought was wrong too, because I like crackers with my chili. Sherry was like, "Don't mess it up."
Mess it up.
It's kind of like these people don't like you putting ketchup on a steak.
No, I like crackers and
she
Fritos.
said, "Go ahead and eat it, just so you know, because I think the crackers are going to interfere with you really tasting the difference."
Well, you can.
Are y'all a chase it with crackers or crumble the crackers and drop them in there?
I throw Fritos, crackers, and cheese in it.
I do both.
Wow, Greg.
Just
Fritos
depending
and
on
crackers?
what mood I'm in.
You got to pick Frito or cracker. You
I
can't
agree
I'm
with that.
heavy Frito, a little less crackers.
Do you like cheese on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I like the oyster crackers.
Yeah, that's my favorite for chili.
You ever just eat them out of a bag?
Oh,
You get your
they're
handful of
great.
them?
Why
I
are they
love
so
them.
good?
I don't know.
I like to break them in half and eat both halves.
Little food hack for you out there today. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good stuff. Well, I saw little Adler light up like a light. He liked that.
Oh, yeah.
Top of the hour.
What I'm talking about. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.